So to get the first thing out of the way, uh, especially if you're just watching the Umineko streams in a playlist like order or part order and whatever. From the last time we tried playing Umineko, which today is a Monday evening. Last time I tried to play this was Friday evening. The thing was that OBS, the scene I had for capturing Umineko was broken. It broke. I don't know what. I think what ultimately killed it was maybe an update on something's end. I don't know. Maybe I clicked something and I didn't know how to. I don't know. I honestly don't know what could have happened. But to set the scene of the scene, um, years ago, before I was even OBS proper, I was using Streamlabs OBS. I bought this, or I bought it. I created the scene to capture. If you don't know, like capturing video, PC games sometimes in OBS is weird. Sometimes like they're finicky. It's just stupid. So like they have default ways of capturing games, but sometimes you have to build certain. Like I was doing it, so I build scenes so that like for games that gave you issues to capture, I built certain different things, whatever, and that was working most of the time. I think I built this one for Dicey Dungeons back in the year now, several years ago at this point. And I carried it over for Umineko, the same settings, and it was working. Uh, it was working. But that scene and the thing that I built, the way to capture the game and everything, I'd built back in Streamlabs OBS, and it was already at that time like a thing a scene I'd built, and it was metaphorically built by bubble gum and duct tape holding it together kind of thing. And I think it became even more shakier when it transitioned over into OBS proper somehow, just because it would sometimes be wonky and funky. Again, I don't know the technical aspect of that or exactly why, but I want to say it's probably just the universe hates me. And then I don't know what officially killed it, but as you saw, it wasn't working on Friday. And so I did the thing on Friday where I basically got around it. I just captured the monitor, whatever. That obviously worked technically, but it wasn't what I needed officially, because if I ever click out of the game or whatever, it would do the thing. So it didn't actually take me long. It's one of those, it's a very me thing where like the moment I probably should have made it the system better a long time ago, but I'm like the type of person that's like, well, I'm going to keep using it until it completely breaks. And that's what ended up happening, apparently, to the game capture thing that I used for Umineko on that Friday. So over the weekend, as I was doing other things, I built it back better, but it's not going to make a ton of change to you. But to me, on the back end, it's a lot better for me personally. And I can't really explain it well, but it's a lot better on my way of making it work. So I'm going to launch the game. The one thing that you might be able to see is the one thing that the viewer experience might be able to tell is that when I first launched the game, normally until I full screened the game, you would see it kind of like not full screened well, and then you would see me full screen it. That's like something you might notice. That might be the only thing you notice. Everything else should be the same. So when I launch it, even though it's not full screen, you should still see it full screened. I guess we'll find out though. This is where I learned that's not actually working. That'd be fun. See, look at that. It's already full screened, and it's not full screened on my side. Perfect. Now the only thing it's still not full screen. The only thing you can like look at the subtitle to Umineko. If you watch like, I can barely notice it on actual capture, but like you can, there's like some text jiggle as I full screen it. I don't exactly know what that means, but it doesn't really matter, I don't think. The big important thing is that it's working. It's fixed. We've done it. It didn't take long to do, but again, it's one of those things where I was riding the old system until it officially broke, and now that came to happen for some reason on Friday. I still don't know officially what the reason was. I don't know why it just decided to give up. But it did. So... And I can adjust audio without it going to my desktop. Well, I should say without you seeing it go to the desktop. It still goes to the desktop. I see it go to the desktop. See, like right now, I'm looking at my desktop, but you're not. This is perfect. This is what I need. So that's all to say. The Umineko series is saved. It's restored. It's fine. Everything is great. As great as it's supposed to be, I guess. So the plan tonight is to just read a chunk of Umineko, of a proper-sized, normal proper-sized Umineko type stream I would do on a Saturday evening night. Is now happening on a Monday evening night. Going back to the song we were playing at the top of the stream. Maybe we'll see some kill shots. Heyo. Maybe some people are dying. I would imagine some people are going to probably die in the next several hours. In my opinion. In my humble opinion. Definitely more deaths, I think. It looks like, oh, also, something that didn't get, but we're already on the number for the side. Oh, we are? Oh, yeah. It was, wow, it cut me a little bit of slack. The Friday stream was chaotic, but yeah, you're right. The bunny girls did take out the other two that were needed. Yeah, that did happen. I guess it did happen, but it was like unceremonious. Is that the right word I want to use for the situation? It wasn't flashy, although maybe Eva Beatrice will do more flashy stuff with it. I don't know. I guess. I think I just in general lost track of how many deaths we've had this chapter. But I guess the last two was that Natsui and Kraus. Then they were gone when Eva, like, it was Natsuhi and Kraus, I believe, when Eva, like, she left the room for like 10 seconds or something. It was something comical like that. Something that happened at the end of the stream that I don't think I got to bring up because I was having to make a hasty exit was we used the last save slot. So we're gonna have to start. We're gonna start clearing the old ones. The old ones are gonna have to start going. It's kind of funny how I've done the save slots because like I'm the weird type of person ever since I was a kid. Whenever you give me multiple save slots, I always just save over the one slot. I keep it clean. And then this one I was like, you know what? I'm going to start just branching out the save slots for whatever reason. Even though it's not like I'd have to be careful about anything. And it's not like I'm ever going to go back. So really having all these save slots for me personally on this means nothing. It was just like a matter of me like just filling this page up. I don't know. I don't know what my thought process was, but I think based on the thumbnail, we're rejoining George and Beato. After they had their magical flight adventures. Now, I'm gonna have to be slightly reminded again, because there was even a little bit of confusion on my part on Friday's stream. I remember the flying section, but what it was Beato just being friendly and being like, hey, you want to see the dead Shannon? Like, was that the deal they were striking here? I need to check. That's pretty much it then. Okay, so, because I had blanked out a bit of that, but George is mega depressed. I remember they, like, did they run into each other, like, in the hallway or something? It was something, and then it was like, oh, let's go on a flight. Oh, wait, did Beato talk about actually reviving Shannon? Was that a thing, too? Or was it hinted at? It's like the memories are slowly coming back to me. Slowly, my brain is being rebuilt. And he said he'd do anything. Okay. Alright. It's all coming back to me. It's all flooding back. Well, then the other thing, to answer your question earlier, do I think any other deaths will happen? I'll say anything's possible. I still think it's either bound to happen at this end of episode 3 or in episode 4. I think Eva Beatrice is gonna get it. I don't think she's gonna stay. I think she's gonna be overthrown somehow. And if that takes killing her, I wouldn't be surprised. Also, hello. Okay, so yes, this is after the flying adventure. Okay, it's all coming back. It's all coming back. Okay. So we had the thing, in the hour we played on Friday, the bunny girls took out the last of, let's go to here. Took out these two. Now they're not redded out because they hadn't been found, I guess. But if we're talking about people, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, the 5 still alive would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is the 5 you're saying? I remember that was said a while ago. Is that like counting how many still are alive makes a lot more sense than trying to keep track of how many need to be dead for the thing. These two being dead, just not found yet. Alright, so this is after the flight. George is heartbroken, really wants to see Shannon, and I think Beato feels guilty and sees depressed George. And so she's like, alright. So, that's basically where we're at. Everything's fixed. I'm ready to just read. It's great. It's not just gonna be an hour where my brain is just frazzled. Okay. Beato and George could be seen in the parlor of the mansion. George was kneeling near Shannon's body as though praying. His face was serious. There was even sweat on his forehead. That's how you know it's serious. However, Beato was the same. Now that she had handed her name over, most of her previous power had been lost. Of course, she still had more than enough power to be called a witch, but compared to the past, it was a very faint thing. Good. Don't talk to her. Don't touch her with your hand. Call to her with the voice of your heart, and seek her with the hand of your heart. God! Only your strong feelings can make my magic reach Shannon's heart, lost soul. I'm not used to Beatrice speaking with a lot of pauses. My bad. Exclamation point! George kept praying earnestly and silently. He kept frantically yelling inside his heart, trying to call back the soul of the person he loved. He strongly envisioned his soul leaving his body and searching for her as though she wandered through the land of the dead. Beato turned that strong force into magical power that supplemented her own magic. This was magic that, in the past, she could have performed easily without anyone's help. But now, if she didn't rely on someone's assistance, she wouldn't be able to finish the chant, much less succeed. Had forgotten for several centuries. Was magic Was resurrection always this difficult? Beato was wearing an even more strained expression than George. It had slipped her mind, but originally the magic to revive a life was the ultimate hidden art. The abnormal thing was her previous magical power, which could be used over and over with a snap of her fingers. So, the heavy burden on her body and mind was, fundamentally speaking, extremely natural. However, this man's power, even though he doesn't know magic, it's nothing to be laughed at. I see. So he truly is Kinzo's grandchild. Telling you, everyone's a witch. Everyone has magic. I might have to adapt my everyone's a witch theory into everyone has magical powers, which is not that thrilling of a theory when you consider that it's now been talked about. Like, we know Kinzo has strong magical powers. He dedicated his life to learning magic, whatever. And, like, it would only seem natural that descendants of you would have some kind of, like, natural ability to draw upon that as well. And so, like, it's not as thrilling of, like, a theory. If it's just like, oh, well, you're a child or grandchild of Kinzo, you have a natural affinity for magical ability. But, oh well. The strong energy pouring from George was large enough to act as magical power. At first, Beato thought it must be the blood of Kinzo, the sorcerer. However, that probably wasn't it. She had a feeling that Battler had already told her what it was. It had been born from the power of George's sadness at the death of the person he loved, and from the way he had tried his hardest throughout his life. From the warm time spent together with Shannon to the size of the dream they swore to protect in the future. Is it really possible for humans to take life so seriously, even though they only have a single one? It was only natural. To her, a life didn't mean anything more than the difference between the top and bottom of an Othello piece. If the black represented death, then she thought all you had to do was flip it over again and make it white. However, it was just like that broken vase. To humans in a world without magic, where they cannot return things to their original form, it is very, very natural for them to bet their life and soul. Just wanted to make sure she was done. So, is an endless witch who can do as she pleases even with life and death. I need her to speak up over the wind. Inferior to a limited human who can't even surpass the mountain of death? This time the witch acknowledged it. He was able to hold a magical power that can never reside in witches who didn't understand the value of a life. Why does this thing called the Endless Magic exist? Even though I called myself the Endless Witch, did I forget what the Endless Magic means for 1,000 years? She looked at George's expression again. His surging earnestness was like a lightning bolt. Right now, even if George's body had been burned or smashed by a waterfall, he would probably continue to pray for his beloved without minding it, without noticing it. For the first time, she showed respect for that power. So in that instant, all magical resistance was lost, and the enormous power of George's feelings turned into magical energy in its complete form. Oh shit. The vase was very beautiful, rich with history and value. Even as young as I was, it still forced me to take a deep breath when I witnessed its beauty. But that just made me want to touch it. Just touch it. But the vase easily fell and smashed into pieces. Like a bubble that had popped, it felt as though the time it possessed a form had been just an illusion. Lives are just that fragile, just that easily lost. I realized that my foolish curiosity had led to something that couldn't be undone. No matter how much I regretted it, no matter how much I apologized, the smashed vase wouldn't return back to its original form. A lost life will not return to normal no matter what happens. I was frightened that, even though my actions had been thoughtless and careless, they had stolen away a life that could never be revived again. Then, I pitied that lost life and cried. I was frightened of myself, the one responsible for its loss, and cried even more. I'm sure Grandfather will also cry at the loss of his precious vase. I'm sure that all the people who love Grandfather and see him like that will cry. With the loss of a single life, the whole world can be filled with so much sadness. I cried even more at how terrible that was. Beatrice appeared and spoke.
ならばお嬢様。
Then, milady,
この壺を魔法で蘇らせましょう。
let us revive that vase with magic.
それで皆が幸せになれるなら、壺も魔法も精霊たちも
If that will make everyone happy, the vase and the magic and the spirits,
喜んでそのために力を貸し、元の姿を取り戻すでしょう。
will happily lend you their power and return it to its original form.
さあさあ、お嬢様。
Come, milady.
目を閉じて
Come, come, my lady.
私と一緒にお歌を歌いましょう。
You're my butterfly. Sugar. Baby. Close your eyes and chant with me.
さあさあ、目を閉じてごらんなさい。
This game can't say the two words, come, milady, and me not think of that song. Come. Try closing your eyes.
そして思い出してごらんなさい。
And try to remember.
あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。
What form did you have?
それはきっと、とてもとても美しい姿。
I know it's a very minor thing, but I like what the game is doing. Flashback to young Beato, I assume, and the older Beatrice. Oh, well, this is us doing the vase thing. Close your eyes, the parallel thing, and then flashing back to here, being like, oh, we're gonna bring back Shannon. It was surely a very, very beautiful form.
どうか私に、あの姿をもう一度見せておくれ。
Please, show me that form one more time. And then Shannon just turns into a vase. Ah, shit, it's just vase magic. Fuck. I shouldn't be making jokes right now. It's a very serious moment. Those words of power knocked forcefully on the door to the land of the dead. The magic of her old self had performed that same forceful knock. However, doing it that way was horribly violent, and earned the displeasure of the peacefully sleeping dead. But this time was different. It was very forceful, and yet gentle and loving. Oh shit, oh, it's ghostly. The dead near the door opened their eyes, and called out to the others that there was a voice calling for someone to come back. The sadness of that voice calling from the outside touched the hearts of the dead, and, trying to respond as quickly as possible, they searched for Shannon's lost soul. And then, they found it. They found the casket in which Shannon was peacefully sleeping. It truly was Shannon's soul sleeping in the land of the dead. Inside the casket, that was covered with rose flowers frozen with frost, she was sleeping in peace. The dead silently lifted that casket up. While at a glance it looked like a funeral march, it had the complete opposite meaning. Why am I just envisioning the gif of like the dudes carrying the coffin to the music? Why? God, my brain's so fucked. Alright, it had a complete opposite meaning. It was solemn but filled with joy. The long-forgotten dead were made to remember that they were loved after their deaths, and they were all given a warm sense of peace. Then, as though guided by a warm light from the heavens, Shannon's body floated up out of the casket. The dead watched her go. They squinted at that warm light, offering their respect to this unknown member of the living, who had not lost his love for a person even after their death. Exactly. That is our image, that is our mind's image. But not lost his love for a person. Okay, yeah, read that. She's coming back. Shannon's body was enveloped in the light from the heavens and began to disappear. In the jet-black darkness of the land of the dead, the faint flickering of gold butterflies could be seen. It reminded them of the gentle stars in the night sky, which they had long forgotten. dots and exclamation point. George remembered being told that he must not say anything, and he hurriedly covered his mouth. However, felt like his heart was trying to jump into his throat, because he had seen Shannon's eyelids shake slightly. Beatrice is just like, don't fuck this up, George. Then, those eyelids slowly opened. Shannon's eyes were there, but they were still wrapped in the fog of the land of the dead. However, the human world's warmth, no, her lover's warmth, which had called back her soul, slowly dissolved that fog, and her eyes gradually regained their sparkle. Then, her eyes moved and recognized George. Wait, I'm just now putting this back together. If she was someone who died for the thing, for the ritual, the ceremony, whatever we want to call it, and she comes back, does that take it like one off the counter? Does Eva Beatrice now have to be like, ah, shit, and I gotta kill someone else, or kill her again? We gotta just take her out again. She like gets mad at Beato for reviving her, and she's like, fuck. And her eyes gradually again sparkled. Then her eyes moved and recognized George. Oh, she's so back. George, son. As her lips shook weakly, Shannon definitely said that. The words were very faint, so much so that they normally wouldn't have reached his ears. However, George clearly heard them. He heard the person he cared for, his fiancée, the one he loved most and who should have been dead, call his name once again. Shannon. Shannon. Do you know who I am? George, son. Is this a dream? Can't do a Shannon voice. No. This isn't a dream. Come on, see here? Even if I pinch you, you won't wake up. As George said that, he softly pinched Shannon's cheek. It was how George had been try that again. It was how George had always responded in the past, when Shannon had been surprised by something and had asked if she was dreaming. When Shannon felt the warm touch of George's finger on her cheek, and when George realized that the warmth of the living had already returned to his beloved person's cheek. They both cried. What words should a pair of lovers separated by death celebrate with when they are reunited? The words of the human world are not enough. In short, they had no need of the words of this world. This game can't keep putting words and world back to back like this and not have my brain get confused. In short, they had no need of the words of this world. I'm trying my best. George simply hugged Shannon, who was sitting up without talking. Shannon's strength. Man, we haven't seen Shannon in a while. Shannon's strength was still feeble, and putting her arms around George's back took all she had. So George hugged her tightly to make up for that. To stop each other from going once more to a place the other's hand couldn't reach, they hugged each other so tightly, and yet so gently. As Shannon's fingers curled around George's back, on her ring finger, the engagement ring George had given her definitely shone. Oh, that's adorable. That strong glint certainly wasn't just a sparkle of diamond. There definitely was a magical power that only the two lovers could possibly feel. It was because that strong light existed that they had been able to find her casket in the land of the dead. Beato understood. That ring, no. The feelings of the pair embodied in that ring were a miracle made real. In that moment, George definitely used magic. Beato had done nothing more than help him along. That magic had a power that could only reside in those who knew of the importance of life, who knew what it meant to try with all one's might. It was the power of a miracle, one that the Endless Witch couldn't possibly know of. A miracle that only the power of the finite could give rise to. Finite. I always want to be like, finite. By now, she had no choice but to accept it. She had to accept that true magical power, exists in the place furthest away from she who called herself a great witch. Beatrice Sama.
彼女が君を生き返らせてくれたんだ。
She brought you back to life.
ありがとう、ベアトリーチェ。
Thank you, Beatrice.
いい
No.
や、わらわは何もできなかった。
I did nothing.
シャノンを蘇らせたのはそなたの魔力、
What revived Shannon was your magical power.
そなたの魔法、
It was your magic.
奇跡を成し遂げる後ろにあるうち、確かに見届けさせてもらったぞ。
You sure me a blood, which makes miracles come true. Surely saw you through. I was honestly just about to say and agree. Episode 3 is such a roller coaster. And two things. One, it's crazy. This roller coaster is surely not even close to being over, I think, because as I kind of mentioned earlier, okay, Shannon's back. Someone else is gonna have to die. And I wonder just how quick of a how quick that turn is gonna be. Also, too, and I think I've said this before, but like, it's crazy that this episode 3, this might not be factually correct, but has felt like the longest episode, just in that, like, at the beginning, we cut to the chase, and we went super quick. We didn't have, like, a big lead-in thing to, like, the meat of the episode, like we had with episodes 1 and 2. But then, like, there's just been, like, episode 3 has just been, like, just a long string of, like, a bunch of weird different happenings constantly. But yeah, I'll be curious to see just how quick it is that Eva Beatrice is like ready to strike someone else.
ジョージさんが私を、
George-san revived me?
うん、
Indeed.
わらわなど足元にも及ばぬほどの凄まじき魔力であったぞ。
It was an incredible display of magical power, one that I could not hope to compete with.
わらわなどはまだまだ見習いの域を出ぬか。
So, I am still nothing more than an apprentice.
今こそ身の程を知ろうぞ。
Now I finally know my place. Beato staggered backwards. Her physical strength was clearly exhausted. She had humbly said that George's power alone had revived Shannon, but Beato had also used all of her magical and physical strength. And she reflected upon how difficult it was to revive a single life, something she'd been able to play around with however she wanted to in the past. The couple kept on embracing each other tightly. I just imagine, like, Shannon and George are having, like, this touching and loving moment, and Beato is, like, in the corner of the room, like, staggering backwards, like, short of breath, and she's, like, basically dying. She's like, yeah, I'm so happy for you guys. By doing that, those feelings that couldn't be communicated with a billion words were shared.
ありがとう、ベアトリーチェ。
Thank you, Beatrice.
君は僕たちの恩人だ。
We're in your debt.
ありがとうございます、ベアトリーチェ様。
Exactly. Thank you very much, Beatrice-sama.
再びジョージ様に会わせてくださったこのご恩を決して忘れません。
I'll never forget the debt I owe you for bringing me to George again. Man, just how much you can forgive so much evil when she just does one nice thing. And I get it. It's a big nice thing she's done here. But, I mean, you could make the argument she's caused a lot of problems.
よせよせ。
That seems to be like, I mean, we've touched upon it in the series before, but like, one of many themes this game seems to have to me is like, the nature of someone's good and bad that they like do and put out into the world, and then what it takes for you to like forgive them, and what it takes to move on from a certain situation, and what like all that is and everything. It seems to be something that's brought like throughout all these different characters. It's like something where it's like yeah, they all seem to have like shitty pasts or shitty presents. And it's like, what would it do? What do they have to do to be forgiven or forgive themselves or all this different kind of thing? Stop that. Stop that.
愛し合う二人に感謝されては外道の極みと恐れられたわらわにはくすぐったすぎるというものよ。
True. Yeah. I guess that's one of the arguments you can make, like, oh, give an example of why it's a good story, at least in this, you know, very one facet. It's like, well, it's not someone's just very one-dimensional kind of thing. The characters have characters to them. It's deep. Being thanked by a pair of lovers is far too embarrassing for one who has been feared as a monster of a person.
わらわのことは気にするな。
Don't worry about me.
存分に再会を祝い合え。
Celebrate your reunion together. To the fullest. She's gonna like pass out, isn't she? Beato, who was leaning with her back against the wall, slid down the wall and sat. How many centuries had it been since she last grew this tired from using magic? I probably haven't been this tired since the time I first succeeded in magic. Didn't teacher praise me that time? Oh, but didn't I kill that same teacher who praised me? What is this perspective switch? Beato, who was leaning with her back against the wall, slid down the wall and sat. How many centuries had it been since she last grew this since she had last grew tired from this? And then he goes, I probably. I don't think it's a big thing. I'm not trying to make a big deal, but I was like thrown off there. Okay. Oh, but didn't I kill that same teacher who praised me? Don't be so naive, Beatrice. Isn't that what killing means? Oh, maybe is it like a switch from like in-universe to like the meta characters? Whatever. Finally. It seems you finally remembered how to use magic.
頭ん中酸欠でカラッカラで思い出すもヘチマもねえぜ。
My head feels parched and suffocated, and I can't even remember.
それよりあんた殺したじゃねえかよ。
More importantly, didn't I kill you?
現れるんじゃねえよ。
You shouldn't be appearing.
あなたが未だに私を生かしていますよ。
You are still allowing me to live even now.
だからこうして現れられます。
That is why I can appear like this.
もっとも、あなたの頭を撫でに来たわけでもありませんが。
However, I did not come just to pat your head. Yeah, something funky. Did I miss something? Did I miss like a beat somewhere? Okay, yeah, this is not. Is this in her head then? Is this just like? Is this just? Yeah, because this would have to be in-game Virgilia. Because it wouldn't make sense if it was. Strange. However, I did not come just to pat your head.
無様なわらわをわざわざ嘲笑いに来たかよ。
Did you come to sneer at how pathetic I am?
それに隠居までした魔女が今さら頭なんか撫でられちゃ他の魔女の笑い物だぜ。
Anyway, if I have my head patted by a retired witch after all that's happened, the other witches will laugh at me.
そうですね。
That's right.
一人前どころか、現役を退いたと豪語するあなたなのに。
According to your bragging, you're not only a full adult but a retired one.
今頃になって魔法の使い方を覚えたなど、恥ずかしくて誰にも言えませんね。
And yet only now have you learned how to use magic. That certainly does sound too embarrassing to tell anyone.
だな。
Yeah, tell me about it.
内緒にしてくれよ、お師匠様。
Keep it a secret, okay, teacher? Beato gazed at the couple hugging each other with a sense of pleasant despondency.
愛か。
Love, is it?
勝てねえ
I'm no match. Oh my god. The stocks, the Beatrice and Battler pairing stocks rising. See, Beatrice sees this. She's like, oh shit. Fucking, Shannon and George, they're such a lovey-dovey couple. And they're so powerful because of that love. She's gonna be like, I need a love like that.
45データ治療
Oh, fuck! Eva Beato is beating her ass in the quote retreats. Oh, fuck, that killed Saint. 45, data received.
射撃準備完了
Firing preparations concluded.
弾種選定装填
Ammo type selected and loaded.
410射撃
410, firing.
2
Knee. The gold snake arrow fired by the Chiesters. Oh, fuck. Weaved its way through the bushes in the rose garden, weaved its way through the hedges, and climbed the stone steps towards the mansion's entrance, aiming for the keyhole. It weaved through the corridors, and flew into the keyhole on the door to the parlor. No fucking way. It happened in an instant. One could hardly blame Beato, who was completely worn out, for not noticing it beforehand. Right before Beato's eyes, the gold snake flew in through the keyhole, surrounded the two lovers, and pierced the two hearts in a blink of an eye. Furthermore, the gold snake faithfully pierced a hole through Shannon's chest once more. The two hearts were pierced by that gold snake. No, by that gold sewing thread of the new brutal witch's furniture. And it had happened in an instant, mocking the amount of effort it had taken to revive Shannon. That's so fucked. That is so fucked. That is so fucked. Before Beato's shocked eyes, the two fell over and landed on the floor. George. Shannon. So wait, is the prophecy fucked then? We're gonna have a ref like come in. We're gonna have a secret ref character make an appearance in the story and be like, the rule book here states that the thing is fucked, and Eva Beatrice, you fail. You no longer get to be a witch, and by ruling Beato, the power goes back to her. And then everyone's gonna clap, and then episode 3 ends. Thank you, Beatrice, for letting us meet, even just for a short while. God, this is so fucking tragic. Thank you. George spent his last breath thanking Beato and died alongside the one he loved. The gold snake, which still sewed the two in place, spun like a large cyclone revolving around the inside of the parlor. It was searching for further prey. No! It was searching for further prey in that room! Beato! Then, the tip of the snake met Beato's gaze. In that instant, Beato was prepared to die. At that moment, Virgilia stood in front of her, the fingers of both her hands drawing a seal. Oh, fuck. Instantly, gold-colored gold leaf buried the inside of the parlor. Gold-colored gold leaf? That's overkill on gold. It was like a blizzard of gold.
ベアト、今のうちに逃げて。
Beato, run while you can.
シエスタの黄金球からは誰も逃れられない。
No one can escape from the Chester's golden bow.
410標的失端
410 target lost.
いや魔法機マシ
Yeehaw! It's a magical chaff.
45了解
45, roger that.
索敵変更対人画像追尾方式
Modifying search algorithm, switching to anti-personnel image-based tracking.
標的再補足410データリンク
Target lock reacquired, data linked to 410.
410データ受領
410, data received.
すっとろいに先代様
Too slow, predecessor Sama.
来て来て来て
Coming, coming, coming.
着弾
Impact! Prey targeted by the Chester sisters' golden bow did not escape. It could not be blocked. No magical barrier could even dream of blocking it without being multi-layered. The gap opened during that instant of confusion caused by Virgilia's deception magic was Beato's only chance to escape. And it was the only chance to make the sisters confuse Virgilia for Beato. As Virgilia spread her arms wide, blocking the way to her beloved disciple, the gold snake pierced straight through her heart. After sneaking in through the keyhole, the snake shot through George, Shannon, and then Virgilia in an instant, completely failing to notice Beato as she used that instant to escape. As soon as Virgilia saw that Beato had gotten away, she died. The strength left her body, and like gold dust drifting with the wind, her form was erased. Way too good. Beato completely erased all traces of her magical power. Became gold butterflies that passed through the wall, escaping to the wind and rain outside. Damn it. Damn it, damn it. You bitch. You bitch! No, see, this is what we need. This is the flames of revenge that we need to stoke Beato with, so that she actually has the power to take out, like, Eva Beatrice. I feel it. I feel it happening. Beato felt regret from the bottom of her heart. Why? Because she had been attacked by the new witch? Probably not. Of course, she hated losing her teacher. And even more importantly, Beato was enraged at the barbarianism that had boorishly stolen away the reunion between two lovers. Beato had poured out almost all of her magical power to reunite them, even though the result had been a miracle. The time it took to steal that away had been so ridiculously short. Beato trembled at the barbarous cruelty that had brought about such an abrupt end. Besides, this was the true form of the act she herself had committed up until that point. So just as strongly as Beato hated the new witch, she also looked at her previous self with disgust. It's all good. I understood. When I read the first sentence, I was like, I understood what you meant. I didn't know exactly where the typo was, but I was like, I'm pretty sure you mean to agree with what I was saying. She looked at her previous self with disgust. But now, she had to escape. If she was targeted next, she would probably lose her life. To think that a chess player had descended thinking they were like a god, only to be attacked by the pieces. She's gonna do it. She's gotta do it.
45着弾確認標的資産
45. Impact confirmed. Target scattered.
間違いなく先代様を撃破しました
Without a doubt, we crushed the predecessor Sama.
また私たちの撃墜気象が増えちまうね
Looks like our pile of kill medals is gonna get bigger again. Yeah.
にひ
Nihi.
愛し合う二人なんだっけ
What was that about loving couples?
引き裂いて一度合わせて二度もう一度引き裂いて三度楽しめるだっけ
You get to enjoy tearing the two apart by death? reuniting them and then tearing them apart again, right? Cackle.
そのついでにあのクソうるさいババアまでさよならできて最高にご機嫌よ。
And along with that, I get to say goodbye to that damn fussy old hag.
ラノウェ文句ないわよね。
Renove, you don't have any complaints, right?
ございません。
I do not.
ベアトリーチェ様。
Beatrice-sama.
あいつは魔女の碑文の儀式を妨害したのよ。
That person interfered with the ceremony of the witch's epitaph, you see?
第一の晩の生贄を勝手に蘇らせて私の儀式を妨害したわ。
She revived a sacrifice from the first twilight without permission, obstructing my ceremony. See, I don't fault Renove here. I think he knows. I think he's with blonde Beatrice. Either he knows or he doesn't want to say anything. And I think this is the perfect setup for blonde Beatrice to make a strike back. If Eva Beatrice thinks she's gone, this allows the sneak attack to commence. I need a sneak attack of epic proportions.
文句言われる筋合いなんかなんにもないわよ。
She's got no right at all to complain.
しかしずるいな。あいつは死体を残さないのね。
But it sucks that she didn't leave a corpse behind.
あのババアも思いっきり何度も無限にいじめ殺して遊んでやろうと思ったのに。
And I thought I'd be able to torture that old hag to death over and over again endlessly. Sounded like she choked there for a second. Kill it! Dots from Renove.
George が
George did.
来てないわよ。いつ降りたのよ。
No, I didn't see him. When did he come down?
いつって
When you say...
あれは何時くらいだったっけ
what hour was that again?
確か4時か5時くらいだったかな。
I think it was probably around 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock.
最低でも1時間以上前だよ。
At the very least, it was more than an hour ago.
俺たち眠くなってその後は多分居眠りしてたし
We got sleepy and probably dozed off after that.
でも多分ジェシカの言う通りだと思うぜ
But I think it's probably like Jessica says.
1時間か2時間くらい前だった
About 1 or 2 hours ago.
私もそのくらいの頃だと記憶しています。
I also remember something from around that time.
コーヒーのおかわりはいるかと聞かれましたからね。
I was asked if I wanted more coffee. Something hard to believe had happened. Apparently, when Aunt Eve had left for a second to wash her hands, Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsui had disappeared. There's no way they went hiding somewhere. Of course, the doors and windows had all been rigorously checked, and all were locked from the inside. Not one of them was broken. And that wasn't just true for the first floor. Second floor was the same. Again, all the doors and windows had locks built in a way that made it impossible to lock them from the outside. In other words, there's no way that Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsui had gone outside. And yet, they couldn't be found. Furthermore, they weren't the only ones who had disappeared. She had George Aniki of all people. So had George Aniki of all people. George Aniki had left saying he was going to get more coffee, and had gone downstairs more than an hour earlier. We'd assume that he was having a conversation with Aunt Eva and the rest, but Aunt Eva, who had been in the lobby the whole time, said that no one had come down. Something I might not remember. George and Beatrice left from a window on the second floor. Okay. That sounds familiar. Since all the doors and windows were locked from the inside, it was unthinkable that they had gone outside. However, 3 humans had evaporated from this barricaded guest house, which had become a perfect closed room. In a situation like this, we couldn't imagine that this was because they were playing hide and seek and trying to scare us with a prank. It was probably reasonable to assume that they've been caught up in this crime. When Aunt Eva had learned that her only son was missing, she had gone half insane, running from room to room and yelling his name. And Jessica, who had suddenly lost both of her parents, had chased after her. Cries of George, George, and Mom, Dad had continued to echo through the guest house for some time. I think George said something about wanting to see Shannon's dead face. It'd be reasonable to assume that he snuck out of the guest house and went to the mansion. But I didn't have a clue about Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsui. Did they see him leave and then go to the mansion to search for him? Without even telling Aunt Eva? At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we start planning to leave the guest house to go search for them. Great. When that time comes, I'll agree. We thought staying holed up at the guest house would be safe, which is why our big, happy group of 12 people locked themselves up here this morning. And yet, now there's only 4 of us left. That means staying here is no guarantee of safety. However, there's one thing we can't afford to forget. All the doors and windows were locked from the inside. This is a closed room. How did they manage to vanish from this place? We searched around thoroughly. However, we couldn't find any traces of someone hiding. The 3 of them had almost certainly been taken outside the guest house.
どうやってでしょう。
I wonder how it was done.
まさか隠し扉とかがあるとか。
You don't think there might be something like a hidden door?
隠し扉
A hidden door?
扉も窓も外から閉めることは構造上不可能です。
The doors and the windows were built in a way that makes them impossible to lock from the outside.
釣り糸の類を使ってもこの構造では無理でしょうな。
Even using a fish line, it'd probably be impossible with the way they're constructed.
となれば扉や窓以外から出たと考えるのが妥当でしょう。
So, maybe reasonable to assume that they left via something other than a door or a window.
確かに
You're right.
そういう論法にもなるだろうよ。
It does make logical sense.
隠し扉が存在しないなんて断言は誰にもできない。
No one can be sure that no hidden doors exist.
しかしそういう発想に飛躍する前に俺はもっとシンプルな可能性も疑ってる。
However, before leaping to that conclusion, I suspect a much simpler possibility.
と申しますと
And what would that be? For some time, Balor had been opening windows, opening shutters, and checking outside, repeating this for each window.
この窓は静かだ
This window's pretty quiet.
な。なるほど。この窓は他と違って建物の構造上風が吹き込まないわけか。
I see. Unlike the other windows, because of how the building's shaped, the wind doesn't blow into this one.
そのようですな。
It appears that way.
こんなにも外は風雨なのに雨も風も入ってこないとは不思議な気持ちです。
It feels strange that no wind or rain comes in, even though there's so much of it outside.
南條先生、
Dr. Nanjo,
今窓を開けた時音を感じたかい？
when I opened the window just now, did you hear a sound?
え、
Huh?
気にはなりませんでしたな。
No, I did not notice it.
よく油が効いていると思います。
I believe it is well oiled.
つまり
In other words,
誰も見ていない廊下の窓からひょろっと抜け出すことは可能なわけだ。
it's possible to slink through a window in the hallway when no one is looking.
しかもこの窓なら風も吹き込まないから
Furthermore, the wind doesn't blow in through this window,
風圧でカーテンや扉が音を立てることもない。
so the air pressure wouldn't cause the curtains or a door to make a sound.
静かなもんさ。
It'd be quiet. Battler leaned forward and looked at the ground below. He was searching for some sign that George had jumped down, but at a glance he didn't see any mark line like that on the grass in the middle of the pouring rain.
こういう窓が1階にもあるのかもしれない。
There might also be a window like this on the first floor.
誰にも気づかれずに表へ出ることは可能だぜ。
It'd be possible to go outside without anyone noticing.
しかし扉はおろか窓はすべて施錠されて鎧戸まで閉まっていましたぞ。
However, not only the doors, but the windows too are all locked, and the shutters are even down as well, correct?
出ることは可能でも閉めることは不可能だ。
It may be possible to go out through them, But you couldn't lock them afterwards.
閉められるぜ。
Sure. Sure you can lock them.
こうやってカチャンとな。
Just like this. Click. Battler closed the window and locked it as though this was perfectly obvious.
まさかバトラーさんは。
But Battler-san, you aren't saying...
最後に中の人間が鍵を閉めればこんな密室は朝飯前だ。
If someone inside locked it afterwards, this closed room is as easy as pie.
しかしそれでは。
But that means...
それでは。
That means... Oh! Nanjo turned pale and shook his head several times, because the thing Battler had said had forced him to face a fact that was frightening even to imagine.
俺の想像したトリックならな。
That's only if the trick I'm thinking of actually happened, okay?
しかしこんなトリックを使えば怪しまれる人物は極めて限定される。
However, with this trick, only a very limited number of people can be suspected. He didn't want to say it in front of Nanjo, but after eliminating Jessica, who had been with him the whole time, only Nanjo and Eva could have done it.
私はそんなことをしませんぞ。
I did not do anything of the sort.
誓ってもいい。
Yes, I swear it.
となるとエヴァおばさんと南條先生のアリバイ合戦ってことになる。
I was gonna say, I can't believe Nanjo actually made it. But good for him. No shade intended his way from me. But, surprising. In this case, it becomes a battle between Aunt Eva and Dr. Nanjo for an alibi. And I guess I only mean that in the sense that, like, Nanjo to me is such a net neutral character. He's got nothing bad or nothing good really going for him. He's just there. To me, he's just a number. And I'm sorry for all those Nanjo heads out there, if there are any. Any Nanjo heads?
俺たちは二人とも怪しんで
We just have to suspect both of you.
それぞれを別々に監禁すればいいだけの話。
And confine the two of you separately.
逆に言えばこのトリックはもっと生存者が多ければ有効かもしれないが
To say it the other way around, the more survivors there are, the more effective this trick might be. I say that knowing that, like, fast forward to, like, part 90 of the series, and, like, Nanjo's gonna end up being, like, the most important character ever. He's gonna do something that's, like, the biggest fucking thing ever.
これだけ人数が減った状況下では大して有効ではないんだ。
But since our numbers have shrunk so much, it isn't effective at all. No, on the contrary, there'd be a chance of having your own neck strangled by using it. It would have been more advantageous to make it look like the culprit was outside, to intentionally leave a door unlocked to break a window.
もしこの失踪劇が今日の昼にでも起これば
If this disappearance drama had taken place midday today,
俺は自信満々にこの説を発表しただろうよ。
I'd be able to claim this theory with full confidence.
だがこの段階に至っては全然自信が持てないぜ。
However, at this stage, I'm not confident at all.
何なんだこいつは。
What's going on here?
一体何を意味してやがるんだ。
What in the world does it mean?
この密室はよ。
This closed room.
やはりその。
You don't think, Oh, I think I mentioned this a lot in the other series, the other game I'm currently playing a lot of, Master Detective Archives, Rain Code on the Switch. I think I've said it a lot in that game, but it's very trippy because that game, and a character specifically, especially, but the whole game is also very fascinated with closed room mysteries. It's like constantly brought up as like a thing in the game. And so it's very weird to be playing two games concurrently where it's just all these characters are just fascinated by like closed room like murder mysteries and everything. And it's just back and forth, just like closed room, closed doors, closed murders. It's just like, just my head's back and forth like, I can't escape it.
なんだい、南條先生。
What is it, Dr. Nanjo?
思いつきでもいいから言ってくれよ。
Even if it's just a thought, please say it. Nanjo looked like he was trying to swallow his words, even though he'd thought of something, so I urged him on. After Dr. Nanjo refused several times, saying that it was just a foolish idea, he finally said it out loud.
上様。
Well,
やはりこれは本当に
don't you think this might actually be
魔女の仕業ではないのかと。
the work of the witch?
バカバカしい。
Ridiculous.
魔女なんているわけがねえぜ。
There's no way witches exist.
魔女は私たちに訴えたいのです。
The witch is trying to make her case to us.
人間にはできないことをやってのけるからこそ、
Specifically because she's doing things that humans cannot do.
自分を魔女だと認めさせたいに違いないのです。
She must be trying to make us accept her as a witch.
私はこのゲストハウス全体の密室からの失踪は、そういう魔女からのメッセージだと感じています。
All of a sudden, Nanjo is, yeah. All of a sudden, Battler's looking at Nanjo like, what the fuck, man? To me, this disappearance from the closed room of the entire guest house feels like that kind of message from the witch.
考えてはならないのです。
It's something I must not think of.
意味なんてきっとないのです。
Surely it cannot mean anything.
私は恐ろしい。
Oh, I am frightened. As Dr. Nanjo shook with fear, it looked like he was trying to erase the fearsome thoughts that he kept imagining one after the other. Oh, all right. Let's leave them be. When we went down the stairs, Aunt Eva and Jessica were enraged, and were each persistent in their desire to leave this place and search for their respective families. It was a desire that naturally hits those who can no longer see their family. Aunt Eva told Dr. Nanjo and me to stay here, so I shook my head. But I shook my head and started walking.
もう引きこもりはたくさんだぜ。
I've been shut up inside for a long time already.
俺も外の空気を吸いたくなってきた。
I started wanting to breathe some outside air.
ああ、行くならさっさと行こうぜ。
Yeah, if we're going, let's go quickly.
もうこんなところに閉じこもってるのは真っ平さ。
There's no way I'm gonna keep myself shut up in a place like this anymore.
早く父さんや母さんやジョージ兄さんを探しに行こう。
Let's go and find Mom, Dad, and George Nissan right now. The blood had all risen to Jessica's head. I hope it doesn't set off her asthma.
残りたい人は勝手に残ってればいいわ。
It'd be so unfortunate if she suffered an asthma attack right now. If anyone wants to stay, go ahead and stay.
とにかく私たちは表を探してくるわ。
We'll be searching outside.
南條先生はどうする？
What about you, Dr. Nanjo?
一人で留守番してるかい？
I know, for real. It's like such a weird... that is such a good point. It's the three of like these very stubborn like individuals for slightly different reasons. And then you have Nanjo, who's just... Again, I'm sorry, Nanjo Heads out there. He's just a very passive dude. He's just a very... He's just... Honestly, he might be a character just so that they can have a doctor, as a part of the cast. So that he can walk up to someone and be like, yeah, they're dead. Mm-hmm. Yep. This person's certainly dead. Mm-hmm. What about you, Dr. Nanjo? Will you watch the place by yourself? No.
私もご一緒させてください。
Allow me to join you. Rather than holding up alone in a guest house whose security was by no means guaranteed, it'd be better to enter a danger zone as a group of 4 people. Aunt Eva had a gun. Moving separately from her was almost like asking to be made into the next victim. In this way, the 4 of us decided to leave the guest house. Even though it should have been safe to barricade ourselves here, we lost 8 people after doing so. It was almost as though this was a holding cell from which the sacrifices could be killed one after another. We removed the chain, unlocked the front door, and opened it. It was already pitch black. While there were some lights outside that dimly lit the pathway, they didn't have enough power to pierce the darkness that some suspicious person might be hiding in.
行くわよ。
I'm going.
遅れても知らないんだからね。
If you fall behind, you're on your own, okay? She's like, if you trip and fall, you're fucked. Still holding her gun, Aunt Eva dashed out without an umbrella. She is so cutthroat. I love her. I love her, but I hate her. Jessica followed after her. I mean, at least she knows the stakes. She knows the moment she leaves this place, she's in danger. So, like, she understands. After glancing at each other, Dr. Nanjo and I chased after them. I mean, let's be real. What's the joke that's always made, like, to out survive, like, if you're being chased by, like, a bear or something, you don't have to be faster than the bear. You just have to be faster than the slowest person that's also being chased by the bear. And again, this is just the shitting on Dr. Nanjo hour. But, like, I don't think an elderly Dr. Nanjo is going to be able to outrun anyone else. So it's great that they actually brought him with them. If you know, I don't think, what I'm trying to say is I don't think Eva's above, like, tripping Nanjo if she actually had to. If she knew it was going to save her, she would stick her leg out so fast. She has no ties to Nanjo. Let's be real. What in the world is happening in this mansion on this island? I've just been shut in the guest house with the rest of the cousins since yesterday, so I didn't know anything about what's going on outside. Just what is happening that I don't know about. Outside this room, in the mansion, on this island, everything is happening, everything is proceeding, and everything is ending without my knowing it. Somewhere in my heart, I've already started giving up. Most likely, not one of us will see tomorrow morning. When the sequels cry, nobody will be left alive. Good. Good. Oh, those seagulls are gonna cry. Dad. Mom. Who would do something like this? Jessica's woeful voice echoed throughout the rose garden. Perhaps it was the intuition of a person who lived on this island. After checking the part of the rose garden where Aunt Rosa and Marie had fallen and seeing nothing, Jessica went to look in the arbor next. Normally, the arbor was probably a wonderful location to enjoy tea peacefully while appreciating the roses on a good sunny day. Maybe even Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsui had days when they relaxed and enjoyed their tea together here. In that arbor lay their corpses. At least they aren't drenched in the rain like Aunt Rosa and Maria had been. Oh, let's take a look. Oh. Her corpse was found in the rose garden arbor. Cause of her death is assumed to be strangling with a rope-like object. A stake-shaped weapon was sticking out of her calf. Why do I even have to follow the epitaph in the first place? Is this some kind of game? His corpse was found in the rose garden arbor. Cause of his death is assumed to be strangling with a rope-like object. A stake-shaped weapon was sticking out of his thigh. If only there wasn't that stupid epitaph, I wouldn't have needed a stake. What a pain. What a pain. What a pain. Rip Natsui and her smoking bod. Oh god. At least they aren't drenched in the rain like Aunt Rosa and Maria had been. But there was no way I could say that out loud to Jessica at the moment. Rip to a real one. Rip to a real one. I'd already made the joke before, but no, I didn't like a title, but the no, don't die, you're too sexy to die, or something like that. What do you think, Dr. Nanjo?
考察ですな。
Strangulation. See, this is what Nanjo does. Strangulation, I believe.
ほら、ご覧なさい。
Come, take a look at this.
首にくっきりと何か細いもので締めた跡が残っている。
On their necks, there are distinct markings that something thin was used to strangle them.
だな。
Right.
まさかこっちが主たる死因のわけはねえだろうよ。
I doubt those things were the primary cause for their deaths. Right there lay two stake-like weapons decorated with an occult design, which had been found driven into Uncle Krause's thigh area and near Aunt Natsui's calf. When we found those sticking out of the parents' forehead and chest, we decided to preserve the crime scene and leave them for the police. But Jessica didn't care about such matters and immediately pulled the stakes out of her parents' forsaken bodies. She said, "Fuck the crime scenes."
頭、胸、腹、膝、足の5つをえぐられた死体が出たわけね。
By now, bodies gouged in the head, chest, stomach, knee, and leg have been found. Damn it, damn it, damn it!
犯人め、殺してやる。殺してやる。
I'll kill that murderer, I'll kill him! Scream.
第8の番まではこれで終わったわ。
With this, the 8th twilight has been completed.
続くは第9の番なの。
Is this going to continue on to the 9th twilight?
魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。
The witch shall be revived and none shall be left alive.
上等だぜ。
Bring it on.
魔女が蘇るってことは、
If the witch revives,
犯人が堂々と姿を現してくれるってことなんだろう。
that means Culprit is going to make his grand appearance, right? Come on, Jessica, of all people, you should know that it doesn't have to be a him or a his or a he. Come on. It's a little girl murderer.
何が
A
誰も
bunny
生き残
girl
れ
murderer,
ない
to be exact. Who's the actual murderer in this case? I feel like this is something that's been discussed before. The one who would pull the weapon, or the one who's directing the person holding the weapon to kill the person? I don't know. They're both murderers. They're a bunny girl and a little girl. A little Eva. Whatever. No one's gonna be left alive. Bullshit.
私が殺してやる。
I'll kill him.
父さんと母さんを殺した犯人をこの手で絶対に殺してやる。
I'll definitely kill the culprit who killed Dad and Mom with my own hands. Jessica let her emotions flow out as she howled furiously. To avoid being crushed by grief, she could do nothing but resist it with anger.
まだジョージが見つかってないわ。
We still haven't found George.
ジェシカちゃんたちはここにいたければいるといい。
Jessica, you children had better stay here.
私は屋敷へ行くわ。
I'll go into the mansion.
エヴァさん、バラバラに行動してはいけない。
Eva-san, we mustn't split up.
みんなで一緒に行動しなくては危険です。
It's dangerous if we do not all stick together.
兄さんたちはもうどうしようもないわ。
There's nothing we can do for Nissan or his wife.
でもジョージはまだどこかで生きているかもしれない。
But George may be still alive somewhere.
ここで時間を潰してる暇はないのよ。
I have no time to waste here. As Aunt Eva screamed this, Jessica glared at her. Eva had no more time to bother about the dead. She was more concerned for the safety of her only son, who had yet to be seen.
ジェシカちゃんはここでお父さんとお母さんのそばにいるといい。
Jessica-chan, you should stay by your father and mother's side.
私はちょっと屋敷に行ってくるわ。
I'll make a short trip to the mansion.
バトラ君も南條先生もここにいてくれていい。
Badler-kun and Dr. Nanjo, you two can stay here as well. After arbitrarily saying this, Aunt Eva rushed out of the arbor. I called out to stop her, but there was no way she would listen. However, being alone in this situation meant nothing short of death. If we silently watched her leave, it would be the same as letting her die. Since Aunt Eva was unwilling to stop, we had no choice but to follow her. And while it may be cruel to say so, Uncle Krause and Aunt Natsui were already dead, so there was nothing more we could do for them. In the end, we had no choice but to console Jessica and head for the mansion together. Fortunately, Jessica stood up. Perhaps she had been able to break free from her grief, but what had surfaced in its place was an expression like a demon's.
私がこの手でぶっ殺して
I'll kill
必ず敵を取ってやる
I'll kill that person with my own hands. I'll definitely avenge them.
行こうぜバトラー
Let's go, Battler.
犯人を見つけたら邪魔をするなよ
If we find the culprit, don't get in my way.
私が絶対に殺す
I'm definitely gonna kill them. I mean, maybe this is just recency bias, but like, I remember in the previous episodes, the people that were end up being left over, that didn't get sacrificed, were just like grief-stricken and very like, I don't know what to do with myself anymore. But like, maybe this is gonna be Eva Beatrice's undoing here, but all the people she's leaving are like, honestly, the strong-headed, like, wants revenge type of people. I mean, again, not counting Nanjo, but everyone but Nanjo is like, I've got a gun and I'm going for revenge. Even if we count Beatrice still, like blonde Beatrice, Beato, she's like, I think she's gonna want revenge too. So we have Beato, Jessica, Eva, adult, Battler, and then Nanjo. Most of those people are gonna be like, all right, if somehow they confront Eva Beatrice, I mean, I don't know what they exactly would plan on actually accomplishing, but at least they would try.
俺も親父たちの仇があるんだ
I just feel like, again, unless I'm just misremembering, I feel like in episodes 1 and 2, it was like the people that were left were just sad. They were just like, oh, fuck, I'm very sad and immobilized by grief. And here it's just like, they're sad, of course, but they're also like, I want revenge now. I've got my own parents to avenge.
悪いが早いもん勝ちだぜ
Sorry, but this is first come, first serve.
そうだな
Yeah, that's right.
ぶっ殺してやろうぜ
Let's kill them. Let's see, mostly Nanjo lost was one old friend. Yeah, maybe, but like he doesn't seem like he's ready to like go on the offensive. And maybe that's just an age thing. Like maybe as you get older, your lust for revenge in any situation is just weakened. I mean, I'll come back in like 30 years. I'll do a special like 30-year anniversary of this stream. And I'll come back and I'll be much older. And I'll let you know if I still feel revenge for all the bad things that have happened to me in my life. Or I'll confirm if as I've gotten older, I'm like, I've let that go. I don't have that fire in me. 30-year anniversary of the Umineko streams. Could you fucking imagine? Oh, God. At my words. Jessica finally seemed to feel like we sympathized with her emotions. She still had that dark expression, but I felt that Jessica had regained some of her sanity. We took off, chasing after Aunt Eva. Through the rose garden, up the stone steps, running at full speed towards the mansion, whose large, intimidating shadow flashed in the lightning. With this, the murders of the Eptap had reached the 8th twilight. And then, on the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive. None shall be left alive. I will most likely lose my life, but at the very least, I want to burn the truth into my eyes. That's the only thing motivating me to move right now. We are able to meet up with Aunt Eva, who was already having trouble with the lock on the front door. Who was having trouble with the lock to the front door. That would be crazy. I can't tell if you're saying that as it seemed that all the blood had risen to Aunt Eva's head. That was probably making her fingers clumsy. It looked like she couldn't even handle the simple task of inserting the key into the lock. Then there was a faint sound. The sound of the door unlocking, just as though it had waited for all the survivors to unite before opening. It felt to me as though the malicious mansion was trying to swallow up all the remaining humans at once. Perhaps the stench that erupted outwards the instant the door opened couldn't be described as just a smell. It wasn't just the charred smell from grandfather. I think it also may have contained the regrets of the servants and Dad's group. All of the dead. What did it mean as it floated out, overwhelming us? Was it the cry of the dead telling us not to enter? However, Aunt Eva didn't even flinch at something like that. And we who had to chase after her were forced to step into the mansion even after receiving that message.
Georgie?
George?
Georgie?
George!
聞こえたら返事をしなさい
If you can hear me, answer!
Georgie!
George! And Eva shouted at the top of her lungs. Considering the situation, it's probably far too optimistic to imagine that he's alive. When we started following Aunt Eva's example and calling out George's name in loud voices, Aunt Eva spotted something and stopped walking. She was standing in front of the door to the parlor.
これは
What is this?
南條先生ちょっと来てもらえるかしら
Dr. Nanjo, could you come here for a second?
何事ですかな
What is it? I'd heard about the eerie magic circles written on doors, like the one on the parlor, from the adults. Eerie is the only word to describe that thing, which was scribbled with a deep red paint, reminiscent of blood, so that it slowly dripped down. However, that had supposedly been there since this morning. Wondering why Aunt Eva, who had supposedly seen it already, would think it odd now, Jessica and I stared at the door.
確かにこんな数字が書かれていた記憶はありません
Certainly, I have no memory of numbers such as these being written here.
ええなかったわ
Right, they weren't.
不気味な魔法文字みたいなのは書かれていたけど数字は書かれていなかった
Eerie magical characters were written here, but not numbers. From what the two of them said, only the magic circle had been there this morning. However, right now, there are 8 digits written near the upper part of the magic circle. Numbers! Numbers are inherently spooky, yeah? 0, 7, 1, 5, 1, 1, 2, 9. Let me think. What could these mean? 0, 7, 1, 5, 1, 1, 2, 9. Some repeating. 8, 6, 7, 5, 3, 0, 9. Fuck. I feel like I should know something. 07151129. Fuck. I didn't know what it meant, but I didn't even want to imagine what someone had been thinking when they wrote it. It was drawn with the same paint as a magic circle, but it had clearly been written very recently. The way it had dried and the condition of the color was completely different from the magic circle part.
どうせ魔法的な意味があるんだろうぜ
I'm sure it just has some magical meaning.
深く考えたって意味なんかあるわけもないさ
No point wasting time thinking about it. Jessica intentionally spat those words out in an attempt to push aside the eerie feel it gave off.
魔法陣というものかもしれませんな
It could be a magic square.
ある種の数字遊びに魔除けが宿るという考え方です
The idea that a ward against magic can reside in a certain sort of number play.
どの列を足しても同じ数字になるみたいなものを
Get ready, we're gonna have some
皆さん
fun
も
with some
見聞き
math.
したことがおありでしょう
Just gonna log into coolmath.com right now and have some fun with some numbers. Have some wacky number fun. I believe everyone has heard of the one where adding all the numbers in each row leads to the same sum.
あれは四角形の中に埋めた数字の話じゃなかった
Wasn't that a group of numbers buried in a rectangle?
これは横一列だもの
This is just a single row.
何の意味があるのかさっぱりだわ
I don't have a clue what it could mean.
多分ジェシカちゃんの言うのが正解よ
What Jessica-chan said is probably correct.
私たちが深く考えたところで意味なんか何もないわ
There isn't any point in us wasting time thinking about it. Even though she said that, she probably suspected that it actually meant something. And Eva was definitely writing that number down on an old receipt or something with a short ballpoint pen. Unless it had some obvious pattern, it'd probably be tough to memorize a code made up of an 8-digit number.
これ
Could
日にちとか
this be a date
な
or something?
日にち
A date?
何の話？
What are you talking about?
いや偶然だろうけどな
Well, it's probably a coincidence.
俺の誕生日
What, my birthday?
7月15日なんだ
Oh shit, it's July 15th. Oh,
0715が
that can't be a
7
coincidence.
月15日を示すのかなって思ったら
Once I thought that 0715 might refer to July 15th.
1129もほらその11月29日って読んだらちょうど語呂がいいかなって思ってよ
I figured that if 1129 stood for November 29, maybe that'd fit perfectly.
そして11月29日ってなんだよ。
Why would your birthday be written in a place like this? And what's up with November 29th?
俺が知りてえぜ
That's what I want to know.
まあそのたまたまの偶然だろうけどな
Still, it's probably just a coincidence.
そう考えたらなんだか不気味になっちまったぜ
When I thought about it, it started to feel a little creepy.
11月29日が誰かの誕生日だったりとかするのか
What if someone's birthday was November 29th?
うちの家族は違うぜ親父もキリエさんも演者も違う
That's not the birthday of anyone else in my family. Not Dad or Kairi-san or Ange.
もちろん俺のお袋もだ
Oh no, it's his birthday. Ah! And of course, it isn't my mom's either.
心当たりがありません
Nothing comes to mind.
金蔵さんの誕生日でもゲイジさんの誕生日でもないはずだ
I don't believe it's Kinzo-san's or Genji-san's birthday.
うちの家族も違うわよ。
The killer. Wendy Williams, the killer. It isn't from my family either.
ローザやマリアちゃんでもないわ。
And it isn't Rosa's or Maria Chen's.
うちの家族だって違うぜ。
It can't be anyone in my family.
カノン君も違うし、シャノンも違う。
And it isn't Cannon-kun's or Shannon's.
私、使用人の人の誕生日にはちゃんとプレゼント渡してるからみんな知ってるけど。
I always give the servants presents on their birthdays, so I know it for all of them.
11月29日に誕生日の人間なんて知らないぜ。
But I don't know anyone who was born on November 29th. Once we started imagining that the 8 digits weren't meaningless, but actually 2 dates written together, it really started to look that way. I know. Jessica humble bragging right there, where she was like, yeah, I get all the servants, I know their birthdays and I get them gifts. However, its true meaning may be something completely different, or there may be no meaning at all. Anyway, since we don't have any real clues, it's probably pointless to stand around here worrying about it. The inside of the parlor is much more important. This morning, behind each of the doors with a magic circle drawn on them had been the body of a victim. So, if something new had been added to this door, does that mean something new has been added inside the parlor? I mean, my only thing is they've hammered the date thing so often, so that might be a red herring, but assuming, the only thing we could maybe assume is that if Battler's confirming that that's one of his birthdays, if I had to go, okay, well, they're knocking out everyone else's birthday, who else would it be? It would have to be one of the witches that the main characters don't really know well. And if that's the case, then my first bet would want to be Beatrice. Either Beatrice, right? My initial thought was maybe blonde Beatrice, but then it's like, well, why would her birthday be written on that? But then you have to go back and it's like, well, why is Battler's birthday written on it in the first place? So then it would be like, so is that only just to throw them off more? Is it to confuse the players more? Is it supposed to be a red herring? And by players, I mean the characters in the story. Or the actual readers. Maybe it's supposed to throw that off more. Oh, it's tough. Oh, it's tough. Oh, it's tough. But that's as far as my brain goes. When Aniva tried to open it, she felt the resistance of the lock. I'm sure I'll get the answer in Answers Arc Episode 6. So can't wait to find that in 70 hours. I'll remember this moment. If Beato and Ian have the same birthday, astrology is real. It's meant to be. She immediately took out a master key and put it in the keyhole. Oh no, dead George and Shannon's gonna be here. As soon as she opened the door, Aunt Eva let out a high-pitched scream and ran inside. That alone was enough to tell us what had happened inside the room. Dr. Nanjo and I looked at each other, and I shook my head slightly as we entered the parlor.
George!
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 しっかりして
Hang in there!
ジョージ
George!
南條先生早く
Dr. Nanjo, quickly! George Aniki lay there, crumpled alongside Shan Chan's corpse. His chest was stained bright red, and judging by his still opened eyes, I'd hate to say it to Aunt Eva, but I couldn't pick up any signs of life. After moving to take George's pulse, Dr. Nanjo shook his head, wordlessly reporting that George was dead. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. His corpse was found in the mansion's parlor. The weapon used on him is assumed to be a gun or spear-shaped object. In exchange for a soul, the witch gave 8 numbers. If you say it, a small golden land will be opened. If you say it, a small golden land will be opened. Say it out loud. 07151129. Also, let me... I was curious if we were going to get like an updated, we might still, thing here. We might. Brushing him aside, Aunt Eva once again crouched beside George Aniki. Wow, brushing him aside? She's like, fuck you, Nanjo! And started crying at the top of her lungs. I'll give her a pass, she's grief-stricken. With Aniki's death, one thing was certain. The murders hadn't ended on the 8th twilight. The epitaph was being carried out in its complete form, including the 9th twilight, and none shall be left alive. I was really starting to lose track of things. It's me. For some reason, Aunt Eva's crazed cries actually made me cool down. Crestfallen and exhausted, I flopped onto the sofa and plunked my feet on top of the table. Maybe all these murders numbed my heart. Instead of just being frightened, I felt completely confused. Dad and Kairi-san are dead, and people have been killed off one by one, starting with the servants. And there's been a hell of a lot of them by now. I don't know where the first murder happened, but they might have been killed at a rate of about 1 person per hour by now. We believe that the boat will come for us around 9 o'clock tomorrow. There's still a full 12 hours until then. How many more sacrifices to the witch will there have to be for us to survive? With the 4 of us, if one goes each hour, we won't last any longer than 4 hours. Good math, battler. We don't even know if we'll last until midnight tonight. Yesterday, after lunch, we came into this parlor. Just as I started talking about serving some tea Aunt Rose had bought, we kids decided to take a walk. Maria was jumping around, wasn't she? Didn't Shan-chan bring us some cookies? She said Kumasawa-san had baked them or something. It would have been hilarious if she'd baked some mackerel into them, wouldn't it? That's right. I'll never hear Kumasawa-bachan's mackerel jokes again, will I? Oh, right. If only I remember stuff about Kumasawa-bachan, that wouldn't be fair to everyone else. Why did Dad and Kairi-san even go outside? It's not like going without food for a day would kill us. That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying, but no one wanted to listen. So why did Gluttony get a hold of them and make them go out for food? I'll bet that fearless dad of mine just started complaining about being hungry. Kairi-san, you were supposed to be the brakes for my reckless dad. Why didn't you stop him? And what about your daughter, Ange? She's still just 6 years old. Don't tell me you plan to leave her in my care. After all, it's doubtful now whether even I'll be able to leave this island alive. Stop! Why are you fighting at a time like this? Jessica-san, stop! Wait, is Jessica fighting Eva? It's been kind of noisy for a while. What the hell? The fuck is happening? By the time I looked up to see what it was, Jessica and Aunt Eva had suddenly started fighting each other. Okay. No, maybe I should say that Jessica was grabbing at Aunt Eva. Oh no. Aunt Eva killed Dad and the rest. There's no other explanation. How foolish. Why should I know anything about what happened to your parents? Who was on the first floor of the guest house? Aunt Eva. Dad and Mom were in the first floor lobby along with her. And who was left alive? Only Aunt Eva. Why? It's obviously because you're the culprit. Dude, Jessica has got nothing to lose, it feels like, at this point. She's just like, fuck it. You killed Mom and Dad, carried them outside, and then shamelessly locked the door. Trying to make it seem like it was the witch's doing. Then why do you think George disappeared? He never came down to the first floor. So, did he disappear from the second floor? And who was on the second floor? You people were, right? You knew, didn't you? You knew that George slipped out of the guest house. And you brazenly acted as if you didn't know anything. If you'd stopped George, he'd be... I said stop! Come on, Nanjo. Bring order. Jessica-san was in the cousin's room the whole time. And Eva-san was in the first floor lobby the whole time. Neither of you is responsible for anything. What we have here is simply the sadness of losing family members. The culprit is no one. Nowhere. It is all just the witch's fault. So stop hating each other, you two. This is taking all of Nanjo's energy. It better work. The witch's fault, huh? I wonder if that's a good way to cool down the situation right now. Yeah, I finally understand why 3 people evaporated from the guest house. When all the doors and windows were locked from the inside, this is what they were after. Making us think the culprit was inside and sparking this ugly, mutual hatred. Has to be the culprit's, the witch's goal. But if that's the case, how did the culprit lock it from the outside? When Dad's group was attacked, their master key was definitely stolen. But the doors and windows to the guest house were built so that you couldn't lock them from the outside, no matter how hard you tried. So that master key should have nothing to do with the guest house closed room. Jessica and Aunt Eva were turning their sadness at losing their blood relatives into anger at the person in front of them. Dr. Nanjo was trying to step between them. And I sat in the sofa, staring up at the ceiling, thinking about things that didn't even matter anymore with a worn-out expression. I just couldn't believe that this was the same parlor that had been so warm and pleasant midday yesterday, for just a short time before that typhoon hit. Oh! Oh my God. The sudden sound of a gunshot shook me out of my half-asleep trance. Smoke was rising out of the barrel of the gun Aunt Eva held. Jessica had fallen to the floor and was covering both her eyes. Aunt Eva and Dr. Nanjo were looking down at her in shock.
大丈夫ですかジェシカさん
Are you okay, Jessica-san?
ジェシカさん
Jessica-san! It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It wasn't my fault. This happened because you came at me even after I told you to stop.
おいおいどうしたってんだ何事なんだ
Hey, wait a sec. What's going on? Is this our first instance of, like, family member on family member killing? So, did Jessica grab at Aunt Eva, which turned into a scuffle? Did they start fighting over Aunt Eva's gun? Did some kind of impact cause the trigger to be pulled? I didn't know if the bullet had grazed her or if she'd been burned by the discharge. But either way, Jessica was covering both of her eyes, screaming it hurts, and rolling around on the floor. Maybe she's not dead? Did it not hit her? Don't worry, calm down.
大した怪我ではありませんぞ
Oh,
気を
fuck.
しっかり
Oh, we're fine. Everyone, false alarm. It is not a serious wound, so get a hold of yourself. My eyes hurt, it hurts. God, I immediately thought of the worst thing. I can't see. I can't see. Dr. Nanjo let Jessica borrow his shoulder, saying that he would tend to her in the servant room. The servant room in this mansion had a bed, and a first aid kit and was able to function as an infirmary. Damn it! You killed Mom and Dad? I'll kill you, I'll kill you! It wasn't me, it wasn't me.
ジェシカさん傷に触りますからそれ以上騒がないで
Jessica-san, you'll aggravate the wound, so don't move about.
さあ使用人室に行きましょう
Come, let us go to the servant room. Jessica continued to curse Aunt Eva as her parents' murderer. It seemed that Aunt Eva couldn't conceal her trembling at the fact that she'd pulled the trigger, even if it had been an accident. It wasn't my fault, it happened because that kid jumped at me. I didn't kill anyone. More importantly, who killed George? That's right. Who killed George? George. George. It isn't my fault. It isn't my fault.
待てよエヴァおばさん
Wait a sec, Aunt Eva.
一人になるな
Don't go off on your own. It's somewhat funny that like this whole series, every time like a character has been like equipped with a gun, we've always been making jokes about like, oh shit, we don't trust this person holding a gun, and then finally it's happened. It took a while, but it finally happened. I didn't know if it was because Aunt Eva couldn't bear her mistake, or if she'd given up control of her body to anger at the person who had killed her only son, or if it was both of those all mixed together. At any rate, she ran out into the corridor, yelling, fearful, and screaming. Did I not trust Natsui with the gun? Yeah, I honestly, I think it was every time someone had a gun, I think we didn't trust them. I don't think there was anyone with a gun, except maybe Kairi, just because I'm a Kairi head. I think everyone with a gun, I was like, I don't trust them with a gun. I mean, I think the joke we were making started with Natsui because we were immediately, because Natsui flew off the handle multiple times. She was like with the gun. I was also worried about Jessica's condition, but right then, I couldn't leave Aunt Eva alone. Why would she go off on her own in this mansion of all places? Is she suicidal? Dr. Nanjo took Jessica towards the servant room. Yeah, it's true. True. I chased after Aunt Eva, dashing into the depths of the mansion. Is Jessica blinded? After sitting Jessica on the servant room bed, Nanjo told her several times not to touch her eyes and examined the affected area. The barrel had probably been near her eyes. There was a possibility that the flames from the discharge had injured her corneas. Oh, it was painful to read. I'm one of those people that doesn't like eye things. Like, I'm not freaked out by eyes. Like, I don't have that thing. But just like injuries to the eyes is like a thing. Like, there's, okay, I'm gonna say a potentially somewhat gross eye, not just a somewhat gross eye story from like kids in my family. So if you don't want to hear it, cover your ears for like 10 seconds. But there's a story in my family where my 2 older sisters were playing a game like at the kitchen table where they were slipping a piece of paper in between the 2 ends of the table just to each other back and forth, but they were holding their heads like eye level to the table. And then one of them slid the piece of paper and it went into their eye and they got like a paper cut like in the eyeball. And like even me just like hearing that type of story is like fucking disgusts me out. I'm like, ah, every time that story is brought up in my family, I just want to like scream. I just want to be like, oh fuck. Did I watch or play the scene in Dead Space 2? I feel like I vaguely know what you're talking about, but I never played any Dead Space game. I'm too much of a baby, and I just never got around to playing those. But I vaguely remember reference to like some kind of eye thing in that. The barrel had probably been near her eyes. There was a possibility, yeah. So we read that. There was no threat to her life, but it would probably be necessary to take her to a doctor as soon as possible. Nanjo applied emergency first aid, covering the affected area with gauze and wrapping it with a bandage. As a result, Jessica completely lost her field of vision. Oh, please tell me her sprite is going to be updated with like an eye patch. Eye patch, Jessica. Is that okay? The wound may hurt or itch, but you mustn't scratch at it or rub it. When tomorrow comes, let us go to an ophthalmologist as soon as possible. That bitch. She was really trying to kill me. If the angle had been just a little bit off, I'd have been killed by now. I'll definitely turn her into the police. Eva-san would not do such a thing. That was an accident. You call that an accident? She killed Dad and Mom. There's no way any 19th person or witch exists on this island. She's behind everything. She was the only one on the first floor of the guest house. George-Nissan must have seen her kill Mom and Dad, and she killed him to keep him quiet. It's the same with Grandfather and the servants. I'm sure she snuck out of the family conference last night and killed all of them. If that is indeed the case, then we'll find out about it as soon as the police investigate. The police are incredible, and with their powers of discernment, there is nothing that cannot be understood. Alright, Nanjo here giving a little too much credit to police, but okay. I'll forgive him. He's acting as if the police who would investigate this are like all-powerful beings.
私たちは誰かを疑ったり恨んだりする必要などないのです。
There's no need for us to suspect or hate anyone.
すべて警察が解決してくれます。
The police will resolve everything.
だからジェシカさんは今は体を休め、目を楽にすることに専念するのです。
So for now, Jessica-san, you should devote yourself to resting your body and keeping your eyes safe.
あまり眉間にシワを寄せては目にはもちろん美容にもよくありませんぞ。
Of course, if you wrinkle your forehead too much, it will do nothing good for your eyes, not to mention your beauty. When Jessica's abuse of Eva had reached a crescendo, she actually had started glaring instinctively, and the pressure on her eyes had hurt her. Jessica herself realized that the more she talked, the more the wound would hurt. And regardless of whether she'd overcome her suspicions of Eva, she regained her composure for the time being. She killed them. Dad and Mom. And Shannon. Kaneko. Kaneko. She'd heard that Cannon had been killed in the chapel. Jessica still hadn't seen his face after he had died. Jessica was now less fearful about the fact she was blinded, and more frightened that the police would carry Cannon's body away while she still couldn't see, and that she would have to say her final farewell without being able to look at his face. Her anger at the culprit, and her sadness at the death of the person she'd liked. Those mixed emotions started her crying. But right now, tears were actually painful for her, so she wasn't even permitted to leisurely remember his face in bygone days. Jessica could do nothing but sit on the bed and let her head droop, withstanding the pain.
さて、今度はエヴァさんの方が心配です。
Well then, now I'm worried more about Eva-san.
気に病まれていなければいいのですが。
Hope she isn't too shaken by this. Realizing that Jessica had calmed down for the time being and letting out a sigh, he stuck his head out into the hallway to look for any sign of the others coming back. He's like, oh! Could you imagine Nanjo just peers his head and he goes, oh! Then, their eyes met. Nanjo, unable to understand who this person was bewildered for an instant.
視力を失った人間って反魔法力も対魔法抵抗力もゼロになるんですって。
He's like, oh, duende. I hear that people who have lost their power of sight have zero anti-magical power and magic resistant. Wait, have zero anti-magic power and magic resistance power.
つまり今のあんたはアイソレーテッドポーン。
In other words, you're an isolated pawn right now.
意味がわかるかしら。
Understand what that means?
なんですと？
What did you say? Nanjo had no way of understanding who the person in front of him was. That's what I'm saying, dude. Much less what she had just said.
南條先生、
Dr. Nanjo?
どうしたんです？
What's going on? Unable to see, Jessica had to rely on voices alone to make out the situation. God damn it, she can't even see. This sucks. This sucks for everyone involved. But since she heard Nanjo say something in an uneasy tone, she tightened up, thinking that something bad might have happened.
やめてくれ。
Stop, please!
殺さないでくれ。
Please don't kill me!
わしには病弱の孫がおる。
I have a sick grandchild!
ここでは死ねんのだ。
I mustn't die here!
頼む、見逃してくれ。
Please spare me!
南條先生、
Dr. Nanjo!
南條先生。
Dr. Nanjo! Jessica couldn't do anything except call out from the bed. Judging by the tone of his voice, Nanjo was in the corridor confronting someone. And he was scared. Okay, it's funny because I was also thinking about that. I was like, is that just like his panic story to like try to not get got? I've got a sick grandchild. Don't kill me. Please. I mean, it might be true. But it'd just be funny if that was like his go-to panic story. His life must have been threatened just a second ago. No, stop it! Eek.
第9の晩に魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。
On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. The witch pointed the end of her gold staff at Nanjo. Even though he didn't know what she was planning to do, Nanjo assumed that she must be trying to take his life.
Nanjo-sensei!
Dr. Nanjo!
Nanjo-sensei!
Dr. Nanjo!
そこに誰がいるんだよ!
Is someone there?
返事をしろよ!
Answer me! Stop it! Aye! Oh, bang! A sharp sound echoed. And just as sharply, the tip of the golden staff tapered and stretched, slicing into Nanjo's forehead. Jessica, who could only try to grasp what was happening with her ears, had no clue what was going on. But even so, she was able to realize that with that sound, Nanjo had died. His corpse was found in the hallway in front of the mansion's servant room. Weapon used on him is assumed to be a gun or spear-shaped object. Just a little longer and he'd probably have managed to return alive. However, in the very end, the witch did not permit that. And she could tell that the person was now in the corridor right in front of the servant room. Furthermore, since she couldn't see, she wouldn't be able to run away, much less resist. Knowing that she was a mouse in a trap and in a life or death situation, Jessica shuddered.
Jessica.
Oh, Jessica.
かわいそうにね。目を怪我しちゃったのね。
Too bad. Your eyes got injured.
なら、あなたは逃げることもできないわね。
Now you can't even escape. Giggle, giggle,
今か
giggle.
ら南條の死体でたっぷり遊ぶわ。
I'm gonna play a whole lot with Nanjo's corpse now.
それに飽きたら、次はあなたを殺してたっぷり遊んであげる。
When I get bored of that, I'll kill you next and play a bunch more.
いいえ、せっかく目が見えないんだもの。
No, wait. If I've got you here blind already,
殺してからだけじゃない。
I won't wait until you're dead.
殺す前にもたっぷり遊んであげるわね。
I'll have a lot of fun with you before I kill you too.
そこでしばらく震えながら待ってなさいね。
So wait there shaking for a while, okay?
南條の死体で私がどんな風に遊ぶのかをたっぷり想像しながら。
As you try to imagine all the ways I'm playing with Nanjo's corpse. Jessica was struck with fear and let out a frail scream. She wanted to scream in a much louder voice, trying to get someone to help her, but she couldn't. When faced with true fear, it clogs up a person's throat. Right then, Jessica could barely even breathe. Yeah, they got so fucked over. Help me! Help me! Eek. Eek. She searched around with her hands, trying to find some way to escape. But even though she could have known this room well, just being unable to see made it a closed room of darkness. She ran to a shelf or something, and things like candy jars and bottles fell down, hitting her on the head. As she was now, it would have been tough for her to even guard her head to block it. She was painfully aware of how powerless humans become just by losing their sense of sight. Of course, she had no time to be impressed by this fact. She crawled around at random, trying to escape from that place, but she kept bumping into things that she didn't understand, getting hit by various falling objects. And it felt like the entire room was alive, bullying her and refusing to let her escape. Then, a footstep could be heard from that presence in the hallway. And then, a voice. She probably poked her head into the room since Jessica had been so loud.
賑やかね。
You really are noisy.
レディーならおとなしくベッドに座って待っていなさい。
Act like a lady and wait there on the bed.
令嬢にふさわしい素敵な真っ赤な死に装束を与えてやるんだから。
Because I'll give you a wonderful blood red death outfit fitting for such an honored daughter.
あなたを見つけた人が失神してしまいそうになるくらいのね。
Something good enough to make the person who finds you faint, okay? Until just a second ago, she had sworn that she'd kill the culprit if she found them. However, she was now very powerless. She couldn't do anything except let out a scream, crawling around on the floor and bumping her head into the bed and the legs of the desk. Help me! Help me! Help! Someone help me! Dad, Mom, Battler! Someone come! Help me! Cannon-kun. Fortunately, I don't think you're getting any help, Jessica. In the corridors, the witch thought of how to toy with Nanjo's life. A single gold butterfly secretly watched that scene from the corner of the hallway. Oh. It was Beato, who had barely escaped with her life once before. The gold butterfly softly returned to human form. It was faint and transparent like a lace curtain. By now, her power was so weak that even maintaining this form was difficult for her. Right next to her, Renove also appeared. Oh shit! It is unlikely that Jessica will survive. Of course, there were to be no survivors from the very beginning.
あやつカノンに恋心を寄せてる。
She has grown feelings of love for Canon.
わらわはそれをもてあそんだこともある。
I have toyed with them at times.
しかしそれは魔女として恥ずべきことであった。
However, such behavior was shameful for a witch. Love is the single element. Romantic love is even more pure, more sacred. Though for some reason, you seem to despise it thoroughly, milady.
お師匠様は言った。
Teacher told me
魔法とは人を幸せにするためにあると。
magic exists to bring people happiness. Excuse me.
わらわもかつてはそれを知っていたはずだった。
That's something I myself must have been aware of in the past.
そしてそれを忘れた時から
Ever since I
我ら
forgot
は魔女ではなくなっていたのだ。
Ever since I forgot that, I stopped being a witch.
だからわらわはバトラの対戦相手の資格を失っていたのだ。
And so, I lost the right to be Battler's opponent. I can hardly believe it, milady. Do you actually intend to rescue Jessica? It'll be dangerous.
分かってる。
I know.
どうせ助けても黄金鏡の扉が開けば魔女の宴の慰み者よ。
Even if I do save her, she'll become a plaything of the witch's banquet when the door of the Golden Land opens.
しかしそれでもあやつの殺し方に比べれば数段慈悲深い。
But even so, that death would be far more compassionate than what the person would do to her. Than what that person would do to her.
魔女の宴は 恐るべき方法にて命を奪う。二度は奪わん。
Yeah, no, I'm kind of curious what she actually, I mean, she knows that her power is weak at this point. Also, I only just now noticed, as the story said, she's like slightly transparent. I noticed the window pane like thing through her head, and then I was like, oh yeah, you can see Renove's elbow through her. The witch's banquet steals lives in a terrible way. It does not do so more than once.
生死をもてあそば
It does not toy with life and death.
い。しかし、あやつは違う。
However, that person is different.
何度でも殺
She kills over and over.
す。面白半分で殺す。
She kills for fun.
そこにはわずかほどの慈悲もない。
There's not even a trace of compassion there.
わらわはすべてジェシカ。そのような残酷な運命
I don't want to at least save
救いた
Jessica.
いと思う。
I want to at least save Jessica from that kind of cruel fate.
確かにそれを行うことは良き魔女として称えられることでしょう。
Certainly, by carrying that out, you would probably be praised as a good witch.
しかし新しきベアトリーチェ様はすでにお嬢様のことを敵視なされています。
However, the new Beatrice-sama already views you as hostile, milady.
もう一度姿を見られることがあったなら今度は逃れる術はありませんよ。
If you were to be seen by her again, you would not have any method of escape this time, correct?
ジョージをシャノンに合わせたと
When I reunited George and Shannon,
き、わらわはようやく魔女とはどういうものなのか、
I finally understood what a witch is,
そして魔法とはどういうものなのか
and what magic
を理解
is.
したのだ。
Oh,
わ
cut
ら
her
わ
off.
は魔女だ。
I'm sorry, Beato. I am a witch.
魔女であらねばならぬ。
I must act as a witch.
そしてバトラーに対戦相手だと認める。今度こそバトラーに魔女だと認めさせなければならぬのだ。
And I must be acknowledged as Battler's opponent, and make Battler accept me as a witch this time around.
そのための道は長く険しいかもしれない。
The road to that goal may be long and difficult,
しかし今ここでその一歩を踏み出さねば、わらわは魔女を名乗れぬのだ。
However, if I do not take a step forward here now, I won't be able to call myself a witch.
お気持ちはわかりますがどうやってお救いになるつもりです？
I understand your feelings, but how do you plan to rescue her?
今のお嬢様の身に使える魔法は多くあります。
There are not many forms of magic that your body is capable of now, milady.
シャノンを蘇らせる時ですらジョージの力を借りたではありませんか。
Did you not have to borrow George's power even back when you revived Shannon? Indeed.
だからこそジェシカだけは救えるかもしれぬのだ。
And for that very reason, I may be able to save Jessica.
今あやつはカノンに助けを求めている。
Right now, she's begging for Cannon to save her.
その思いの力を借りればわらわの魔力にてもう一度冥府の扉を叩けるかもしれない。
If I can borrow the power of that emotion, my magic may be able to knock on the doors of the land of the dead once again.
叩けはするでしょ
You may be able to knock.
う。しかし魔力を使い切ります。
However, you would use up all of your magical energy.
新しきベアトリーチェ様にもし見つかったら本当に逃れる術はありませんよ。
If you were to be spotted by the new Beatrice-sama, you would truly be without a method of escape.
私はすでにお嬢様の執事ではありません。
I'm no longer your butler, milady.
いざという時お助けすることはできませんのでご了承。
Understand that I cannot assist you if the situation worsens.
承知しておる
I know.
わ。わらわはこれまで 数えることもできぬほどの命をもてあそび奪ってきた。
By now, I've toyed with and taken more lives than I can count.
ならばその罪、同じ数だけの命を救うことでしかあがないぬのかもしれん。
So, we may not be able to make up for it, except by saving the same number of lives, bringing them through that door.
もとよりわらわに失うものなどないわ。
I have had nothing to lose in the first place.
名も魔力も引き継ぎ、今や魔女とも認められぬただの黄金の蝶。
I'm just a gold butterfly who has passed its name and magic power on, and who is no longer acknowledged as a witch.
バトラ様はどうなさるのですか？
What about Battler-sama?
ゲームの途中です。
You were partway through a game with him.
彼はお嬢様がお戻りになるまで待つとおっしゃいました。
He has said that he would wait until you returned.
ここで果てるようなことがあっても良いのですか？
Are you truly satisfied to end it here?
お嬢様にはバトラ様の向かいの席に戻る義務があるのです。
You have a duty to return to the seat across from Battler-sama, milady.
だからこそだ。
For that very reason,
わらわにしか救えぬ命があるならば、わらわはそれを救う。
if there's a life that only I can save, I will save it.
そして魔女と認められるぞ。
And I will be accepted as a witch.
わらわは魔女にならねばならぬのだ。
I must become a witch.
これが試練であるならば、これまでの悪行に見合わぬ幼稚なものよ。
If this is training, it is a very childish thing. Nothing that compares with the evils I've committed before now.
さあ、
Va-
姿を消せ、ロノ。
Vanish, Renove.
かつて黄金の魔女と呼ばれた一匹の蝶が最後となるかもしれぬ魔法を見るがいい。
Watch what may be the final magic of a single butterfly who used to be called a witch.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
黄金の魔女の名に恥じぬ魔法、
Please show me magic.
拝見させてもらいます。
I will not disgrace the name of the Golden Witch.
願わくば、それが最後の魔法とならぬこと。
And I pray that is not your final spell.
行け。
Go, my
我
friend.
がもしインクが足りるなら、我が愚かなる生涯を記して同じ道を歩もうとする愚か者に手渡せ。
If you can find enough ink, write down the story of my foolish life and hand it over to some fool who's about to walk down the same path.
さらばだ。
So long, Renove. Oh, Beato. Oh, Beato. Kanekun,
どこにいるの？
where are you?
どこにいるの？
Where are you?
助けて、
Help me.
助けてよ。
Help me.
お嬢様、
Lady,
僕はいつだってお嬢様のすぐそばに控えております。
I am always there by your side.
カノン君、
Kanekun!
カノン君。
Kanekun! It seemed to Jessica as though she'd heard Ken's voice just then. She looked around with unseeing eyes, but of course, she saw nothing. On the contrary, that action caused her head to hit the desk again. Oh no. Kanekun. Kanekun.
助けて、
Help me.
助けて。
What if, like, Beatrice used, like, the rest of her remaining power and, like, sacrificed herself to not only bring back, Canon? Like, we already know Canon has, like, is apparently, like, a good fighter in some aspect. We've seen him go toe-to-toe with, like, one of the deadly sin sister things. What if, like, she brought him back and also boosted him? And then that's how, like, and then Canon and Eva Beato go at each other. What if this is, like, Eva Beato? Wait, you mean if, like, this is a prank? A trick? A jest? A joke? A boner?
はい、お嬢様。
Yes, milady.
僕がお助けします。
I will help you. I mean, that would be pretty fucked, but I thought the whole thing was that Beato was like, I'm gonna bring back Canon. Canon-kun! You survived! This time, she thought she heard his voice clearly. Jessica jumped up in surprise, banging her head against the desk once again.
お嬢様。どうか心を落ち着けてお聞きください。
Milady, please, calm your heart and listen.
残念ながら僕は生きてはいません。
Unfortunately, I'm not alive. Huh?
僕はすでに死んでしまっています。
I have already died.
ですが、あの魔女がお嬢様の危機を僕に知らせに来ました。
However, that witch came to me to tell me of your peril.
そしてわずかの間だけお嬢様に手助けできる時間をくれました。
And she gave me just a little bit of time so that I could save you, milady.
どうか心をもっと落ち着けて。
Please, calm your heart even more.
そうすればお嬢様にも僕の姿が見えるようになります。
If you do, my form will become visible even to you, milady. Jessica obeyed those words. She chased all idle thoughts from her head and relaxed her breathing. Of course, her heart felt like it was going to explode after hearing the voice of the one she'd liked and had thought was dead. She resisted the excitement with all her strength. When she did, she felt as though Canon-kun really was right in front of her. Even though she shouldn't have been able to see him with her eyes, she was able to sense him clearly.
僕が見えますか？
Can you see me,
お嬢様。
milady? Yeah.
見えるぜ。確かにカノン君が見えるよ。
I can see. I can definitely see you, Canon-kun.
僕は魂だけの存在です。
I exist only as a soul. I exist only as a soul now.
だからお嬢様に触れることはできません。
So I cannot touch you, milady.
こうして言葉をかけることしかできない。
I cannot do anything except talk to you like this.
それだけしかできないか弱い存在ですが、それでもお嬢様の力になれるはずです。
With my current weak existence, I can do nothing more than that. But I should be able to be of some aid to you, milady. Is he gonna be your eyes? Is he gonna be like, go this way? Here's the window. Get out. So, we can only talk?
カノン君に触ることはできないの？
I can't touch you, Canon-kun?
僕は今ろうそくの煙よりも儚い存在です。
I am now more fragile than smoke from a candle.
聖者であるお嬢様に触れられればたちまち書き消えてしまうほどに。
So much so that if one of the living, such as you, were to touch me, I'd be wiped away instantly.
だからどうか触れようとしないでください。
So please, don't try to touch me.
僕もお嬢様に触れたい気持ちを抑えているのですから。
Because I am also holding back my desire to touch you, lady. Oh, it's so romantic. Okay.
それよりお嬢様、
More importantly, milady,
よく聞いてください。
please listen well.
新しい黄金の魔女は残酷な心の持ち主です。
The new golden witch has a cruel heart.
必ずや お嬢様をひどい目に遭わせようとするでしょう。
She surely plans to make you meet with a horrible fate.
この部屋から逃げ出し隠れなければなりません。
You must escape from this room and hide.
どうやって
How?
私は目が見えない。
I can't see anything.
静かに
Quiet.
僕がお嬢様の目になります。
That's exactly what I said. Open your eyes, milady.
僕がかける言葉に従って動いてください。
Please move in accordance with my instructions.
まずそのまま3歩這い出てそれから立ち上がってください。
First, please crawl 3 steps from there, then stand up.
今お嬢様がいるのは机の下です。
You're now under the desk, milady.
そのまま立てば頭をぶつけます。
If you stand there, you'll hit your head.
机の下だったのか。
That was under the desk?
わかったよ。1、2、3。
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
立つぜ。
I'm gonna stand.
お上手です。
Well done.
次は時計で言う9時の方向を向いてください。
Next, please turn your face towards 9 o'clock.
はい、お上手です。
Yes, well done. Huh.
なんだか恥ずかしいぜ。
This is pretty embarrassing. Ow.
大丈夫ですか？傷が痛みますか？
Does your wound hurt?
いや、
Are you okay?
平気だぜ。
No, I'm fine.
次は
What next? Jessica thought that if this was a dream, she didn't want to wake up. And, if she were allowed to, she would have wanted to take off the bandage covering her eyes and see him. However, if she did that, Kenna might vanish like frail candle smoke, just like he himself had said. She was afraid of that. So she satisfied herself with just listening to his words once more, repressing her desire to see him, to hold him. Therefore, what hurt her eyes now were tears of gratitude. Tears of gratitude for the god, or maybe the witch, who had given her this miraculous moment.
大丈夫なの？
Is this okay?
こんなに喋ってあいつに気づかれない？
If we keep talking like this, won't we be noticed by her?
声を聞かれない？
Won't our voices be heard?
隠密の結界を張っています。
I've erected a secrecy barrier. I don't know why the term secrecy barrier makes me laugh so much. I construct secrecy barriers all the time. I'll let you know.
大きな音や声を出さなければ誰も気
I'm
づ
a
きませ
master
ん。
of them. As long as we don't make any loud sounds or speak noisily, no one will notice us.
だから誰も僕の気配には気づけない。
That's why people can't tell when I'm around.
なんだかわからないけど、
Okay.
とにかく静かにしてれば大丈夫ってことなんだな。
I don't really get it. But anyway, we'll be fine as long as we stay quiet, right?
次はどうするんだ？
What should I do next?
そのままゆっくり10歩ほどを歩いてください。
Please walk 10 steps in that direction.
ソファーに触ります。
You will touch the sofa.
それに沿って進んでください。
Please continue along that.
ゆっくりと
Do it slowly.
落ち着いて
Stay calm.
僕の言葉を信じて。
Believe in my words. Sure.
不思議だぜ。
It's weird.
目が見えないってのはあんなにも怖いものだったのに、カノン君と一緒だと全然怖くないよ。
Even though it's so scary not being able to see, I'm not scared at all if you're with me, Kanon-kun.
そう、それがソファーです。
Yes, that is a sofa.
左になぞりながらゆっくり進んで、
Trace it to the left while advancing slowly.
すぐ左にテーブルがあります。
There's a table just to your left.
すねをぶつけないように気をつけて。
Be careful not to bump into it with your shins. I still don't know what the ultimate play is here. Like, where is he guiding her? Where is he gonna be able to take her that's gonna completely get her safe? Like, I just don't... I've got a bad feeling. I'm starting to think maybe there is some shenanigans happening. I would be so fucking pissed. It was a very, very strange and bizarre team effort. Even though she would have been killed in an instant if the terrible witch noticed her. There was no fear in Jessica's heart. She was being protected and guided by Canon, someone she thought she'd never be reunited with. It would probably be just a momentary miracle. Even so, Jessica was deeply grateful for it. If she hoped for too much, she was sure that he would disappear. She tried not to ruin this faint miracle. Yeah, but I mean, that's like... But that's under the assumption that... I'm saying, like... Unless I misunderstood it, Beatrice was like, well, Jessica's gonna either die in the Golden Land type situation or die to Eva Beatrice being terrible to her over and over again. But I mean, like, in this instance, Canon is guiding her somewhere. I don't exactly know where he thinks he's being able to take her, but no matter where he brings her, I don't think that ultimately gets her out of the line of, like, I feel like Eva Beatrice is just gonna be able to find her within an instant. Like, the moment she's like turns her attention away from torturing Nanjo, it's gonna be like, all right, now where did that Jessica go? Probably couldn't have gotten too far. You're gonna see the ghost of Canon like trying to guide her out in the forest if she like jumps out the window or something. Jessica's arms just like sticking out, trying to feel for trees or something, and then it's just ghostly Canon being like, 5 steps to the right. It's like, oh well. And trying to engrave this moment into her heart for all eternity, she slowly continued to walk, obeying Canon's voice. Okay, if you walk 10 more steps, you will exit the servant room. Then, please turn to face 9 o'clock and keep walking very slowly. Put your hand on the wall to your right and keep on following that. I will take you to a safe room. If I go there, will you leave, Canon-kun? Canon didn't answer, but his lack of an answer was enough to tell her the truth. Then, no way. I don't want to go. If you stay here, you'll be killed by the witch. I don't mind. If I'm killed, I can go to the world where you are, Canon-kun. Lady, please listen to me. The human world is too bright and painful for the dead like me. So I cannot stay for long. So, milady, please allow me to use what time I am allowed to guide you to a safe place. Because after that, I'll stay with you until my time runs out. Is that the very best you can manage, Canon-kun? Yes. In exchange, I'll stay by your side as long as possible. I will stay with you and talk with you, milady. Talk about what? What do you want to talk about?
カノン君が聞かせてくれるならどんな話でもいいよ。
I don't care what, as long as you're willing to tell me, Kanekun.
では
Well then.
勇気のない臆病な使用人の少年の話を。
I'll tell you the story of a cowardly servant boy who lacked all courage.
太陽のように眩しいお嬢様に恋心を抱き
Ugh.
同じ気持ちを打ち明けられながらも
The story of a foolish and pitiful boy who fell in love with a young lady as radiant as the sun, even when the lady confessed those same feelings to him.
臆病さに負けついに生あるうちに自分に素直になれなかっ
He lost to
た
his
愚かで哀れな少年の話を。
he lost to his cowardice and was never able to be honest with his feelings while he still lived. Yeah, I wonder if that it's based on any truth. Yes.
なら私もしたいよ。
I want to tell you a story too.
大好きな男の子にね。もっともっと大好きだよって。
It's the story of a cowardly girl who couldn't muster the courage
勇気を振り絞れなかった臆病な女の子の話を。
to tell the boy she loved how she felt much, much more often.
そしてその男の子に再会できる奇跡を神様がくださって。
The story of how that girl, after being reunited with that boy by a miracle from God,
その勇気を振り絞る機会をもう一度与えてもらった女の子が
used that chance to finally muster up her
勇
courage.
気を振り絞る話を。
Cut her off a little bit. My bad. Use that chance to finally muster up her courage.
僕もその話を聞きたいです。
I also want to hear that.
だからそのためにも行きましょう。
So, for that reason as well, let us go
安全な場所まで。
to a safe place. Yeah.
カノン君と一緒ならいつまでだってどこまでだって歩くよ。
If I could be with you, Kanekun, I would walk however far, however long it took. I would walk 500 miles. I would walk 500 more.
もう目なんていらない。
I don't need eyes anymore.
カノン君が踏み出せと言うなら崖の先へだって一歩を踏み出すよ。
If you tell me to step forward, I'll take that step, even if it leads off a cliff.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
さあお嬢様
Come, milady.
参りますよ。
Let us go.
最初の10歩
The first 10 steps.
嫌だ。
No, I don't like it.
ジェシカって呼んでくれない。
Thank you for doing that for me.
やだ。
I won't do it unless you call me Jessica.
わかりました。
Understood.
ではジェシカ
Well then, Jessica,
最初の10歩踏み出して。
take the first 10 steps. Yes,
カノン君。
Kanekun. I mean, did I misunderstand? How, where is the torturing of Nanjo happening in comparison to this? I know it's a visual novel, so where the spatial translation from into text is hard to sometimes wrap our heads around. But like, I thought fucking Eva Beatrice was right outside this door, like torturing Nanjo, and of course you would see them like escaping if they went out that door. Very quietly, Jessica and Ken slowly snuck out of the servant room. Oh, there they are. Just around the corner, the witch could be seen cruelly looking down at Nanjo's corpse. But she didn't even notice their presence. However, Renove, who stood at the ready by her side, met Cannon's eyes. Cannon thought, oh no, grimacing and blocking Jessica with his back. Oh no. However, Renove did not inform his master. He played dumb, just as though he hadn't spawned Cannon in the first place. No, maybe he did appear to chuckle. From a finger on Renove's hands, which were joined behind his back, a single small gold butterfly appeared, flying in front of Cannon as though guiding him. It went unnoticed by the master he served. Cannon was surprised at the magic that butterfly held, because it was far more powerful than the secrecy barrier Cannon possessed. He may not have known it, but that power of his had originally been Renove's. Cannon's ability was an imitation of that which Kinzo had made and given to him. Okay. As that butterfly's secrecy magic scattered gold scales, it grew smaller bit by bit. Probably wouldn't last long, but without a doubt, even that would buy them enough time to get them far away from the cruel witch. Okay, milady. Let's follow that wall and keep walking. She's gonna stop him again and be like, call me Jessica! Keep going. Keep going. Yeah. If I can be with you, Cannon-kun, I'll keep on going. On and on. Led and protected by the small golden butterfly, the pair separated by the wall of life and death slowly walked away towards the end of the corridor. There was no way that the evil witch could have had magic notice their flight. Until they disappeared at the other end of the corridor, the witch didn't realize that Jessica had vanished. By the time the gold butterfly Renove had sent evaporated completely, Jessica had reached the parlor. Even though it would have been a quick trip if she'd been able to see, as she was now, it had been a very long adventure. Come, milady. We've reached the parlor. I will now take you to the bundle of curtains by the window. If you hide in there, you'll surely be safe. Inside the curtains? Not bad. I used to hide in there a lot long ago. Beatrice-sama. Huh? Ken called out the witch's name. Jessica looked around surprised, but she obviously couldn't spot the witch when she couldn't see. Huh? Beato had appeared once again with a faint form. Ken had squared off against the figure of the evil witch, but Beato's expression was soft, or even pitying. I don't know what sort of... my bad. I don't know what sort of whim led you to revive me, nor do I understand what you're thinking now. Oh, it was nothing more than a whim. No, this is how watches? No, this is how witches should be. Took me 1,000 years to realize that. That is how foolish it is. Who is it? Who's there? Milady, be quiet. She's the witch, Beatrice. I owe her. I owe her. Because she let me be with you one more time. The witch? Beatrice? Forget about me. More importantly, she quickly hid that girl in the shadows of the curtains. You probably do not have much time left. You may spend it having a final conversation with Jessica.
そなたらもなかなか味な真似をする。
A secret meeting inside a bunch of curtains? How clever you two are.
ありがとうベアトリーチェ。
Thank you, Beatrice.
カノン君に会わせてくれてありがとう。
Thank you for letting me be with Canon-kun. Jessica didn't know where Beato was, so she said that while facing in the wrong direction. Great. Perhaps because she found that funny, Beato snickered.
あとは愛し合う二人にこの部屋を譲る。
I'll now leave this room to the pair of lovers.
邪悪なる魔女に恋話は不要でな。
Evil witches have no need for tales of love.
退出させてもらおう。
Allow me to depart.
ベアトリーチェ様、
Beatrice-sama,
ありがとうございます。
thank you very much.
礼などいらぬ。
There's no need to thank me.
こんなのでは償いきれぬほど悪行を重ねておることはそなたがよく知っておろうに。
You know that something like this cannot compensate for all the evil I've done.
良き魔女には感謝を選別とします。
I offer my gratitude to this good witch as a parting gift.
今までがどうであったか、そしてこれからがどうであるかは知らない。
I don't know what has happened before or what will happen later.
しかし今この瞬間、
However, at this very moment,
あなたは間違いなく良き魔女だ。
you are without a doubt a good witch.
おべっかが過ぎるぞカグメが。
You flatter me, furniture.
次に会うときは期待を裏切らぬ悪しき魔女であるかもしれぬぞ。
The next time we meet, I may be an evil witch who doesn't betray your expectations.
それではさらば。
And with that, farewell. Beato left the parlor and closed the door, and, mustering the last of her remaining magical power, she sealed that door. The fact that those two had escaped into here would eventually be noticed, and now that the ninth twilight had been reached, no matter how much they struggled, their inescapable fate had already been decided. However, until that final moment, they should be given the chance to speak with each other of their love. Zap, zap, zap. The witch poured out all of her magic power to protect their time together, so that no one would be able to defile their time alone until the last possible moment. At that time, Beato noticed something. Her body had been detected by a magical searching technique. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! The evil witch's furniture had sniffed this place out.
無粋なるは魔
Uh-oh.
女のゆえんか。
Panic! So, boorishness is the witch's way of doing things after all.
若き二人に恋を語らせる気もなしとは。
To think that she doesn't even intend to let those two young ones speak together of their love.
45データ受領。
45. Data received.
標的称号仙台ビアトリーチェ卿と確認。
Checking target. Confirmed as a predecessor, Lady Beatrice.
百魔防御壁を解析。
Analyzing parlor defensive wall.
仮想防御壁72層構成防壁および魔法反応走行。
72 layered, multi-layered defensive wall, attack-proof barrier, and anti-magic armor.
100万への狙撃は不可能。
Sniping into the parlor will be impossible.
410へデータリンク。
Data link to 410.
410データ受領。にひ。
410. Data received. Nihi.
じゃあ仙台様を先に殺しちゃえばいいだけの話だに。
I kinda hate this song. It's good. Then we've just gotta kill predecessor Sama first, yeah?
大ベアトリーチェ卿攻撃許可を。
Great Lady Beatrice, your firing permission, please.
撃ってちょうだい。
Go ahead and shoot.
ああ急所は外してね。
Oh, and avoid her vital areas.
ババアに聞きたいことがあるの。
There's something I want to ask that old hag.
410射撃。
410, firing.
にひ。
Nihi. The Chester sisters' gold bow released a gold snake. It crawled down the corridor starting from the front of the servant room, aiming for the parlor as it drew a soft snake-like curved line trajectory. and pierced Beato's chest. Gold butterflies gathered, and the cruel witch appeared along with her furniture.
先代様
Predecessor Sama,
二度もの妨害もはや許されませんぞ
no further obstructions will be permitted. I didn't think they would be. Still, the Chester sisters really have gotten rusty. To think that they failed to bring me down. And twice at that. Renove spoke in a manner befitting the witch's butler. As she pushed her pain aside, Beato grinned and spoke back. My apologies, Predecessor Sama. We were ordered to avoid vital areas. As soon as we get the order, we can pierce you at any time. We can pierce a hole in your ears, a hole in your belly button, any hole you like. What a bizarre thing to say. Nihi. The gold. Whoa. The gold. What? The fucking. This thing just. Whatever. The gold snake. Why would this be over this thing? The name, but the name is still. Whatever. I'm not gonna try to make sense of it. The gold snake that had pierced Beatrice grew even longer, drawing a funnel-shaped helix and awaiting its next order. It was prepared to pierce a vital spot as soon as the... What the fuck is... Why is the other text box back here? What is happening? It was prepared to pierce a vital spot as soon as the evil witch told it to. It was like they got lazy and didn't, like, clear the last box. For what reason would someone like you, who is no less brutal than I, make them avoid my vital areas? New Beatrice? I wanted to ask you something. I don't know what kind of trick you used to escape, but we thought we took you out, right? Why is it that even though you could have escaped by hiding, you took the risk of appearing again? It can't be that you came back just to protect those two young people, right? Well, who knows? And just a second ago, why'd you do something as soft as reviving the lovers and reuniting them? The more I hear about you, the more I learn that I don't even reach up to your feet as an incarnation of evil. If you're like that, why'd you suddenly start acting so mildly? That's what I wanted to ask. Cackle, cackle. I am brutal, therefore I am fickle. What purpose could questioning that possibly serve? Chester sisters, sower. When she ordered that, the gold snake that was curled in a helix and suspended in space moved as fast as a real snake going after its prey, and pierced Beato's body multiple times from both sides, its gold tail drawing a X shape. As the cruel witch had ordered, it drew a cross-stitch through Beato's chest. The gold thread made a squeaking sound and tormented Beato. Rather than a gold snake searching for its prey. Oh, shit. Hit the wrong button. It waited for orders like a sewing needle, ready to sew Byato.
あんたに限って気まぐれなんてあるわけがない。
If it's you we're talking about, there's no way it could have been a whim.
あんたのことを聞いたわ。
I've heard about you,
そして知ったわ。
and I've learned
あんたは私ですら足元にも及ばない邪悪の権下よ。
you're such an incarnation of evil that I don't even rise up to your feet.
私はそんなあなたに実にふさわしい後継者だと思ったの。
I thought I was truly a fitting successor to you,
なのにあなたは邪魔ばか
but you've always been in the way.
り。ぬるいことばかり言って私を呆れさせる。
You always say warm, pleasant things that shock me.
何があなたを変えたの？
What changed you?
1000年間邪悪の限りを尽くしたあなたに
You explored the depths of evil for 1,000 years.
その1000年を翻すような何が起こったのか、それだけを知りたくて生かしたのよ。
And I let you live, because I wanted to know what happened to make you change so much.
知りた
Oh,
く
whoa, 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 hey, hey, hey,
そ
hey.
なたも1000年を費やすがよいぞ。
If you really wanted to know, then I suggest you waste 1,000 years as well. Damn, what a thing to say. Ow! Nice bloody Beatrice CG. Cackle.
ぬえ
So. God! Beato's chest was once again sewn with a golden cross stitch. It tightened once again, squeezing fresh blood from Beato's chest. The intense pain it caused ran in conflict with its beauty to the eye. The intense pain it caused ran in conflict. Okay. Sure.
あんたもひょっとすると死ぬと消えちゃって死体が残らないタイプかもしれないわね。
You might be one of those things that disappear when they die and don't leave a corpse.
だからあなたをゆっくりと殺すわ。
So I'll kill you slowly.
でも私の質問に正直に答えられたら楽に殺してあげる。
But if you answer my questions honestly, I'll let you die easy.
先代様にぴったりの華麗で豪華で優しい死を与えてあげる。
I'll give you a splendid, gorgeous death, perfect for my predecessor, Sama.
水を張りバラで埋めた棺桶に沈めてあげるわ。
I'll sink you in a coffin filled with water and roses.
素敵でしょ。
Isn't that wonderful?
それでも話せないの？
And you still won't talk.
あなたの心変わりの理由。
About the reason for your change of heart?
聞かれたことを答えぬもまた邪悪なる魔女の優越よ。
Not answering when she is asked is another one of an evil witch's pleasures.
ぬえ二つ。
So, twice.
もちろん答えてくれなくていいの。
Of course, you don't have to answer.
だってそうやっていじめてるんだもの。
After all, that way I get to torture you.
無限の魔法は本当に素晴らしいわ。
I don't necessarily buy that even if Beato gave the answer Eva Beatrice wanted, I don't think Eva Beatrice would let her go easily, you know? Just a thought. Yeah, I know. Seriously, don't die. You're so sexy, Beato. The endless magic truly is wonderful.
思えばこの世はすべからく有限。
Right when she was starting to get cool, too. She's starting to get chiller. Dang, son. When you think about it, this world is limited in every way.
人の世に無限などありはしない。
The endless cannot exist in the human world.
それは神が無限であるがゆえに人の世を見下すためすべての無限を取り上げたからよ。
Because gods are without limits, the human world is deprived of all limitlessness, so that they can be looked down upon.
なれ
ればつまり無限の力とは神の力。
So, in other words, this endless power is the power of the gods.
遊べば遊ぶほどにさらに楽しい遊び方を見つけられる素敵な力。
A wonderful power where the more you play with it, the more fun ways of playing you find.
その力を1000年も思うがままに使い暴れ回ったあなたが
You use that power as you please for 1,000 years and went on a rampage.
なぜ今頃になって心変わりをしたの？
Why are you having a change of heart only now?
まさか私に譲ったから惜しくなって
You aren't gonna
じゃないわよね。
You aren't gonna say you regret handing it over to me, are you?
惜しいものか。
How could I regret it?
そなたがそうだと信じている無限の魔法など魔法にあらず。
The endless magic you believe in is no magic at all.
真の魔法の力とはそなたなどでは到底至れぬ深淵にあるのだ。
True magic lies in a deep abyss that you most certainly cannot reach.
それに気づいたから
And this is what you realized?
それは何？
Then what is it? Cackle, cackle, cackle.
それに気づけず1000年をさまよえ愚かな魔女よ。
Wander about for 1,000 years without realizing, foolish witch.
ねえ今度は3つ。
So, 3 times this time. Beato's chest had been embroidered with the gold thread. It tightened even more, causing Beato more and more pain.
まあいいわ。
Well, that's fine.
死に損ないのババアが何を達観したかなんてもう興味も何もない。
I'm no longer curious about what kind of revelations an old hag who refuses to die might have had.
もう飽きたからあっさり殺してあげるわ。
I'm bored now, so I'll just kill you.
あんたを殺せば客間の結界は解ける。
If I do, the barrier around the parlor will dissolve.
そしたらカノンとジェシカもたっぷりいじめ殺してあげるわね。
Then I'll torture Cannon and Jessica to death a whole bunch of times.
愛し合う二人を同時におもちゃにできるなんてこれは楽しそうよね。
Being able to have 2 lovers as my toys at the same time sounds pretty fun, right? That laugh.
殺せ。
Killer. Without missing by a millimeter, the gold sewing thread shot through Beato's heart. That intense pain was worse than all the pain before that put together. Beato finally remembered the actual feeling of dying, which she had forgotten over the course of 1,000 years. But she couldn't die. She must not die. If she died, it'd mean handing over the 2 in the parlor to the cruel witch. So she definitely couldn't die. She resolutely refused to die.
新しきベアトリーチェよ。
New Beatrice,
頼みがある。
I have a request.
客間の二人の仰せは短い時間のものだ。
The lovers' meeting between the 2 in the parlor will not last long.
砂時計で測れる程度の時間でカノンは冥府へ消えるだろう。
In the amount of time an hourglass can measure, Canton will probably vanish into the land of the dead.
その程度の時間をどうか許してはくれぬか。
Would you please allow them at least that much time?
いやよ。
No way.
愛し合う二人を引き裂くのって楽しいんでしょ？
Isn't tearing apart 2 who love each other fun?
あなたが言ったわ。
You said it yourself.
だから私やってみたいの。
So I want to try it.
ならばその快楽貴様に味わわせるわけにはいかぬ。
In that case, I mustn't allow you that pleasure.
楽しいぞ。恋人たちを引き裂くのは。
Yes, it can be fun tearing apart lovers.
そうよね。
Really?
きっと楽しいわよね。
I'm sure it is fun.
だから邪魔しないで。
So don't get in my way.
もっと縫え。
So more.
縫え縫え縫え。
So.
にひ。410了解。
410, understood. The merciless gold sewing needle sewed the gold thread through Beato's heart over and over again. However, no matter how much it tightened, the heart did not stop. God damn! Look at Beato just putting on a legendary performance right now. She is just refusing to go down. She is literally just sitting there, just refusing to die so that the door doesn't get broken into. She's just like, as long as I stay alive. Actually, a legendary performance. She's putting up triple doubles. This isn't nearly enough. I won't die by something like this.
何をしてるの？
What are you doing?
このババアのおしゃべりを止めなさい。
Make this old hag shut up.
早く殺すのよ。
Kill her quickly.
殺してます。
We're killing her.
何度も心臓を縫い止めてるのに。
Even though we've sewn her heart in place several
こい
times.
つの心臓止まらないんです。
This person's heart won't stop.
あんた不死身なの？
Are you immortal?
まさか。
Of course not.
そなたに無限は譲り渡した。
I've handed the endless over to you.
鼓動を刻める数など残すところもたかが知れている。
My heart will not beat many more times.
だがそれを一つ余計に刻むことでこの部屋の二人にわずかでも長い時間を与えられるなら。
However, if by making it beat just once more, I can give the two in this room a bit more time.
その程度の抵抗を永遠に続けようぞ。
I'll continue that resistance for all eternity. God, Beatrice is hard as hell right now.
縫え。
So!
こいつの心臓が動きを止めるまで縫い続けよ。
Keep sewing until her heart stops moving.
「なんでこいつ死なないの？
Why doesn't she die?
ありえない。
It's impossible.
心臓を縫い縛ってるのに
Why isn't her heart stopping?
なんで止まらないの？
Even though it's been sewn in place.
ならいいや。心臓を内側から爆破してやるに。
Who cares? We'll make the heart explode from the inside. Nyeh.
かわいそうに逆らわなければ綺麗に死ねたのに。
How pitiful. And you could have died cleanly if you hadn't resisted us. As I said that, even though the golden needle and thread made round trips over and over again, Beato still didn't die. The cruel witch eventually grew pale at how bizarre that was.
お前一体何者なの？
What in the world are you? Through sheer stubbornness. Cackle times 3.
わからぬだ。
You probably cannot understand.
わらわら。
She's the battler of not dying. I need to start adopting that phrase for describing anyone who's being stubborn. Man, you really are the battler of blank. Even I didn't understand.
だがな
And yet,
どうやらこれが本当の魔法というのらしい
somehow or another, it seems that this is true magic.
つまり
In other words,
あらば今こそ
I've now
なった
become it.
本当の魔女に
I have become
なった
a true witch. You know, a while back I was saying like, oh man, I feel like this might culminate into like an epic showdown between Blonde Beatrice and Evil Beatrice. Like to end the chapter or something. And we're kind of sort of getting that, just obviously in a different kind of flavor. This might be actually even cooler. Just Beatrice just having like this last stand kind of thing.
心臓内部で爆心固定
Fixing explosion center in heart interior.
心肝準備よし
Fuse preparations ready.
爆破
Explode! There was a terrible sound, and gold leaf was scattered around the area, along with a cloud of gold butterflies. Damn, her last sentence was... In other words, I've now become it. I've become a true witch. Damn. Ugh. Heartbroken. Gold leaf was scattered around the area, along with a cloud of gold butterflies. Beatrice's chest had opened wide from the inside. And from that, gold butterflies and gold leaf poured out, staining the surrounding area gold. Then, Beatrice's flesh crumpled. Gross. Like a puppet whose strings had been cut, she crouched down and crumpled. However, gold heart tied by gold threads floated in the air, continued to beat.
そんな
What the?
化け物だ
Monster! Eep. When the Jester sisters saw that, they fell on their butts in shock. Somehow, even though Beato had become nothing more than a heart, it still kept beating. Continuing to protect the barrier to the parlor. God damn! She's even dead and her heart's still beating. They're like, fuck you. She's like, fuck you. It was an immeasurably vast magical power. Impossible to measure. In other words, endless.
無限の魔女は私でしょ
I'm the endless witch, right?
なんでこのババアこんなになっても生きてんのよ
Why is this old hag still alive after all this?
シエスタ姉妹
Chester sisters,
あの心臓を砕くのよ
smash that heart
早く
quickly.
無理です申し訳ありません
It's impossible. My apologies.
私たちにはできません
We can't do it.
無理でしょう。
Indeed, probably will be impossible.
何人たりともあの心臓を打ち砕けはしません。
No number of people could crush that heart.
竜王陛下の兵士風情ではとてもとても。
And certainly not the soldiers who serve under His Highness the Dragon King. The Dragon King?
なら
In that case,
無限の魔女である私になら打ち砕けるということでしょ
an endless witch like me should be able to crush it, right?
私の力は神の力だもの
I can't wait to meet the Dragon King. Oh yeah, we're probably never, yeah, I remember. It's just like the fucking, that's who they serve under. Unexciting. My power is that of a god.
恐れなが
I'm afraid to say
らあなた様の力では
that your power cannot
ベアトリーチェ様の無限には傷一つつけられません。
leave a single wound on the endless of Beatrice-sama.
それはどういう意味よ
Just what do you mean by that?
影を知らずして光がないように
Just as there can be no light without knowledge of shadows,
有限を知らずして無限もまたなし。
there can be no infinite without knowledge Or the finite.
ベアトリーチェお嬢様の真の無限の力の前にあなた様の脆弱な魔力ではとてもとても及びません。
Before Milady Beatrice's true endless power, your frail magic is quite lacking.
何よそれ。
God, I bet Renove loves telling her that she's weak. What is that? The Crow Witch was surprised, and stepped back. And stepped back. It was thinner than a lace curtain, but Beatrice's form, was still standing there. Oh shit, she's still there! Fuck you! Even after being laid bare so tragically like this, she refused to let evil through that door. At that time, a shadow just as thin as Beatrice stood behind her. Oh, a certified I lived bitch moment. It was canon. Let me see. A shadow just as thin as Beatrice stood behind her. It was canon. Oh, fuck. Beatrice-sama. Thank you very much. I won't forget what you've done for us. Hmm.
恩の数こうたその言葉をもう一度聞こう。
She's talking very quietly there. I'll hear those words of yours once the number of my blessings has surpassed the number of grievances I've caused.
もう良いのか。
Is that long enough?
はい、
Yes.
本当にありがとうございました。
Truly. Thank you very much.
そして
And
ベアトリーチェ様も
Beatrice-sama,
もう大丈夫です。
you have also done enough.
どうか
Please,
お楽になさってください。
be at peace.
そっか。
Is that so?
良いのか。
Is this enough?
何よ。
What's going on?
なんであんたたちは先代のババアをベアトリーチェと呼ぶのよ。
Why are you guys calling that old hag Beatrice?
ベアトリーチェは私の名前でしょ。
Beatrice is my name, right?
新しき黄金の魔女、そして無限の魔女である私の名前のはずよ。
It's gotta be, since I'm the new Golden Witch and Endless Witch, right?
無礼な。
How rude.
ベアトリーチェ様の名を語るな。
How dare you claim Beatrice-sama's name?
恐れなが
I am afraid to say.
らベアトリーチェ様の名は無限の魔女を冠せられるお方が名乗られるべきも
But the name of Beatrice-sama belongs to the one crowned as the Endless Witch.
の。今や先代はあなた様を指すものでございますよ。
Right now, you are the predecessor. What did you say?
さらばだ。
Farewell, Ken.
どうせすぐに出会うさ。
I'm sure I'll see you soon enough.
新しき悪夢で。
In a new nightmare.
新しい夜の悪夢にて再びベアトリーチェ様のもとも
In the nightmare of a new night, I will once again be your companion, Beatrice-sama.
これで失礼いたします。
With that, if you would excuse me. Kennon's form grew faint, and he disappeared into thin air. After watching him go, Beatrice's form also grew faint, and before disappearing, it slumped over into the floor. Then, there was a splat. The golden heart that had been floating midair lost its sparkle, became blood-stained flesh, and fell to the ground. How frail it was. It was ragged and full of holes. But until a moment ago, it had sparkled so much, had continued to beat so forcefully. That heart still just barely managed to beat. However, it was only a matter of time before it stopped. Beatrice, whose form had become fragile and faint like incense smoke, lay on the floor, steadily watching her own heart. There, the cruel witch could be seen.
何が無限よ。
What do you mean, endless?
現にこうしてぶっ倒れてるじゃない。
Aren't you actually collapsed in a heap right there?
有限のある無限なんてそんな矛盾存在するわけもない。
How can there be a finite infinity? That's a contradiction. Couldn't exist.
これがあんたの魔法の限界なのよ。
This is the limit of your magic.
有限は無限に劣る。
The endless is better than the finite. 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 Beatrice no longer even had the will to respond. No, on the contrary, it was doubtful that the words of the cruel witch even reached her ears.
あんたが本当に無限の魔女なら立ち上がってみなさいよ。
If you're a real endless witch, try standing up.
どう？
How's it going?
立てないでしょ？
You can't stand, can you?
どうして立てないと思う？
Why do you think you can't stand?
あんたが無限の魔女じゃないからよ。
It's because you aren't the endless witch. The cruel witch poked Beatrice's heart with her fingernail. Don't touch that. Beatrice had no words with which to respond to that provocation. However, instead of words, she returned a single expression. It felt humiliating only to the cruel witch, because she had gently curved her mouth and smiled. Got her. Footsteps were approaching that place. There was no way she had misheard it. That rough squeaking of heels was the sound of Battler's footsteps. Battler, is it?
偉そうなことを言ってもわらわはこのざまよ。
After talking so tough, I ended up like this.
そなたの
I've been trying to become
言う本当の魔女というのを
the true witch you talked about
わらわなりに
in my own way.
頑張ってみたぞ。
In my own way. Sorry, Beatrice, I'm cutting you off.
あ
Yeah,
あ、見てたぜ。
I was watching.
なあ、
Hey,
これでわらわは
have I
魔女
been able to become
になれたか
a
な。
witch?
そなたの対戦相手の資格
Have I learned
できたかな。
the right to become your opponent?
ダメだな。
It's useless. Battler said it unbelievably bluntly. As Beatrice breathed painfully, she saw this and sneered at herself, as though she should have expected it. I see.
本当の魔女への道はまだまだ険しいな。
Yes. The road to becoming a true witch will be much, much longer than this.
だがわらわは屈しぬぞ。
However, I will not surrender.
そなたわらわの苛波に決して屈しなかったように
Just like you never surrendered to my torture.
必ず本当の魔女になって
I will definitely become a true witch.
そなたの対戦相手に認められて
And be accepted as your opponent.
ああ、ダメだな。
Yeah, it's useless.
全然ダメだ。
It's all useless.
お前は俺の対戦相手じゃない。
You aren't my opponent. The cruel witch raised her foot high. Below it was Beatrice's frail heart.
死ねよババア。
Die, you old hag.
ぐちゃっと潰れて、それでも無限が示せるってんなら示してごらんなさいよ。
Let's see how endless you are when you've been crushed to a pulp.
魔女は私よ。
I'm the witch.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェは私なのよ。
I am the golden witch, Beatrice.
死ね
Die! It's useless. It's all useless. What? Is this? Where is this? Oh fuck. Battler's like, I'm ready to do some things. Get in your seat. Beato isn't my opponent. You are. Battler? What kind of magic is this? Who cares? It doesn't matter. Chester sisters. 45. Understood. Attacking everywhere. 410. Understood. Die, Battler. Chester sisters each readied their own golden bows and fired golden arrows. The two only pulled the bowstring together when using precision guidance. If they were fighting against an enemy before their eyes, they fired their bows at the same time, and their might did not suffer in the slightest. Doesn't even give a fuck. Doesn't even give a fuck. What? It was deflected. There's no barrier. It was deflected by resistance alone. 45. Target analysis. 45. Understood. Huh? What? Did I break down? Am I insane? Anti-magic resistance power, endless 9. Even mythical class magical attacks won't be effective against the target. Golden bow warheads could penetrate any magical armor through reciprocal corrosion. When one tried to block them with anti-magic resistance power, even 8 digits were not sufficient to prevent their penetration. By the way, even famous gods that appear in myths rarely reach as high as 9 digits. Talking about digits? What? For that reason, 9 digits were enough to measure pretty much all sensible values. Battler had buried all 9 of those digits with 9s. Okay, sure. His armor class rating is so fucking high right now. You couldn't put the fucking imagine right now. It's off the charts. There's no way in hell. How foolish. When Battler Sama gets serious, magical arrows and the like aren't enough to even make his hair tremble. The Chester sisters dropped their golden bows in shock. To Battler himself, it was as though a pair of dragonflies had flown past his shoulder. What are you doing? Is that some kind of game? Monster. Stay back, small fries. Sorry. Get in your seat, fake witch. I'll tear off that mask of yours. I couldn't hold it in. I couldn't hold the laugh in. Eee! Oh my god! The Chester sisters couldn't hide their fear at Battler's ferocity, and they backed up as though they'd been struck. Beatrice watched the scene in shock. Battler.
何の真似なのか。
What is this supposed to be?
見ての通りさ。
Just like you see?
俺の対戦相手はお前じゃない。
You aren't my opponent.
そいつだ。
She is!
そこにいる。お前の名前を語る偽物さ。
That imposter over there, who's using your name. Huh.
俺は魔女と戦っている。
I'm fighting against a witch.
そして対戦相手に魔女を名乗る者を据え、そいつを打ち破ることで魔女を否定する。
I face off against an opponent who claims to be a witch, and I deny witches by defeating them.
てめえの傍若無人はたっぷり見させてもらったぜ。
I've seen more than enough of your arrogance. Then, Battler's eyes grew as sharp as blades as he stared down the cruel witch.
何が魔法だ。
What are you calling magic?
何が魔女だ。
What are you calling witches?
てめえは魔女じゃない。
You're no witch!
俺が化けの皮を剥いでバラバラにしてやるぜ。
I'll rip that mask off and tear it to shreds.
ワルギリア、戦闘準備だ。
Virgilia, get ready to fight.
了解しました。
Understood.
準備よし。いつでもどうぞ。
Preparations are complete, so go whenever you're ready.
ベアトリーチ。
Beatrice,
あなたは下がって休みなさい。
stay back and rest. Indeed. Beato looked at Battler timidly. She still hadn't been acknowledged as his opponent. Was she qualified to watch the game board from the sidelines?
ベアト、下がって見てろ。
Beato, stay back and watch.
俺が剥ぐ。
I'll tear it off.
このエセ魔女を徹底的に分解してやる。
I'll thoroughly dismantle this fake witch.
こんな奴を魔女とは名乗らせられね
I won't let someone like this call themselves a witch.
え。お前は本当の魔女の名誉を守った。
You protected the honor of true witches.
わらわ、その。
何も言う必要はない。
You don't need to say anything.
黄金の魔女の名は決して安っぽくないってことをお前に代わって教えてやら。
On your behalf, I'll teach her that the name of the Golden Witch definitely isn't that cheap. Battle.
大まかなルールは以上でございます。
Those are the general rules.
ありがとう、ロノウェ。
Thank you, Renove.
大体のルールは分かったわ。
I get most of the rules now.
なるほどね。
I see.
魔法では勝てないから魔法以外で決着できる世界で私に一騎打ちを挑んできたわけね。
You can't win with magic, so you came to face off with me in a world where victory is decided by something other than magic.
愚かな連中。
Foolish people.
へりくつで私に勝てると本気で思ってるのね。
Do you really think you can win against me with twisted logic?
ああ、思ってる。
Yeah, I do.
てめえのへりくつを俺が全て叩き潰してやるぜ。
I'll crush
エヴァお
all
ばさんよ。
I'll crush all your twisted logic, Aunt Eva.
私はエヴァではないわ。
I am not Eva.
それは私の古い抜け殻の名よ。
That is the name of the old shell I shed.
私は彼女のうちに生まれた本当の魔女。
I am a true witch born inside of her.
ごまかすな。てめえの正体は魔女でも何でもない。生身の人間だ。
Don't try to trick me. Your true form isn't a witch or anything like it, but a flesh and blood human.
人間の犯人だ。後ろ宮エヴァだ。
The human culprit, Yushiromiya Eva.
ワルギリア、第二の番を再構築。
Virgilia, reconstruct the second Twilight.
了解。
We're just keep going. Understood.
第二の晩はバラ庭園にてローザとマリアが殺されました。
On the second twilight, Rosa and Maria were killed in the Rose Garden.
当方はそれをエヴァ犯人説にて処定。
We began by applying the evil culprit theory for that case. Oh, this fucking music. Funky bass line. We began by applying the evil culprit theory for that case.
は
Huh?
あバカバカしい。
Ridiculous.
さあさあおいでなさい。思い出してごらんなさい。
Come, arise, try to remember.
後宮秀吉がどんな姿をしていたのか。
What form did Ishiromiya Hideyoshi have?
何
What?
何の真似をしやがった。
What's this supposed to be?
死者の召喚。
It's a summoning of the dead.
魔女の証言台に死者を立たせることも足りそう。
A witch can easily bring even the dead up to the stand for testimony. Oh fuck, it is really like Phoenix Wright right now. Oh no. On the opposing side. Oh no, I'm having flashbacks. Oh no! On the opposing side, a transparent Uncle Hideyoshi was summoned. Talk about convenient. He looked as though he couldn't see what was going on here, almost like a person on the other side of the TV.
証人喚問。
Witness summons.
後宮秀吉の証言よ。
Nishiromiya Hideyoshi's testimony.
さあさあ秀吉、お話しなさいな。
Come, Hideyoshi, speak.
わしは部屋でずっとエヴァの看病をしとったんや。
I was taking care of Eva in our room the whole time.
もちろんエヴァが部屋を出るわけもあらへん。
Of course, Eva didn't leave the room.
エヴァおばさん、
Aunt Eva?
ここじゃ赤くねえ証言は絵の役にも立たねえぜ。
Around here, testimony that isn't read isn't worth crap.
赤で再度の苦笑を要求する。
I demand that he repeats it again in red.
ああ、そうだったわね。
Oh yeah, that's right.
いいわよ、赤で言ってあげなさい。
Sure, say it in red.
わしはずっと部屋におったで。
I was in the room the whole time,
事件の前後の時間帯は全てや。
both before and after the time of the crime.
さあ、ほら。
See? Look,
これでエヴァが犯人ってことはありえなくなったわよ。
this makes it impossible for Eva to be the culprit, right?
どうかしてくれるのかしら。
How will you counter this?
バカバカしい。
Ridiculous.
くだらなさすぎてあくびが出る一手だ。
That move's so lame, I could yawn.
ベアとは一度たりともこんな子供だわしな一手を打ったことはない。
Beato never used such childish tricks, not even once. Battler.
復唱要求。
Repeat it!
エヴァおばさんも事件前後の時間帯は全て部屋にいた。
Aunt Eva was also in the room for the entire time before and after the crime.
秀吉おじさんはただのアリバイ工作員だ。
Uncle Hideyoshi was just there to create an alibi.
あんたはおじさんに留守番をさせてこっそり部屋を抜け出していたんだ。
You made him stay in the room and stealthily snuck out.
そうでないならこいつが赤で言えるはずだぜ。
If that isn't true, this guy should be able to say so in red.
復唱拒否。
I refuse to repeat it.
秀吉の証言だけで十分よ。
Hideyoshi's evidence is sufficient.
それを復唱する必要はないでしょ。
There's no need for me to repeat that, right?
降りてきましたね。
She has refused.
容赦は無用です。
You need show no mercy.
これでチェック。
This is check. That she already fucking is crumbling.
ああ、いただきだぜ。ちょろい相手だ。
Yeah, I'll take it. This opponent's slow.
チェック。
Check!
秀吉おじさんは終始部屋を出なかったろうさ。
Maybe Uncle Hideyoshi didn't leave the room the whole time.
しかしあんたを看病していたというのは真っ赤な嘘だ。
But saying he was taking care of you the whole time is a bright red lie.
よってあんたのアリバイは存在しない。
Therefore, no alibi exists for you.
あんたには部屋を抜け出してローザおばさんたちを殺すチャンスがあった。
You had a chance to slip out of the room and kill Aunt Rosa and Maria.
かわせるってんなら赤でエヴァおばさんは部屋から一歩も出ていないと宣言してみろ。
If you think you can dodge that, try proclaiming in red that Aunt Eva didn't take a step outside of her room.
できねえだろ。
You can't, right?
チェックメイトだ。
Checkmate.
何よそれ。
What the hell?
わけがわかんない。
I don't get it.
悪いな、おばさん。
Sorry, Aunt Eva.
たとえルールに不慣れであっても、全力で叩き潰すのがこのゲームの流儀だぜ。
Even if you are a fucking 7-year-old or whatever the fuck, I still beat you down. GG easy. No, I'm joking. Even if you aren't used to the rules, beating your opponent down with all your strength is how this game is played.
な、ベアト。
Right, Beato? Indeed.
魔女側リザインでございます。
I'm gonna sneeze again. I'm gonna try and mute myself this time. Ah, I did it. I was better. Alright, the witch side resigns.
次のゲームに進みましょう。
Let us continue on to the next game.
続きますは第4から第6の番でございます。
Next is the 4 through 6 Twilights. It seemed that the witch still didn't understand how to make a winning move, and she lost her composure in irritation. She was probably also angry, I almost said hungry, angry that a shot had been taken at her, while she still didn't get what was going on. However, I won't go easy on her at all. Just like she didn't go easy on the victims at all, I won't go easy on her.
ワルギリア、次の事件だ。
Virgilia, next crime.
親父たちの事件を再構築。
Let's reconstruct the case with Dad and the rest.
了解。
Understood.
ルドルフ、キリエ、秀吉の3人は屋敷へ向かい、そこで殺されました。
3 people, Rudolph, Kairi, and Hideyoshi, went to the mansion and were killed there.
俺からの指し手は変わらない。
My move won't change.
エヴァおばさん、あんたが犯人だ。
Aunt Eva, you are the culprit.
今度は秀吉おじさんのアリバイすらねえぞ。
This time, you don't even have an alibi from Uncle Hideyoshi.
あんたはたった一人で部屋で寝ていたと主張している。
You claim that you were sleeping in that room all by yourself.
しかしそれは虚偽だ。
But that's not true.
赤で宣言できるものならしてみやがれ。
If you can proclaim it in red, just try it.
拒否するわ。
I refuse.
なら教えてよ。
So tell me,
エヴァはただの女よ。
Eva is just a woman.
そして殺されたのは銃を2丁も持つ大人が3人よ。
And the people who died were 3 adults with 2 guns, right?
彼女がたった一人でどうやって殺したというの？
How did she kill them all by herself? I don't think that's how it works, Eva Beatrice. I'm gonna be honest.
凶器の杭でどうやって？
How did she do it with those stakes as weapons?
話によく出る杭の射出機ってどんな構造をしているのよ。
Like everyone keeps asking, how is the stake shooting device constructed?
それを説明してよ。
Explain that.
それが説明できない限りエヴァにアリバイがないとしても
Unless you can explain it, even if Eva doesn't have an alibi.
エヴァに殺人が可能だったことにはならないわよ。
That doesn't mean that it was possible for her to commit the murders.
説明拒否。
I refuse to explain.
悪魔の証明だ。
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She doesn't know. A certified she doesn't know moment. It's a devil's proof.
説明不能だからといって未知の殺害方法もしくは未知の凶器の存在を否定できない。
Just because I can't explain it, that doesn't deny the existence of an unknown murder technique, or maybe an unknown weapon.
つまり
In short,
俺が杭の射出機の構造を説明できなくてもその存在を否定することにはならない。
even if I can't explain how the stake shooting device is constructed, that doesn't prove that it doesn't exist.
何よそれ。
What the hell?
そんなめちゃくちゃって通るの？
Does that ridiculousness even count?
悪魔の証明有効です。
Your devil's proof is valid.
同じく
Agreed.
悪魔の証明有効です。
It's a valid devil's proof.
バトラ君はその射出機の構造を説明する義務を負わずにその存在を主張できます。
Badler-kun can claim that a stake shooting device exists without bearing the responsibility of explaining how it is constructed.
魔女側はこの手を反論できません。
The witch side cannot object to this move.
やるではないか。
Not bad.
なん
how pushy.
どこぞの小悪魔女にたっぷり鍛えられたからな。
Well, there's this ill-natured witch who trained me well.
これでチェックだぜ。
This is check, okay?
エヴァおばさんが部屋から一歩も出てないと赤で言ってみろ。
Try saying in red that Aunt Eva didn't take a step out of that room.
そうさ、言えるはずはないのさ。
That's right. You shouldn't be able to say it.
言えないならば決まりだぜ。チェックメイトだ。
If you can't say it, it's over. Checkmate.
なんて暴論。
That's so irrational.
こんなのめちゃくちゃよ。
This is messed up.
そういうルールのゲームでございますので、
Those are the rules of this game.
まずは紅茶でもいかがですかな。
How about some black tea first?
美味しいクッキーもございます。
And some delicious cookies as well.
いらないわよそんなの。
I don't need all that.
あーイライラするわ。
That pisses me off.
魔法で勝てないからってこんな卑怯な戦いで。
So you fight like a coward just because you can't win with blah, 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 blah. So you fight like a coward just because you can't win with magic.
イラつくなよ。
I know, Renove loves to see a shit show. He's such a sassy person. Don't get irritated.
紅茶でも飲めよ。
Drink some black tea or something.
俺はストレートでもらうぜ。
I'll take mine straight.
ベアトは
What about you, Beato?
わらわは良い。
I'm fine.
それよりバトル。油断するな。
More importantly, Battler, don't let your guard down.
向こうがルールに不慣れなだけだ。
Your opponent is only unfamiliar with the rules.
向こうが要領をつかんでからが本番だぞ。
This will only really start once your opponent gets the gist of it.
だが潰す。
But I'll crush her.
徹底的に潰す。
I'll thoroughly crush her.
なぜなら奴は魔女ではないからな。
Because she isn't a witch.
あいつを魔女だと認めたらお前の通した意地が通らない。
If I accept her as a witch, all your stubbornness will count for nothing.
いかなる暴論であろうとへりくつであろうと
I don't care what kind of irrational argument or twisted logic I have to use.
俺が全身全霊で叩き潰す。
I'll crush her with all my heart and soul. Battler sighed then stuck with the evil culprit theory to explain Kraus and Natsui, the 7th and 8th Twilights, in the exact same way. Oh, thank God we don't have to watch it again. At the time, there had been no one on the first floor except for Eva and the victims. As before, no one could establish an alibi for Eva. Back then, Eva had claimed that they disappeared while she went to the bathroom. But there was nothing to support that, and the witch side couldn't repeat it in red either. Using the same style of argument as that question regarding the stake shooting machine. The witch side asked once more how Eva could have strangled both of them at the same time, all by herself. Oh, look at this pose. But of course, Battler splendidly counterattacked by refusing to explain because of the devil's proof. Under the storm and stress of Battler's spirit, the witch side was completely swallowed up. Having to resign 3 times during the short period of time she had to grasp the rules. Fucking schooled. Yeah. Game, let's throw random correct theories by characters. Discuss a random at the moment.
なるほどね。
Huh. I see.
ようやくコツが分かってきたわ。
I'm finally starting to get the knack of it.
もうあんたの思い通りにことは運ばせないわよ。
I won't let you have things your own way anymore.
今度は私から仕掛けさせてもらうわ。
This time, let me take the initiative.
ロノベ、第4から第6の番を再構築。
Renove, reconstruct the 4th through the 6th Twilights.
後ろ宮桐江をピックアップ。
Pick out Ishiromiya Kairi.
ここで一度第4から第6の番のルドルフ桐江秀吉の殺人に話を戻させてもらう。
For now, let me return to the murders of Rudolph, Kairi, and Hideyoshi during the 4th through 6th Twilights. Oh, what is she thinking?
いつ 度はリザインした局面をなぜもう一度。
Why would she return once more to a situation where she's lost?
なるほど。
I see.
あなたは刺さない珍しい攻め手です。
This is an unusual attack, and one you do not use.
注意して。
Be careful.
当時生存者たちはゲストハウスへ籠城していたわ。
At the time, the survivors were barricaded in the guest house.
食料がなかったけれど彼らは安全を考え翌日まで食事を抜く覚悟さえあった。
They didn't have food, but out of concern for their safety, they were at least prepared to go without eating until the next day.
けれど結局3人は食料を求めて外へ出るわ。
However, in the end, 3 of them went out for food.
そうだな。
That's right.
結局3人は食料を取りに表へ出る。
In the end, 3 people went outside to get food.
面倒だから赤を交えて語るわよ。
It's a pain, so I'll add in some red and say it.
キリエは食料はいらないと考えて
Kyrie didn't think that they needed food,
た。1日くらい食事を抜いても死なないのだから。
since going without food for a bad day wouldn't kill them.
ゲストハウスを出ないべきだと主張していた。
She claimed that they should not leave the guest house.
にもかかわらず彼女は自ら
And yet, she herself
食料を取りにゲストハウスを出ようと提案する。
suggested that they leave the guest house to get food.
これは矛盾しない？
Isn't that a contradiction?
はい見事に矛盾します。
Yes, a spectacular contradiction.
キリエの行動式に矛盾します。
A contradiction exists in Kyrie's pattern of behavior.
その矛盾は
That contradiction
私が魔法で作り出したの。
was created by me with magic.
つまり私が魔法でキリエを操ってそう言い出させて生贄たちが外出するように誘導した。
In other words, I controlled Kyrie using magic and made her say that to lure the sacrifices outside.
バカバカしい。
Ridiculous.
そんな魔法あるわけがね。
There's no way that kind of magic exists.
悪魔の証明よ。
It's a devil's proof, right?
バトラ君が知らない魔法だからといって存在を否定することにはならない。
Just because you don't know about that magic doesn't deny its existence.
そしてその魔法を私は実演する義務も負わない。
Oh no, she's learning. She's a neural network processing computer. And I don't bear the responsibility of acting out that magic for you.
それでいてさらにあなたには反論の余地もない。
And yet, you have even less room to counter this argument. Giggle, giggle.
こういう戦い方でよろしいのかしら。
I wonder if it's okay to fight this way.
はい
Yes,
実にお見事な一手です。
it is truly a spectacular move.
マトラ様受け手をお願いいたします。
Battler Sama, your response, if you please.
おかしな論法に持ち込んできやがったぜ。
That's a weird strategy she's taking.
つまりどういうことだ。
So just what is this?
後ろ宮キリエの行動式に対して駒を打ってきました。
She has placed a piece attacking Yoshiromiya Kairi's pattern of behavior.
すでに説明がある通
As she has already been explained,
りキリエは食
As has
料を
already
屋
been
敷に
explained.
取りに外へ出るべきではないという行動式を持っていました。
Kairi's pattern of behavior had her saying that they should not go outside or head to the mansion in order to get food.
にもかかわらず彼女は率先して
And yet, she herself took the initiative,
食料を取りに行こうという矛盾した行動をとります。
taking the contradictory action of going out to get food.
この矛盾が説明できない限りそれを魔法であると主張する暴力的な手です。
Unless you can explain this contradiction, she'll use this violent move to claim that magic was the cause.
そりゃ最初はキリエさんもそう考えてたんだろう
Well, that's probably what Kairi-san thought in the beginning.
な。しかし多分その途中でいろいろと考えて
But she probably thought through a few things midway.
やっぱり食料は必要だろうと心変わりしたってことなんだろ
then changed her mind and decided that food really was necessary.
いざという時空腹で力が出ないってんじゃ意味ないだろうし
It would be bad. It would be bad if, when things got tough, we were so hungry that we had no energy. And, well...
その心変わりが魔法によるものだと主張しているのです。
She's claiming that this change of heart was due to magic.
つまり非常に困難なことですが、キリエが心変わりした理由を説明しなければならないのです。
In short, while it might be extremely difficult, you must explain the reason for Kairi's change of heart.
なんだって
What are you saying?
そんなのキリエさんの頭の中の話だろ
You're talking about the inside of Kairi-san's head, right?
こっちにもキリエさんの霊を召喚して質問するとかできないのかよ
Can I also summon Kairi-san's ghost and question her?
ベアト
Beato,
お前キリエさんを呼び出したりできないのかよ
can't you call Kairi-san here or something?
できません。
She cannot.
それは魔女側のみが許されている手です。
That is a move permitted only to the witch side. Why is that? Why is that a rule? Fuck that. I want to summon witnesses. Sorry. Fuck.
多分だなその俺たち子供のことを考えてやっぱり食料は必要だろうと総合的に考えて
She was probably thinking of us kids and on the whole thought that food was necessary and
それを客観的に主張しなければなりません。
you must present your claim through objective means.
キリエがある理由により食料がやはり必要であると心変わりした具体的な証拠が必要です。
Yeah, there's a distinct lack of spinning right now happening, Battler. We gotta change that. You'll need concrete proof that Kairi changed her mind and decided that food really was necessary for some specific reason.
例えばそう証言したのを誰かが聞いたとか何かに書き残したとか
For example, if someone heard her say that, or if it was written down somewhere.
残念だけど
Too bad.
その心変わりの理由は誰にも語られておらずまた記されてもいない
The reason she changed her mind was not passed on to anyone, nor was it written down.
よってキリエの頭の中で何があったのかあんたには憶測することしかできないの
Therefore, can only speculate as to what was inside Kairi's mind.
つまり証明は不能
So, it's impossible to explain.
私の手に対しあなたは一切の反撃の一手を持たない
You don't have a single counter to my move.
今度はあんたがリザインする番なのよバトラくん
Isn't it your turn to resign now, Battler-kun?
心変わりの理由など無限に想定できる
It is possible to hypothesize endlessly as to the reason behind her change of heart.
そしてその無限の可能性を全て潰しきることが不可能
And it is impossible to crush all those endless possibilities.
肉肉しいほどに見事な一手でございます。
A detestably spectacular move.
マトラ様にこれを切り返す方法があるとすれば
Battler,
まるでだけかと
if Battler-sama were to have a method of countering, it could probably only be that move.
その手とは何なのか
Ooh, what move is that?
さて
Well,
どのような手でございましょうね
I wonder what kind of move it could be.
お嬢様の得意な手だったような気もしますが私は思い出せません
I have the feeling that it was Milady's specialty, but I cannot remember. He just needs to do whatever the verbal equivalent of, like, flipping the table is. You know, like when you've rage quit a game? Whoever you're playing a board game with has made you upset? Just flip the whole thing, have all the pieces and everything just tossed aside, and force a restart. Yeah.
ケチケチしないで話せ
Quit being stingy and tell me.
ベアトリーチェ
Beatrice.
自らの思考を停止させる者に与えられる答えはありませんよ。
No answers will be given to those who stop thinking for themselves.
考えなさい。
Think.
あなたなりの考えで。
Think in your own way.
だってとリザインしたら
Why don't you resign right now?
ついでにさらに赤で追い詰めてあげるわ。
And I'll corner you even more with red.
キリエはね、死ぬ最後の瞬間まで食料を取りに行かないイコール屋敷に行かないという行動式を維持していたわ。
Until the last instant before she died, Kyrie's behavior pattern of not going to get food equals not going to the mansion was maintained.
にもかかわらず率先して屋敷へ向かったわ。
And yet, she took the initiative and headed towards the mansion.
台車を押して食料を運ぼうとしたわ。
She was pushing a cart ready to carry food.
その矛盾はなぜ？
Why that contradiction?
私が魔法で操ったから。
Because I controlled her with magic.
これこそが私の魔法が実在し、私が魔女である証拠なの。
This is proof that my magic exists, and that I am a witch.
うるせえ、黙れ。
Shut the hell up.
心変わりでさえないっていうのか。
Are you saying that she never even changed her mind?
キレ様、死ぬまでずっと食料はいらない、屋敷には行かないと思ってた。
That the whole time until she died, Kairi-san thought we don't need food and we won't go to the mansion?
なら、なんで自分から進んで食料を取りに行こう、屋敷に行こうなんて言い出すんだ。
Then why did she step forward herself and say that they should go to get food and go to the mansion?
魔法でキリエさんが操られていたっていうのか？
Are you saying that Kairi-san was being controlled with magic?
そんなバカな。
That's stupid.
どうやってこの魔法を打ち破ればいいんだ。
How? How should I break through this magic?
キリエさんがここにいてくれて、一言心変わりの理由を言ってくれれば。
If only Kairi were here and just told us the reason behind her change of heart.
いや、心変わりすらしてないと奴は赤で言われちまった。
No, I've already been told in red that she never even changed her mind.
どうすりゃいいんだ。
What should I do?
人間側には反撃できる一手がね。
There's no move that the human side can counter with.
このゲームって知れば知るほどに魔女に有利なルールよね。
The more I learn about this game, the more advantageous the rules seem for the witch, right?
たとえいくつの局面で負けたとしても、たった一つだけ勝てれば、それだけで魔女は存在を誇示できる。
Even if I lose in a lot of areas, if I can win in just one, that alone can display the existence of a witch.
つまりバトラ君には完全勝利以外に魔女を否定する方法はないの。
In other words, Badler-kun has no way of denying witches other than a complete victory.
ここまで私のことを散々エヴァ呼ばわりして追い詰めてきたつもりのようだけど、
How truly funny that even though you thought you could corner me and call me Eva,
あなたの尊敬するキリエさん一人の頭の中の話だけで全てがひっくり返っちゃうなんて、実に滑稽よね。
it's all been spun around by nothing more than the inside of your respected Kairi-san's head, right? Spun, spun, spin, spin! He starts like freaking out and he starts saying spin over and over. He starts like spinning in place. Cackle, 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 cackle. Ah ha 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 ha.
しちゃいなさいよ、リザイ
Just do it. Resign.
ン認めちゃえば、
If only you just accept it.
負けちゃえば。
If only you just lose.
くそー。
Damn it.
人間には証明不能だ。
It's impossible for a human to prove.
死者が何を思って行動したのかなんて推測の域を出ない。
Can't do anything but guess at what the dead were thinking when they acted.
しかも推測程度じゃ魔法を否定できない。
Furthermore, I can't deny the magic based on conjecture alone.
魔法を打ち破るためにはキリエさんがどうして心変わりしたのか客観的な証拠を。
To break through it. I need objective proof as to why Kairi-san had a change of heart.
でも畜生
But damn it.
どうして食料が欲しいと心変わりしたのかその証拠は存在しないと赤で言われちまってる
It's been said and read that no proof exists as to why she changed her mind and wanted food.
どうすりゃいいんだ
What should I do?
畜生
What should I do? Damn it. Damn it.
バトラさん
I have no idea what Battle is supposed to do in this moment. But I do recall me thinking it was weird when she said that. I just didn't think it would come back in such an important pivotal moment like this. Battle-sama,
リザーよろしいですか
is this your resignation?
食料を取りに行かないイコール屋敷に行かない
Not going to get food. This equals not going to the mansion.
でも実際には矛盾したこの桐江さんの考えをどう理解すればいいんだ
But then how should I understand Kairi-san's thoughts, which actually do contradict each other?
理解なんかできないわよ
You can't understand.
理解不能解釈不能
It's impossible to understand, impossible to interpret.
その闇は全て魔女のものだもの
That darkness is all of the witch.
さあさ考えても無駄よおやめなさい
Come on, it's useless to think, so quit, okay?
あなたに魔女を否定することなんてできやしな
You just can't deny witches.
だって私はこうして存在するんだもの
After all, I exist right here.
私こそは黄金の魔女
I am the Golden Witch.
そこにいる元の魔女から名前を奪い取った
I stole that name from the former witch over there.
あなたに私がベアトリーチェであることを否定などできないのよ
You can't deny that I'm Beatrice.
くそ
Damn it!
その名を語る資格は貴様にね
You have no right to use that name.
なのにそれを否定する手が思いつかね
And yet, I can't think of a move to deny it. Valor could no longer counter this witch, who was laughing insanely in triumph. He didn't want to give up, but no move appeared. He ground his teeth, making fists with both hands. But even so, he couldn't think of a brilliant counterattack.
バトラさん
Battler-sama,
制限時間を切りますが
your time
いざ
limit
行ってよろしいですか
your time limit is over. So will you resign? You know, the time limit, that's always been a thing, apparently. Rar. Rar.
人間側受け手がありません
The human side has no move in response.
デザインをしま
It will reset.
待て
Wait!
反撃の手は
There is
ある
a counter.
なんだって
Oh, what did you say?
へえ
Huh?
どんな手があるっていうのよ先代様
What kind of move could possibly exist, predecessor-sama?
このベアトリーチェの魔法をどんな手で否定できるのか教えてくださる
Won't you tell me what kind of move could deny this magic of Beatrice's?
できないわそんなこと不可能よ
You can't. It's impossible.
食料を取りに行かないイコール屋敷に行かないという命題をそれ単体で説明できないなら
If the proposition that not going to get food equals not going to going to the mansion cannot be explained by itself,
わらわはそれを対偶で説明する
I'll explain it with the contrapositive.
つまりそれでも屋敷に行ったイコール食料以外の目的でとも説明できるのではないか
In short, you can also explain it with she still went to the mansion because she had a goal other than food.
これはわらわの
Oh, the old Hempel's Raven! Oh, we haven't seen that in a while.
バトラの得意手のチェス盤思考術
Her hidden sneak. This is less my specialty. Hempel's Raven. than his battler specialty chessboard thinking.
キリエが食料を目的に屋敷に行くことがありえないなら
If it was impossible for Kairi to have gone to the mansion with food as a goal,
それでもなおキリエが外へ出る他の目的があったと説明するしかない
then we can only explain it by saying she had another reason that got her to go outside despite that.
つまりその目的が証明できれば魔法は否定できる
In other words, if we can prove that she had such a goal, we can defeat this magic.
なるほど
I see.
食料を目的に屋敷には行かないが他の目的があって
So, she didn't go to the mansion with food as a goal, but she had a different goal.
それを偽るために食料を取りに行こうと言い出したわけか
And she said she wanted to go and get food in order to disguise her real goal.
確かにそれなら説明がまだ可能かもしれない
True enough, it might be possible to find an explanation that way.
しかしどうやって
But how?
お師匠様キリエの死亡現場の再構築を
Teacher, reconstruct the scene of Kairi's death.
例の召喚はできぬが死体の検証は人間側の権利のはず
We cannot summon a ghost, but inspecting the corpse ought to be a right allowed to the human side.
ええ問題ありませんよ
Yes, there is no problem.
後ろ宮キリエの死亡現場を再構築します
I shall reconstruct the scene where Ishiromiya Kairi died.
私たちはキリエの霊を呼び出すことはできないけれど
We cannot call Kairi's ghost here,
キリエが何を残したかを知ることでそれを武器にできるかもしれない
but by finding out what Kairi left behind, we may be able to use that as a weapon. は
いいわよ好きなだけを調べなさいよ
Fine. Search as much as you want.
何もわかるわけがない
There's no way you'll learn anything. I'm trying to think what it could be before the game tells me what it is. Like, if we take into like the character that Kairi is. She's a brainy person. She's an inquisitive person, right? What if it's something like, you know, she was like I'm gonna guess that it has something to do with she was just trying to find the answer out to something. Like she was trying to gather more information on something about the situation because she's not dumb, so I assume she was on to some kind of lead. Like she was like because I remember at the time when it was like they were like, hey, we got to stay locked up so that we're in greater numbers and we're safe. But then she instantly went like, oh, we should go out and get food. And at the time when I saw that, I was like, oh, I remember even when playing it, I was like, oh, she's doing that because she wants to see something. Because she knew at the time that when people were getting split up, that they were getting in danger. So I remember before even the food thing was brought up, like it solidified that they were going to get food. Kind of like you were saying, like I remember cutting the stream right at that time. And then the second half when I came back, they started talking about the food thing. But right when I cut before, the food wasn't brought up. And so I sat on that cut there, and for the days before I played the next thing, I brought up something where I was like, oh, it's Kairi like running an experiment. I was like, I thought Kairi was trying to solve something. Yeah, I didn't think she was going out to just try to get food was a thing, and that's why I thought it was weird. Because I was like, that's why the food thing weirded me out in the first place, because when I came back, I was like, oh, she's going to get food. But the whole time, I was like, I thought she just wanted to see what would happen when she went away from the group. Like some twisted science experiment. I remember making a terrible science experiment joke in my stream, because I was like, oh, she's going to just go see what happens. Because I thought she already had the idea that, like, I thought she was some twisted person being like, well, I want to see what happens when I get split up from the group and see the witch come attack us kind of thing. So that's why, like, the food thing was even weird to me in the first place. But maybe it does have something, and that's my second theory. My second theory is maybe she had an idea about the riddle or the gold or something. Like maybe That's my two running theories right now. Is my one where she's just a curious cat, and she wanted to see what would happen when she got split up, which is sadistic almost seeming, because she's kind of dragging others along with her in that case. Or she had some thought or theory about the gold or the riddle, which would maybe make a little more sense. But I just remember at the time me thinking that whole situation was weird, because I swear it's like it's all flooding back to me, because I remember how I did, like you were saying, cut that stream right in the middle of those two things from happening, where she perfectly said, I want to go outside, to then the next thing, them being like, I want food, and me for days in between those being like, oh shit, is Kairi gonna run some experiment? I don't know. Let's continue.
さっきも赤で言ったわよ。
Search as much as you want. There's no way you'll find anything. I just said and read a short while ago.
キリエは何も書き残してはいない。
Kairi did not leave anything written down.
何を見つけたところで何もわかるものか。
Yeah. Yeah. No matter what you find, how could you possibly figure anything out?
何も見つからないかもしれない。
We may find nothing.
バトラは歯を食いしばってそなたを打ち破る一手を思いつこうと戦っておる。
But Battler's grinding his teeth, fighting to think of a move to break through you.
わらわにできることは
This is all that I can do.
こんな程度しかない。
Oh, I cut her off. Whoopsie. Beatrice landed on her feet in the reconstructed hall, approached Kairi's corpse, and wandered around observing.
人間側の戦い方は今一つ勝手がわからぬ。
I am completely clueless when it comes to fighting on the human side.
確か物証が必要だったか。
We need to find evidence, right? God. Alright, so I know we're making Phoenix Wright jokes and yada yada yada, and I know I especially now, I'm like, every time Phoenix Wright is brought up, I'm like shitting on it or whatever. But this is with Beatrice in this line, where she's like, oh, I'm clueless when it comes to fighting on the human side. This is just like when, what's his name? Has to, whenever in like each game, whenever like he had to help Phoenix. What's his fucking name? Edgeworth, yes, thank you. I couldn't for the life of me remember his fucking name. Yeah, this is like when Edgeworth has to become a defendant instead of a prosecutor. I am really tired of figuring out because she literally lied for the information and not being Kinzo's child. We need to find evidence, right?
なれば何を探せばいいのか。
Then what should I search for?
大ベアトリーチェ教ともあろうお方が床に膝をつけて這い回って。
The great Lady Beatrice is getting down on her knees and crawling around.
みっともなく死体あさりとはね。
And she's even indecently searching a corpse.
お似合いな姿だこと。
That look suits you.
何とでも言うがよい。
Say whatever you wish.
わらわにはこれくらいしかできぬ。
I cannot do any more than this.
何を蔑まれようと構わぬ。
I care not how I am despised.
だが、わらわの名誉のために戦うといったバトラーをわらわは捨ておけぬ。
However, I cannot throw Battler away as he is fighting for my honor.
地を這い、死に食わさることになろうとも。
Even I must crawl along the ground and search through dead flesh.
その義理に応えねばならぬのだ。
I must answer that responsibility. She could be the vital piece. Rudolph's Lion and Kyrie's brilliant brain. Yeah, I could see that. I could see them together figuring stuff out. The game constantly, the characters in the game itself was constantly being like, oh, they're such a great team or whatever. I could see it. Bathed in the witch's sneers, Beato searched through Kyrie's corpse. She fished through the pockets, taking what was inside out and laying it on the floor. Laid on the floor was a handkerchief, tissue, a key to her house, the stub of a boat ticket, a lighter, a cigarette butt, and a single 100 yen coin. There is no special suspicious object. Although Beato was down on all fours and being sneered at, that was all she could find. Ah ha 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 ha! Ah ha 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 ha!
何その貧相なガラクタは。
What's with that seedy-looking trash?
それでどうやって私の魔法を打ち破るっていうの？
How do you think you can break my magic with that stuff?
くだらないくだらないバカみたい。
Worthless, worthless. Are you a moron?
勇ましいことを言って割り込んでおきながら、その低たらくは何なの？
How can you be so lame? And right after you cut in between us, talking so tough.
ああ、情けない恥ずかしい。
Oh, pathetic. How embarrassing.
へそかんで死んじゃえば。
If only you just give up and die. The witch fell over laughing, lambasting Beato. Beato hung her head, trying to withstand the shame. What happened to shame?
お嬢様、
Oh no. Milady,
検証は十分ですか？
are you finished with your inspection? Indeed.
これ以上
I will not find any more
もう
than
見つからぬ。
I will not find any more than this.
以上の物証から何か反論の一手は出ますか？
Can you make any counter from this evidence?
出なければ人間側リザインせざるを得ません。
If not, then the human side must resign.
当たり前でしょ。何も反論の余地なんてないのよ。
Obviously, you don't have any room to argue back.
私は魔女だもの。
I am a witch.
私の魔法は打ち破れない。
You cannot break through my magic.
あんたはもはや元魔女でしかないのよ。
You're no longer anything but a former witch.
ベアトリーチェを名乗ることも許されなくなったただの負け犬なのよ。
A loser who isn't even allowed to take the name Beatrice anymore.
さあ、そのゴミやガラクタを好きに積み重ねて私の魔法を打ち破ってごらんなさい。
Come on, pile up as much trash and rubbish as you like. Just try to break my magic.
できないでしょ。
You can't, right?
できないわよね。
You can't, can you?
それはなぜ？
And why is that?
私が魔女だからよ。
It's because I'm a witch.
あんたは名前さえ持たない負け犬だからよ。
It's because you're just a loser without a name. Yeah, she's speaking a whole lot.
何かあるはずなのだ。
Something should be here.
くじけぬ。
I won't lose heart.
くじけぬぞ。
I will not lose heart.
どれほど嘲笑われようとも、わらわの名誉のために戦うバトラ。
No matter how much I'm sneered at, battlers fighting for my honor.
バトラの名誉のために
So for the sake of his honor,
生きるものか。
I must not lose heart. As Beato held back tears at the words of humiliation she was being showered with. Yeah, it's gotta be fucking embarrassing to be talked down to from a fucking 4-year-old or however old this Eva person is. Just getting literally shit upon by like a literal child. God, how embarrassing. She was being showered with. She tried to find if Kyrie was holding something else. To find something that could save Battler from his plight. Searching earnestly. However, nothing more came up. Damn it.
頼む。後ろ宮キリエ。
Please, Ishiramiya Kyrie.
そなたの息子の窮地をそなたが救わぬわけがない。
You must save your son from his plight.
頼む。 死してなおあやつのために力を貸してくれ。
Please, after death, lend me power for his sake. Kyrie's gonna like possess like Beato's body and yell at a fucking battler to spin the chessboard or whatever. I can't say it any harder. Spin the chessboard! However, Kyrie's body did not answer. It was only natural that a corpse would remain silent. But seriously, please, might as well just fucking go lean fully into it and just channel the dead body like Mia Maya Fey. No dead person existed that would answer Beato, who had lost the endless magic.
無駄よ、無駄無駄。
It's pointless, pointless, pointless!
死者をもてあそべるのは魔女だけの特権よ。
Toying with the dead is a privilege only for witches.
魔女でもなく、そして人間ですらないあんたに力を貸してくれるものなんてどこにも存在しない。
For you, who is neither a witch nor even a human, no one exists who will lend a hand. Oh, this is just a fucking small note since we're talking about Phoenix right here. I hate to do this right now, but it was on my mind now that we're talking about it. So the day, just a little while back, like the Apollo Justice trilogy, like package, like got announced a little while back. Obviously last year when I played Phoenix Wright trilogy, it was mostly because my younger brother, who likes to watch the streams, usually the archived versions, he really wanted to watch me play through the Phoenix Wright trilogy. So that's why I obliged in the first place, and I was like, I'll do it. The day that trilogy got announced, he directly messaged me and was like, he's like, so you're gonna play the, because he knows how not that much fun I had with the Phoenix Wright trilogy. He's like, so you're gonna play the Apollo Justice trilogy, right? And I'm like, I can't believe the same day he messaged me, and he linked like the trailer or something to me. But I was just like, it's like, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Where was I? Toying with the dead is a privilege only for witches. For you, who is neither a witch nor even a human, no one exists who will lend a hand.
あんたは永遠に一人ぼっち。
You'll be alone for all eternity.
魔女にも人間にも味方はなく、誰もあんたを助けてなんてくれないの。
You have no witch or human allies, and no one will save you.
悔しければ泣いちゃえば。
If that's frustrating, why don't you cry?
役に立て
Why
な
aren't
く
you
てごめん
pissed? Why
な
don't
さ
you
い。
shit? Why don't you cry?
詫びちゃえば。
If only you just apologize, saying I'm sorry, I'm so useless. I love how hard you're like yelling through the computer, like, come on, look at the other bodies, do something! For fuck's sake! Just please! Okay, Beatrice laughs. Sorry, battler.
わらわでは何もそなたの力に
I couldn't help you at all.
いや、十分だ。
No, that's enough.
ありがとう。
Thanks, Beato.
お前の努力を俺は無駄にしない。
I won't waste your efforts.
慰めなどいらぬわ。
I don't need consoling.
このガラクタの山で一体何を反論できるというのか。
Just how could you possibly argue back with this pile of rubbish?
あやつに嘲笑われてまでかき集めたこのガラクタがどうやって一矢報いれるというのか。
Just how could you possibly strike back with this rubbish I scrapped together while she sneered at me? Excuse me, sneered at me. This is truly like a Phoenix Wright thing where you've collected like a bunch of pieces of evidence that are just random like hobnob knickknacks, and then you're like go to court and you're like here he's gonna be like I've got this lighter and a rubber band and this boat ticket. I'm gonna prove it. In front of like there's gotta be someone has got to have made like a fan crossover game or at least a video of like of like this game in Phoenix, right? I'm like 100% positive it's gotta be out there. In front of Beato, who was still crawling on all fours and hitting the pile of objects Kairi had left behind with her fist, Battler also crouched. And, after patting her on the shoulder in thanks, he moved that hand to the ground, picked up the cigarette butt, and held it up over his head. Are you fucking kidding me? No fucking way. No way. No. If the cigarette butt thing is, oh my god. If it's a what is it gonna be? She needed a smoke break outside, and she didn't want to smoke inside. It wasn't like fucking like dignified to smoke inside, so she's like, God, I'm just so stressed. I need to go smoke something. So that's gonna be her reason. And like, what? She had told like the family. She had told the family that she quit smoking or something, and she was too like nervous to like tell anyone else. What are you trying to say with that trash? Kairi-san doesn't smoke. But Kairi also had a lighter on her. True, she didn't have an actual box of cigarettes. But at a glance, it naturally looked as though Kairi had a smoking habit. I can't fucking believe this. I am going... I'm gonna scream. We were over here making jokes. Dad smoked, but Kairi didn't. But she did walk around with just a lighter to light Dad's cigarettes. Huh? So what? If the husband smoked, then even if the wife didn't, it wouldn't be strange for her to be holding a cigarette. Maybe she just picked up the cigarette butt of her husband, who had bad smoking manners. What are you trying to say? What does this have to do with my magic? Nothing at all. I'll say more. This is a different brand of cigarette than what Dad smokes. Sorry, Beato. Could you look into the pockets of Dad's corpse too? Indeed. You mean this? Checking the brand. The brand is different from the cigarette butt. The cigarette butt Kairi is holding is not of the same brand that Rudolph smokes. And so what? Maybe Kairi is just a good girl who likes things to be clean, so she couldn't leave a fallen cigarette butt alone and picked it up. I wouldn't though. Beato, sorry, but one more time, please. Uncle Hideyoshi's pockets. In this family, only Dad and Hideyoshi smoke cigarettes. It's here. Is this it? Beato found a cigarette box in Hideyoshi's pocket, took a single one out, and held it up. Checking the brand. We acknowledge that the cigarette butt is of the same brand that Hideyoshi smokes. And so what? How can you break my magic because you found Hideyoshi's cigarette butt in Kairi's pocket? That's right. The cigarette butt is a message from Kairi-san. No. The cigarette butt itself is the reason that Kairi-san left the guest house. Beato, thank you. If you hadn't found this, I would have given up here. I can't fucking believe.
ワルギリア
Virgilia!
状況を再構築
Reconstruct the situation.
第2の番ローザおばさんたちが殺されたことが発覚した後のゲストハウスだ
The guest house, after it came to light that Aunt Rosa Maria had been killed on the second twilight.
了解
Understood.
再構築します
Reconstructing now.
ローザマリアの死亡後残った生存者はゲストハウス内すべての戸締まりを再確認
After Rosa Maria's deaths, the remaining survivors rechecked all the doors and windows in the mansion.
バリケードを構築
They constructed a barricade.
牢城の結束を再確認
They reconfirmed that their defenses were solid.
何も不審なところなんかないじゃない
There's nothing suspicious about that at all.
何が言いたいの
What are you trying to say?
第4の番以降の話をしているのになんで第2の番の直後を蒸し返すのよ
Why are you bringing up the second twilight when we're talking about the fourth twilight and after?
親父は携帯吸い殻入れを持ち歩いてる
Dad carried a portable cigarette butt holder with him.
キリエさんがわざわざ自分のポケットに吸い殻を入れる理由がようやく見えてきた
I'm finally starting to see why Kairi-san went out of her way to put a cigarette butt in her own pocket.
その吸い殻に意味があるからさ
It was because that cigarette butt meant something.
その吸い殻こそがキリエさんが俺たちに残したメッセージだ
That cigarette butt was itself a message left by Kairi-san for us.
聞こうじゃない
Then let's hear it.
その吸い殻一本で
How do you plan to deny me?
どうやって私を否定してみせるというの
With that single cigarette butt.
聞いての通りだ
As we've heard,
第2の番以降ゲストハウスでは全ての部屋の点検が行われた
after the second twilight, an inspection was done of all the rooms in the guest
こ
house.
の時キリエさんはあってはいけない場所にあってはいけないものを見つけたんだ
At that time, Kairi-san found something that shouldn't exist in a place where it shouldn't be.
あってはいけないもの
Something that shouldn't exist?
とは
What do you mean by that?
こいつさ
It's this.
この吸い殻さ
This cigarette butt.
こいつが秀吉おじさんのいた客室の灰皿に置かれていたんだ
This was set in the ashtray of the guest room that Uncle Hideyoshi was in.
はあ
What?
灰皿に吸い殻があってどうおかしいってのよ
What's wrong with there being a cigarette butt in an ashtray?
おかしいのはあんたの頭の方じゃないの
Are you sure there isn't something wrong with your head?
エヴァおばさんは大のタバコ嫌いだ
Aunt Eva hated smoking.
そのおばさんが体調を崩して寝込んでるのに吸い殻があるわけがないんだ
There's no way there'd be a cigarette butt there while Aunt Eva's sick and sleeping.
しかし灰皿には吸い殻があった
However, there was a cigarette butt in the ashtray.
それを見たキリエさんはすぐに気づいたんだ
Yeah, I was literally about to bring up the fucking seeing them out on the boat. Like the one thing we got, the one almost like the one scene we got before like the fucking island adventures began. It was like that, and then when they got off the boat, the Eva and young Eva like thing happening. Ah, it's too good. It's too good. However, there was a cigarette butt in the ashtray. When she saw that, Kairi-san noticed immediately.
秀吉おじさんは嘘をついている
Uncle Hideyoshi was lying.
本当はエヴァおばさんは寝込んでなんかいなかった
She realized that Aunt Eva hadn't really been sleeping,
部屋を抜け出していたんだと気づいたんだ
and that she'd snuck out of the room.
復唱要求
Repeat it!
この吸い殻はエヴァおばさんたちが休んだ部屋の灰皿でもみ消された
This cigarette butt was crushed out in the ashtray of the room where Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi were resting.
拒否するわ
I refuse.
ようやく掴んだぜ
I finally got it.
ありがとうよベアト
Thank you, Beato. What
わらわは
was I
役に
of some Use? Oh my god. Beato is gonna like break down in tears. She's gotta be so fucking happy right now. Yeah, you were. Tear it. We'll tear the mask off of the fake witch. From that cigarette butt, Kairi realized that Hideyoshi was creating an alibi for Eva's sake. From that cigarette butt, Kairi realized that Hideyoshi was creating an alibi for Eva's sake. Wow. Hideyoshi had been tasked with watching over the room to create an alibi. And during that time, he was unable to withstand the tension and smoked. Then, Kairi had confessed that to Rudolph. She confessed that there was a good chance Eva was the culprit, and Hideyoshi was an accomplice. Next, Kairi-san proposed that they go to get food. She then asked Uncle Hideyoshi to lend a hand. This could only mean one thing. Excuse me. Kairi-san planned to isolate Uncle Hideyoshi and question him about the truth. Your Hempel's Raven is valid. Unless the witch side counters this move, the existence of the magic that supposedly controlled Kairi has been denied. Ooh, what did you say? I deny it anyway, I deny it. It wasn't me, no! It wasn't Ishiromiya Eva. Eva was sleeping in a room. Then try saying it. Yeah, you can't say it. You can't say it this time either. Repeat it! At that time, Ishiromiya Eva did not take a step outside her room. What the hell is that? I'm the one who was attacking, right? Why am I the one being attacked now? When did offense and defense get reversed? I'm the one questioning you, right? The witch, me. So why? Again. Repeat it. Ishiromiya Eva did not leave the room. There's no way you can say it. It's checkmate! Does the witch side have a move in response? There cannot be one. There is no truth that can be accepted from a false witch dressed up with truths and falsehoods. You aren't qualified to call yourself a real witch. You aren't the Golden Witch. You're a human. Ishiromiya Eva! Got her. Gah. Whoa, whoa, hey, whoa. The witch howled. Her entire body was burned with tremendous heat that denied her own magic and existence, and she let out a howl like a dragon. Her body flickered repeatedly. She's evolving! Flashing as though, or de-evolving, I don't know. Flashing as though Eva's figure and the witch's figure overlapped. Oh, fuck. She's evolving. However, that yell was sucked into the flicker, making a return to the original form of the cruel witch. Sure.
私のことを後ろ宮エヴァと呼びたければ呼べばいいのよ。
I just now looked at that image. Sure. If you want to call me Ishirumi Eva, then go ahead and do that.
そうよ。確かに私は後ろ宮エヴァが犯人であることに対する察し手のすべてを撃退することができない。
That's right. I actually can't repulse all moves related to Ishirumi Eva being the culprit.
私は黄金の魔女を引きずり下ろされ。
I may have been dragged down from the position of Golden Witch.
今や後ろ宮エヴァと呼ばれているかもしれない。
And you might call me Ishirumi Eva now.
でもね、だからって魔法と魔女の存在が否定されたわけじゃない。
But you know what? That by itself doesn't mean that witches and magic have been denied.
私が今から教えてやるわ。
I'll teach you starting now.
私が後ろ宮エヴァなどではなく、人間などではなく、
I'll teach you that I'm not Ishirumi Eva, nor a human.
本当の魔女であることを今から教えてやるわ。
But a real witch. Yeah, you saying this kid needs to be obliterated. I need her to get like Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 0 mind crushed by like Yami Yugi right now. By the Pharaoh. I need her to just be absolutely obliterated into nothingness. Like
見なさい。この赤き真実を。
Take a look at this red truth. You're a big dum-dum head battler. Red text. It's like, that's the type of move I'm expecting. Just something like, some like very subjective, like, something like that. When the witch clapped her hands, time advanced in the world of the game board. Battler and Eva dashed to the front of the parlor, calling out Jessica's name. Oh shit, we're back in the real time. They were searching for Jessica because they had gone to the servant room, found Nanjo's corpse, and didn't know where Jessica was.
それがどうしたってんだ。
So, what's your point?
何が言いたい？
What are you trying to say?
まさか。
You couldn't be...
まずい。
Oh no. Byato went pale. In other words, the move the evil witch was about to make was bad enough to make even Byato go pale.
今度こそ
This time,
言い逃れのできぬ致命的な一手をあなたに。
I'll give you a fatal move that you won't be able to talk yourself out of.
いいえ、あなたを応援するすべての人間どもにくれてやるわ。
No. I'll make this move against all humans that support you.
心して聞きなさい。私の一手を。
Listen carefully to my move.
やめよ。その一手は。
Stop it. That move is...
ベアト、下がれ。
Byato, stay back.
俺は受けるぞ。
I'll take it.
来い。衛星魔女め。
Come on, you fake witch.
Jessica 負傷後、
After Jessica was injured,
エヴァは常にバトラの監視下にあった。
Eva was constantly under Battler's supervision.
バトラは犯人でもなく共犯者でもない。
Battler is neither the culprit nor an accomplice.
よってエヴァの完全なアリバイを証明できる。
By this, we can establish a perfect alibi for Eva.
何？
What?
あんたを、
I'll seal you.
人間を、
And humans as well.
絶対に逃れられぬ赤き結界にて封じて殺す。
In a red barrier that most certainly cannot be escaped from.
さらばだ人間どもよ。
Farewell, lowly humans.
出口なき絶対の魔法密室にて永遠に眠るがいいわ。
Sleep for all eternity in an absolutely closed room of magic with no exits.
さあ、心して聞きなさい。
Come on, listen carefully.
赤き真実を。
Listen to the red truth.
この島には19人以上の人間はいない。
There are no more than 18 humans on this island.
謎の怪人物が隠れていて犯行をなどという愚かしい考えは捨てなさい。
Throw away your foolish thoughts of mysterious people hiding and committing crimes.
でもこういう言い方をすると動物の犯人も疑えるわね。
But if I say it that way, you might also suspect animal culprits.
殺人を仕込んだオランウータンは人間にはカウントされてないなんてへりくつを言われちゃかなわない。
I couldn't stand to hear some irrational theory about how an orangutan trained to commit murder wouldn't count as a human.
ならこう言い換えるわ。
So, I'll change it like this.
人間以外の生命は一切このゲームに関係がない。
No life forms other than humans have any connection to this game.
というわけで
That's how it is.
次にこの島に存在する18人の状況をすべて説明するわ。
Next, I'll explain the situation of all 18 people who exist on this island.
金蔵は死亡している。
Kinzo is dead.
クラウスは死亡している。
Kraus is dead.
夏日は死亡している。
Natsui is dead.
秀吉は死亡している。
Hideyoshi is dead.
ジョージは死亡している。
George is dead.
ルドルフは死亡している。
Rudolph is dead.
キリエは死亡している。
Kyrie is dead.
ローザは死亡している。
Rosa is dead.
マリアは死亡している。
Maria is dead.
ゲンジは死亡している。
Genji is dead.
シャノンは死亡している。
Shannon is dead.
カノンは死亡している。
Cannon is dead.
ゴーダは死亡している。
Goda is dead.
熊沢は死亡している。
Kumasawa is dead.
南條は死亡している。
Nanjo is dead.
以上15人は死亡。
Those 15 are all dead.
そして
And
バトラは生存している。
Battler's alive.
エヴァは生存している。
Eva's alive.
ジェシカは生存している。
Jessica's alive.
これで18人全員。
That's everyone. All 18 of them.
よって最後の犠牲者である南條の死亡時、
Which means that when the last victim, Nanjo, died,
バトラとエヴァとジェシカの3人だけが生きていたことはわかるわよ。
only 3 people, Battler, Eva, and Jessica were alive, right?
なんだと。
What did you say?
貴様まさか。
Damn it. You don't mean...
エヴァはあなたとずっと一緒にいたわ。
Eva was with you the whole time.
だから犯行は不可能。
So committing a crime was impossible for her.
もちろんバトラ君は犯人じゃないわ。
Of course, Battler-kun isn't the
ア
culprit.
リバイ偽装なんてしてないし、彼女が犯人の可能性も考慮していたから、その行動は用心深く見張ってた。
He wasn't forging an alibi for her, and he took the possibility that she was the culprit into account, watching over her actions carefully.
彼女には不審なことをできるあらゆる可能性が存在しなかった。
No chance existed for her to do anything suspicious.
つまり犯行時の使用人室には南條とジェシカしかいなかったのよ。
In short, at the time of the crime, only Nanjo and Jessica were in the servant room.
となると読めてるわよ。
And I know what you're thinking.
あなたの一手はこうよね。
Your next move will be this, right?
ジェシカが犯人の可能性もあると。
There's also a chance that Jessica is the culprit.
しかし残念ね。先に赤で叩き切ってあげるわよ。
But too bad. I'll slice it up in red before you try.
後ろ宮ジェシカは殺人を犯していない。
Yushiromiya Jessica has not committed murder.
南條殺しに関わっていない。
She was not involved with Nanjo's murder.
彼女の目は完全に塞がれている。
Her eyes were completely covered.
その彼女に殺人を行うことは不可能よ。
It'd be impossible for her to carry out a murder like that.
さらにおまけしてあげるわ。
And here's a bonus.
エヴァとバトラも南條を殺していないし、関わってもいない。
Neither Eva nor Battler killed Nanjo, nor were they involved.
ちょっと待ちやがれ。
Wait a second.
それじゃおかしいじゃねえか。
That doesn't make sense.
3人しか人間がいなくて、それで殺人が起こって、その3人が関わってないなんて、そんなのおかしい。
There were only 3 humans, then a murder occurs, and none of those 3 were involved? That's insane!
はっきり断言してあげるわ。
I'll state it clearly.
南條を殺した犯人はバトラでもエヴァでもジェシカでもない。
The culprit who killed Nanjo was neither Battler, nor Eva, nor Jessica.
つまり生存者の中にはいないということよね。
In other words, it wasn't one of the survivors.
お分かり？
Get it?
いや、そうだ。
No. That's right.
二重人格とかどうだ。
What about multiple personalities?
もともとお前がエヴァおばさんのもう一つの人格であったように。
Just like how you're originally another personality of Aunt Eva's.
例えば、ジェシカにもう一つの魔女的人格があって、
Let's say Jessica had another witch-like personality.
それがジェシカ以外を名乗って南條先生を殺したとか。
Which took the name of someone other than Jessica and killed Dr. Nanjo.
愚かね。
Moron.
すでに赤で語っているわ。
I've already said it in red.
ジェシカの目は完全に塞がれていて、彼女に殺人は不可能。
Jessica's eyes were completely covered, and murder was impossible for her.
彼女にどんな人格が憑依しようとも、彼女の肉体では殺人を行えないよ。
No matter what kind of personality she was possessed by, murder could not be carried out with her body.
それともこう言えば満足するかしら。
I wonder if you'll be satisfied if I say it this way.
ジェシカの体が起こしたいかなる動作も、南條の殺人には関係影響しない。
No actions caused by Jessica's body had any relation to or influence on the murder of Nanjo.
この適用をバトラとエヴァにも広げるわ。
This also applies to Battler and Eva.
つまりどうあがこうが解釈しようが、
In other words, no matter how much you try to struggle and interpret it,
ジェシカとバトラとエヴァは南條を殺した犯人ではない。
neither Jessica, nor Battler, nor Eva is a culprit who killed Nanjo.
ふざけるな。
You've got to be kidding me.
だって他はもう全員確実に死んでるじゃねえかよ。
I mean, everyone else is definitely dead, right?
ならあとは残るのは
I was literally about to say
南條先生の
that.
自殺説だけじゃねえか。
I was like, well, the only thing is, fucking Nanjo killed himself? Then, all that's left is the Dr. Nanjo suicide theory, right?
あとトラップ説。
And the trap theory.
犯人はすでに死亡しているが、過去に仕掛けておいたトラップが発動して、
The culprit was already dead, but a trap that they had already prepared went off.
南條は他殺よ。
Nanjo's death was a
も
homicide.
ちろんトラップではなく直接的な殺害方法よ。
Of course, it was with a direct method of murder, not a trap.
凶器を構え、それにて真正面の至近距離から殺した。
A weapon was readied, and he was killed with it from point-blank range in front of him.
犯人は南條の目の前に堂々と現れ、そして互いに顔を見合わせながら殺害したのだ。
The culprit appeared openly before Nanjo's eyes. As they both looked at each other's faces, the culprit killed him.
だから待てよ。
But wait,
生存者は3人しかいない。
there are only 3 survivors.
それ以外は全員死んでることはお前が赤で語ってる。
You said in red that everyone else is dead.
つまり18人全員の生死が確定してる。
You basically confirmed the life or death status of all 18 people.
しかも19人目は存在しないとあらかじめ赤で否定済みだ。
Furthermore, the existence of a 19th person has already been denied in red.
つまり生存者3人以外には存在できない。
In other words, no one can exist except the 3 survivors.
なのにその3人以外の4人目が南條先生の前に現れてる。
And yet, a 4th person other than those 3 appeared before Dr. Nanjo?
19人目は存在しないのにどうして俺たち以外の人間が現れて 南條先生を殺害できるんだ。
How could a person other than us appear and murder Dr. Nanjo when no 19th person exists?
おかしい。
Insane!
お前は嘘をついている。
You're lying.
赤字で嘘をついている。
You're lying with the red.
赤は真実のみを語る。
The red only tells the truth.
それを疑うことはすなわち貴様の後ろで私に怯え萎縮し、その背に隠れるその魔女の名誉を裏切ることになるわよ。
Isn't doubting that the same as betraying the honor of that witch who's behind you? Shriveling up in fear of me and hiding behind your back? Damn it.
はっきりと
Right now,
今こそ言い切る。
I'll state it clearly.
南條の前に現れし私こ
The one who appeared in front of Nanjo was me.
そ魔女なのよ。
A witch.
18人の人間では説明できない黄金の魔女なのよ。
The golden witch who can't be explained away with the 18 humans.
ワルギリア。
Virgilia.
ロドベ。
Renove.
状況は矛盾していないのか。
Isn't there a contradiction in this situation?
奴は本当に赤で真実を語っているのか。
Is she really telling the truth with red?
はい
Yes.
赤き真実有効です。
Her red truth is valid.
なんという緻密かつ精密な詰め。
What an elaborate and precise cornering.
こいつをどう手を打ちゃいいんだ。
Should I make a move against her?
ワルギリア。
Virgilia,
何か手はないのか。
aren't there any moves?
私には何も思いつきません。
I cannot think of anything.
ロドベ。
And you, Renove.
申し訳ありません。
My apologies.
しかしこの1000年
However, these last 1,000 years,
これほどまでに精密なる美しい場面を見たのは初めてです。
I've never seen such an elaborately beautiful game board layout.
悔しいですが
I hate to admit it,
美しい。
but it's beautiful.
なんて
What a
美しい赤による
beautiful. You can't see it well, but I like this pose from Virgilia here. The fist like slowly kind of like up and her face just like what a beautiful
チェックメイト。
It's definitely an aw shit. We fucked up. We're fucked. Checkmate made in red. She's steering a bus and she's closing her eyes, saying, Jesus, take the wheel. The witch's teacher and the demon butler are both stunned. An expression of ecstasy rose to their faces. Forget surrendering. They were impressed at this perfect checkmate, which simply had to be admired. When people accept defeat from the bottom of their hearts, it gives rise to neither regrets nor humiliation. Nothing is born except feelings of respect. I no longer knew what was what anymore. There were absolutely no weak points in her red. She had said in red that all of 15 people had died. She had said in red that no people existed other than the 18. In other words, no more than 3 people, me, Jessica, and Aunt Eva, existed. And even though none of these 3 people were the culprit, Dr. Nanjo was killed. Without a doubt, Dr. Nanjo's death was a homicide. He was murdered by that person openly from in front of him. I'm trying to think. Like... Was it? A lot of things were said in red. But just humor me here. just so someone's memory must be better than mine here. Was it said definitively in red that Battler didn't kill Nanjo? Like, is there, like, was that said? Yeah, it was. Oh, I'm dumb. Yeah, she said both Eva, Nanjo, or Eva, Battler, and Jessica, or any split personalities or whatever, didn't do the killing. Yeah. Yeah, alright, fuck it. I had a thought, and it immediately evaporated. Yeah, I think she said George was dead. All the other 15 were dead. He was murdered by that person, openly from in front of him. That person. Who is that person? And she's saying that person is a witch?
南條を殺した犯人は動物などの類ではないわよ。
The culprit who killed Nanjo is not an animal or anything of the sort.
それはすでに赤で宣言済みよ。
That has already been dealt with in red, right?
人間以外は一切考慮から外しなさい。
Everything other than humans has already been completely removed from consideration.
ロボットなんかもダメよ。
Even things like robots don't work.
人間以外の一切の要素はこのゲーム版に関与しない。
Absolutely no factors other than humans participate in this game board.
ゆえにこうも言えるわね。
Therefore, I can also say this.
南條を殺したのは確かに人間である。
The one who killed Nanjo was definitely a human.
地に足のついた人間が凶器をかざしそれにて殺した。
A human, with their feet on the ground, held up a weapon and killed with it.
眼前にて。
Right before his eyes.
ただし、その人間は魔法が使えたかもしれないわ。
However, the human may have been able to use magic.
それはすなわち魔女だったということ。
In other words, it was a witch.
それがつまりこの私。
In other words, it was me.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。
The Golden Witch, Beatrice. Even as Battler ground his teeth, his knees hit the floor with a thunk. Is he gonna have to give up? Do we have another losing situation? His soul still refused to surrender. However, his knees had already started to accept surrender. Oh,
ひざまずいたわね。
oh, did you kneel?
そうよ。あなたはもう理解し始めている。
That's right. You're already starting to understand.
黄金の魔女が存在することを。
The Golden Witch does exist.
そして、その黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが私であることを。
And that Golden Witch, Beatrice, is me.
さあ、たたえなさい。
Come on, praise me.
本当の魔女の復活を今こそたたえなさい。
Now, praise the resurrection of a true witch.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェの復活を今こそたたえなさい。
Now, praise the resurrection of the Golden Witch, Beatrice.
第9の晩に魔女はよみがえり、誰も生き残れはしない。
On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. Damn it.
俺にはわからねえ。
I don't understand.
ここまで徹底的に赤でがんじがらめにされたら
After being so thoroughly immobilized by the red,
俺にはもうさっぱりだ。
I don't have a clue anymore.
バトラ
Battler,
くじけるな。
Don't lose heart.
わらわとそなたは再び戦い合う約束を交わしたではないか。
Yeah, that was the weird thing. That was the one, like, there was like actually like a couple weird points, but like, yeah, the one thing that I thought was a little weird was the way she explained that final bit, or like one of those final bits was like, yeah, a human definitely killed it. That human might have been able to use magic. Therefore, I'm that person that used magic, a witch. I killed him. I'm the golden witch. Like that line was kind of, I don't know if that was just weirdly like clunkily worded. Clunkily worded. That part was a little weird to me, but I didn't know if that was like actually a thing or not. Don't lose heart. You and I promised that we would fight each other again, right?
ここでそなたは屈服するのか。
Will you surrender here?
わらわと再び戦う前にこのようなところで消え去るのか。
Will you disappear in a place like this before fighting with me again?
その約束を破りたくはね。
I don't want to break that promise.
しかし俺には奴を否定する手が全く思いつかねえ。
However, I can't think of any move to deny her.
これはそもそも問題にさえなってない。
In the first place, this isn't even a puzzle.
容疑者以外は存在せず、その容疑者は全員白。
Nothing exists outside the suspects, and all the suspects are innocent.
赤で白だって言われてんだぜ。
I was told they were innocent in red, right?
それでいてしっかり他殺で犯人は人間でちゃんと目の前に現れて南條先生を殺したという。
And also that it was a real homicide, that the culprit was human, and that they did appear before Dr. Nanjo's eyes and kill him.
もうお手上げだ。どうにもならねえ。
I give up. There's nothing I could do. Damn, he's gonna give up after all of this? After fucking Beatrice found the cigarette butt. We're still gonna lose. I can't fucking believe this team. This fucking team. this fucking team.
頼むバトラー。諦めるな、くじけるな。
After Beatrice got on her hands and knees and took out some lint and a cigarette butt out of the pockets of Kyrie and was like, is this gonna do good? And then Battle was like, oh fuck yeah, I got this shit. Can I think of another way then? No. But I'm not the one. I'm not the one engaged in a battle between a 2-year-old witch, okay? I'm not the one on trial here. It's Battler. I'm just the streamer. I'm just the messenger. Please, Battler, don't give up. Don't lose heart.
思考を止めれば自動的にそなたの負けとなる。
If you stop thinking, it automatically becomes your loss.
頼むか。くじけるな。
Like, I'm racking my brain this whole time. This whole thing has been going. I'm trying to think of, like, a thing. It's gotta be such, like, a needle in the haystack ass type situation where it's, like, one teeny tiny thing that once it's said, once they figure it out and it's put out there, it's gonna be like, oh, shit. Like, I'm hoping it's a big thing. Like, I'm hoping it's just a tiny thing that just blows this open. But it's probably designed to be so small and minuscule where it's like a regular ass person playing for the first time would not be able to pick up so easily. Ah, shit. And that's what drives me insane. That's when I go to bed tonight. It's what's going to keep me up all night. You guys don't understand. Umineko has been reckoning my sleep patterns. I'm joking. If you stop thinking, it automatically becomes your loss. I'm begging you, please, don't lose heart.
わらわも応援しておる。
I'm also
負け
cheering.
たりするな。
I'm also cheering you on, so don't lose.
もう何も思いつかねえんだ。
I can't think of anything anymore.
どうせあいつは魔女だから魔法とかでやったに違いない。考えるだけ無駄だぜって思っちまう。
I find myself thinking she's got to be a witch, who must have done it with magic, which makes all thinking pointless. Alright, I'm gonna say a theory, and it's gonna sound like a shit-posting type theory, but I mean it 100%. It's only gonna sound dumb. I need Battler and Beatrice here. Blonde Beatrice. to fuse and become one for the simple fact of for Battler to win this fight, I need him to become part witch. Now, this is gonna be fucking insane sounding because he's trying to deny the existence of witches. But it's gonna be a thing where, like, to understand the machinations of, like, witchdom, he himself needs to become a witch. And how else is he gonna do that? He needs to fuse with Beatrice. We already know she's in a weakened state. We know she fucking loves him. She can't be any more goo goo gaga for him. I assume the steps to fuse together into one being can't be that far from just how much she loves him at this point. And he needs to become a witch. And then he can actually start to, like, not only would he have access to, like, just, you know, magical abilities that might assist, but he can, like, understand how to, like, what's the thing? You can't beat him, join him. If you can't think like a witch, become a witch. Something like that. That's where my line of thinking is right now. 5 hours into tonight's stream, that's where my head is at. Oh, I'm fucking insane. Alright, I can't think of anything anymore. I find myself thinking she's got to be a witch who must have done it with magic, which makes all thinking pointless.
ダメだ。頭が痛い。脳が疲れる。
It's useless. My head hurts. My brain's tired.
考えたって無駄だからやめちまえって。考えちまう。
I'm starting to think that thinking's pointless, so I should just stop.
バトラー、聞け。
I don't even remember saying there's like 5-hour chapters. I'm confused. What are you saying? Chapter... Don't witches hate spiderwebs? Oh yeah, that's a good point. That's a good callback. Remember the fucking spiderweb thing? And she was constructing a spiderweb out of red? It's gonna come back and bite her. The spiderweb, like, goes in. Oh, I'm saying this is the chat. Oh, okay, yeah. I see what you're saying, yeah. Battler, listen.
チェスというゲームは相手を任そうと互いが尽くすから一回のゲームに長い時間をかける。
In the game of chess, both sides do all they can to make the other lose. So a single game takes a long period of time.
しかし、どちらかが最初から勝ちを捨て、自分に損な手を進んでさせば、あっという間にゲームを終えるのだ。
However, if one side throws away victory from the beginning and makes moves harmful to themselves, the game can end in the blink of an eye. Wait. However, if one side throws away victory from the beginning and makes moves harmful to themselves... I swear, if this does end up being the spiderweb thing...
これをフールズメイトという。
That is called a fool's mate. A fool's mate is, simply put, a strange way of playing chess in which the fastest methods of losing are considered. Opening the area in front of your own king and inviting the opponent's queen in. Even though the average game time in chess is several hours, a game can be resolved in a scant 4 moves. In other words, if both sides try to win in a fight, they are compelled to take a painfully long period of time. But if one side decides to lose, the game can be ended far too easily at any time.
人間側は思考を停止させることによって目の前の問題を魔女に譲り渡し
When the human side stops thinking, it hands the problem before its eyes over to the witch.
木からリンゴが落ちることさえ直ちに魔法の仕業ということで決着できてしまう
And even an apple falling from a tree can be immediately resolved as the work of magic.
そしてそれは魔女側も同じことだ
It is the same for the witch's side.
魔女は赤き真実を使う
Witches use the red truth.
それにて魔法の正体が人間で説明できてしまうことを示せば
By using that,
直ちに敗北することができる
they can explain the true forms of magic with humans and immediately lose.
言われなくても分かってるさ。
You don't have to tell me that.
考えを止めるなって言うんだろ
You're telling me to not stop thinking, right?
う。しかし
However,
あいつのあの完璧な真っ赤な手にどうやって反撃すればいいんだ。
how should I counterattack that person's perfect bright red move?
俺には
For me,
人間には
for humans,
もう無理だ。
it's no longer possible.
無理
Is it? Impossible?
バトラには
Is it really?
無理なのか。
Impossible for you, Badler?
頼む
Please,
くじけるな。
don't lose heart.
すまん。
Sorry,
俺にはも
I've
う無理だ。
reached my limit. Badler scratched at the floor, crying heavily. Beata watched that with a distressed face. Then she stood up and spoke to the witch.
わらわがそなたの手に
I will make a move as a
反
counter.
撃の一手を刺そうぞ。
I'm sorry, Beatrice. I will make a move as a counter to yours.
へえ。
Huh?
この完璧なるチェックメイトにあなたはどう切り込んでくれるというのかしら。
I wonder just how you plan to cut up this perfect checkmate.
人間には決して破ることのできないこのチェックメイト。
How can this checkmate, one totally impossible for humans to break,
あなたごときがどう破るというの？
be defeated by the likes of you?
ベアトリーチェ、あなたまさか。
But, Beatrice, you don't mean to... Indeed.
人間にさせぬ一手なら
If a human cannot make a move,
わらわが魔女であるがゆえにさせる一手で
I will assault you with a
そ
move.
なたを迎え撃ってやる。
I will assault you with a move I can use precisely because I'm a witch.
魔女であるがゆえにさせる一手。
What a strange, like, not oxymoron, but, fuck, what's the term I'm looking for? Not oxymoron. Why do I keep thinking oxymoron? It's like a contradiction. Fuck, what's the fucking word I'm thinking of? Damn. Oh no! Like a contradiction. It's, paradox. That's what I'm thinking of. It's like a paradox. Sort of. In a weird way. It's weird because there's like meta layers and they're talking about like a witch in the real world versus like this meta level of witches. It's very confusing, but it's like, oh, I'm gonna prove the existence of not witches by using witch powers. And it's like, what the fuck? Okay, sure, go ahead, do it. A move you can use because you're a witch. Question mark.
お前
Thank you for bringing paradox. I would have drove myself insane if I couldn't remember it. What are you planning to do?
わらわが
I will use the red.
赤にて
Oh, she's
魔
gonna
女
use
を
the
否
red.
定する。
To deny witches. Okay.
ベアトリーチェ、
お嬢様。
Beatrice. Milady. The teacher and the butler were both startled. I also immediately understood what it meant. To use the red that only witches could use. To use the red to deny witches. It was like using her own sword to slit her own throat.
は
What?
あ？あんた何を言ってるの？
Hey, what are you saying?
赤で魔女を否定？
Deny witches with red?
バカ言ってんじゃないわよ。
Quit talking like an idiot.
そんなことしたらあんたも無事じゃ済まないわよ。
If you do that, you won't get away unscathed either.
そなたは魔女にあらず、
You are not a witch.
そしてわらわもまた
And I'm not a
魔
witch
女ではない。
either.
真の魔女への道は険しく、まだまだ長い。
The road to becoming a true witch is difficult, and I have much, much farther to go.
なれば好都合。
Very well then.
今この場に元より魔女など存在はしないのだ。
Right here, right now, There have never been any witches in the first place.
わらわが自らそのまやかしを剥ぎ取ってやろうぞ。
I will strip this deception away myself.
私もあんたもしっかり堂々とした魔女でしょうが。
Aren't both of us real obvious witches?
赤が使えることこそ魔女の証。
Being able to use red is itself proof of witches.
あんたにとっ
Yeah,
て
see, that's what I was saying.
魔女の定義がどういうものか知らないけど、
I don't know what the definition of a witch is to you.
あんただけは無傷で済むなんて勘違いをしているなら今すぐ。
But if you think you alone will be able to get away unscathed, then
勘違いなどしているものか。
how could I make such a mistake?
それでよいのだ。
I care not.
ですって。
What did you say?
わらわはもとより
I never did manage to
魔女に
become...
慣れていなかった。
Wow, I really cut off there. I never did manage to become a witch. Beatrice is using the full-on I have nothing to lose at this point power.
真の魔女になるためにようやくその道のりを歩き始めたに過ぎん。
I've done nothing more than finally begin walking down the road to becoming a true witch.
もし今のわらわが魔女だというのなら
If what I am right now is a witch,
それは力に溺れただけのそなたに同じ偽りの魔女に過ぎん。
then I'm a false witch like you, one who is merely drunk on power,
そのようなみすぼらしい姿なる
rather than existing in that shabby form.
未練などない。
I shall erase this form of mine along with you.
そなたもろともわらわのこの姿も消し去ってくれようぞ。
Without any regrets. Remember Burgess? Dude, we can't see her. She only pops up at like end of chapters, and this is the chapter that never ends. So like, we're never gonna see her. Dude, Beatrice is gonna use the Pokemon move equivalent of self-destruct. She's gonna take herself out and do a massive amount of damage to Eva Beatrice here.
正気。
Are you insane?
やめなさい。
Stop it!
私はまだ魔女でいたいのよ。人間は嫌なのよ。
I still want to be a witch. I hate being human.
魔女様、どうかご着席を。
Witch Thelma, please return to your seat.
人間側の受け手をどうかご着席の上お受けください。
Please receive the human side's counter from your seat. Renove is actually like, hey, can you sit back down? If we're gonna do this, we gotta do it the proper way. Please, it's unbecoming of you. What are you doing?
話して。
Let go of me.
その女に赤を使わせないで。
Don't let that woman use the red.
やめさせて。
Make her stop.
話せ。
Let go. This is made even funnier when it's like, apparently it sounds like Renove is like manhandling her to like just push her back into the chair. And like, she's like a little child. And Renove is like, probably just like holding her and it's just like, sit your ass down. Just sit down. We gotta finish the game. As the witch stood from her seat and tried to spring upon Beato, Renove pressed down on both of her shoulders, forcing her back into her seat. Oh, okay. Great. And, even after that, he didn't remove his hands from the shoulders. Denying witches was the same thing as denying magic. That included demons such as Renove. However, instead of running away, Renove chose to act as a facilitator for the game, and to carry out that duty for his master's sake.
ベアトリーチェ
Beatrice,
後悔はないのですね。
you have no regrets, right?
お師匠様こ
That's my line.
そごめん。
Sorry, teacher.
いっぱい楽しい魔法や幸せな魔法を教えてもらったのに
Even though you taught me so much about fun magic and magic that brings happiness,
全然上手に使えなかった。
I wasn't able to use it well at all.
だからゼロから修行
So, I'll study from square one
やり直してくる。
and start over again.
そのバカ弟子の不始末に巻き込んで
本当にすまなかった。
I am truly sorry that you had to suffer for your stupid disciples' misconduct. I don't know how this episode is going to end, but I cannot for the life of me start to imagine where this is going to leave us for episode chapter 4. Like, I have no fucking idea what that is even going to look like after everything that has taken place in this chapter. It's insane.
良き弟子よ、最後にモテました。
I had a good disciple in the very end.
あなたの信じるままに
Go.
行きなさい。
Go, do what you believe in.
お前らが何の話をしてるのか俺にはさっぱりだ。
I don't have a clue what you guys are talking about.
だがこれだけはわかる。
But I do understand one thing. Oh my god. Automod. Automod did not like Climax. But I do understand one thing.
そして言える。
And I can say this.
ベアト。何をしようとしてるのか知らねえが。
Miyuto, I don't know what you're trying to do.
これからやろうとしていることをやめろ。
But stop trying to do it!
そなたに手はない。
You have no moves.
しかし、
But I have one.
わらわにこの一手。
Cut off again.
逃せばあやつは魔女として真の意味で復活し、今度こそこの島のすべてを支配する。
My bad if I seem like I'm being hasty through this. I'm trying very hard to hit a good natural stopping point in like the next like 30 minutes or so here. But like, because I wanted to hit like, before the stream, I started what, around like 6 or something. I was like, if I can go like 5.5 to 6 hours, that'd be perfect. But I have no idea where the fuck this thing is going. If we let that move get away, she'll be revived as a witch in the truest sense. And this time, she'll control this whole island.
すべての悪夢はあの女の自由自在となり、
All nightmares will be hers to do with as she pleases.
この島は永遠に邪悪なる魔女の妄想を繰り返す無限地獄に落ちるだろう。
And this island will fall into the deepest hell of the evil witch's repeating delusions for all eternity.
そなたはそれを許せるというのか。
Can you permit that?
親しい家族たちも永遠にあの魔女の悪夢にもてあそばれてもよいと、そういうのか。
Don't you care if your dear relatives are toyed with for all eternity in that witch's nightmare?
だがお前が犠牲になることなんてないだろ。
Still, you shouldn't have to sacrifice yourself.
これは俺と奴のゲームだ。
This is a game between me and her.
お前が身を犠牲にして手を刺すことなんてない。
You shouldn't have to make your move and sacrifice yourself.
俺が考える。
I'll think of something.
起死回生の一手を必ず考えるから。
I'll surely think of a miraculous move.
だから早まるな。
So don't rush into it.
畜生。
Damn it! Also, I'm sure Beatrice is loving the fact that Battler is thinking of her like this. I'm sure.
思いつくから。だから早まるんじゃねえ。
I'll definitely think of one. So don't rush into it!
このゲームは残酷であるぞ。
This game is cruel.
すでにそなたの兆候に
The time
制限時間を使い切っておるわ。
limit for your consideration has already run out.
もはやわらわしかおらぬ。
I'm now the only one who can do it.
安心せよ、バトル。
Calm yourself, Battler.
わらわが撃つ。
I'll defeat her.
あの残酷なる魔女を。わらわが自らの手で撃つ。
I'll defeat that cruel witch with my own hands.
待て、ベアト。
Wait, Beato.
やめろ、よせ。
Stop it. Quit it.
お前が自分を犠牲にする必要なんて何もない。
There's absolutely no need for you to sacrifice yourself.
わらわを否定するためにそなたは戦っていたのだろうが。
Weren't you fighting to deny me?
おかしなやつだ。
What a strange person.
あの子の好きにさせてあげてください。
Let that child do as she likes.
そしてどうか見届けてやってください。
And please, watch her until the end.
しかし
But,
バトラー、
Battler,
一つだけ
there's only one
頼
thing
み
I...
がある。
There's only one thing I ask.
耳を塞いでくれぬか。
Would you cover your ears?
耳を
My ears?
どうして
Why?
わらわはこれより赤にて魔女を否定する。
Starting now, I'll deny witches in red.
あやつの赤で敷き詰めた盤面を切り裂いてみせる。
Slice up the game board that she has laid out with her red.
さすれ
By doing that,
ばわらわもまた魔女の姿を失うだろう。
I'll probably lose my form as a witch as well.
そなたもわらわが語る赤き真実を聞き、わらわの正体を理解することになる。
If you also hear the red truth I speak, you will understand my true form. She's honestly begging for him to cover his ears so he doesn't lose the magic. It's almost as if like you were like, it's like two adults talking about how like Santa's not real, and like don't talk about, we can't destroy the magic in front of our kid. Please.
そなた一人で耳を塞いだところで真実は何も変わらん。
If you alone cover your ears, that truth will not change at all. However,
それでもそなたにだけは
even so,
耳を塞いでほしい。
even so, I want you alone to cover your ears.
そなたの前だけでは
I at
魔
least
女で
want to be a witch in your eyes. Oh, it's like weirdly romantic and kind of cute, but it's also dumb as hell. She's like, I want to be dark and mysterious to you. No matter, I'm gonna have to prove that I'm just a normal ass person or whatever. But I wanna be cool to you. I wanna be cool in your eyes. Please, we can't let that be ruined.
頼む。
Please, please, please.
ベアトリーチェ様、
Beatrice-sama,
魔女側問題ありません。
there are no problems on the witch side.
どうぞ察してよ。
Please, your move. Let go!
あんたもただじゃ済まないのよ。
I won't let you get away with this either, okay?
あいつおかしいわ。
She's insane.
私たちを巻き込んで自分も死ぬ気よ。
Do you plan on dying and taking us with you?
否定しないで。
Stop it! Don't deny it!
やめて。
Stop it!
仮にも黄金の魔女が見苦しいぞ。
How unsightly for a golden witch.
さあ、良いか。
Okay, are you ready?
バトラの代わりにそなたのチェックメイトを外す。
I will remove your check in Battler's stead.
15人が死に3人しか残らぬチェス盤にて何が起こったのか。
What happened on the chessboard where 15 died and only 3 remained?
わらわがこれより赤にて暴く。
Starting now, I'll expose it in red.
その赤き真実にて
I will
偽
pierce.
りの魔女2人を
I will pierce.
共に貫いて殺す。
I will pierce and kill both fake witches. Beato turned around and smiled at Battler. Most likely, no one would believe that the witch who had gone to the limits of cruelty would try to leave a smile as the last expression she showed Battler. And that smile signified her last wish, that she wanted him to cover his ears. Denying witches in red was the same as knowing her shabby form. Her shabby, flabby form. Battler put both of his hands against his ears. To protect her final bit of honor as a witch, he put his hands against his ears, rejecting the truth. And he howled. Oh! So not even a bit of what she was saying would slip into his ears. After that was a world where Battler could hear nothing. Beato was saying something in red. Even the evil witch covered her ears at those bitter contents. That was the red truth. Words of power. Words that denied her own existence. Unique words that only witches could use. Which denied witches. Fuck off with the sentence. Unique words that only witches could use, which denied witches. Beato spoke. With the red truth, she cut up the bright red game board that the witch had released. Why do I have a feeling that maybe like we get to be privy to this conversation in like the Answers arc? Is that like how this is gonna roll? Or I have to sit here for another to actually know what she said? Fuck. She explained difficult problems that could not be solved by humans with moves that could only be solved by witches and began cornering the witch. Here's the thing, Beatrice and Umineko. I don't care. I'm not Battler. I want to know what her flabby form or whatever the fuck. I need to know. She explained difficult problems with moves that can only be solved by witches and began cornering the witch. The truth that Battler was not permitted to hear. If Battler had broken his promise and sneakily eavesdropped, in an instant, Battler would probably have been able to become the victor in his game with Beato. He would probably have understood all the riddles on the island, all the magic and tricks, closed rooms, spells, curses, legends, and its entire tale of anger and sadness. However, Battler would only learn what that was when he reached the truth by himself. Yes, from the beginning, Beatrice had wished that Battler would reach that truth by himself. It was something one shouldn't reach by being told it. This is the game speaking directly to me. It was a truth that Battler would have to drag himself to by his own power. The game heard that I just wanted the answers and was like, no, no, no. No, no, no. A brilliant light gathered with Beato and the evil witch at the center and grew gradually stronger. It was the power of truth. Its heat and brilliance, like the sun, shone on all the falsehoods that hid in the darkness, trying to deceive, and burnt them to nothing. Gwa. Why? Why can you die? Why can you throw away? Why can you throw away your life when you have such incredible power? You who hold the power to control gold, magic, and everything at will. Why can you so readily throw that away? Learn that even with a mountain of gold, even with magic to split the sea, there are some things you can never obtain. Come, show yourself. Show your true form, Hiromiya Eva. When the sun exploded and blew everything away, Eva could be seen there holding a gun. You're the culprit. Aunt Eva. Took you long enough to notice. Battler Kun! I should say it like that. Ah! Without any hesitation or mercy, Eva raised her gun and pulled the trigger. As an explosive sound rang out, Balor's heart was shot through, and he fell to the floor. Oh no! Oh no, where is he? No. Shot to death by Yoshimiya Eva inside the mansion, the weapon was a Winchester from Kinzo's collection. Jessica had lost her eyesight, alone with Battler. Wolves and sheep puzzle. Aw, shit. The fucking wolves and sheep puzzle. Ah, fuck. Ah, shit. Ah, fuck. Alright, after going into convulsions for a short time, with blood dripping from his mouth, Battler died. But in his last moments, he realized without a doubt that she was a murderer. And not just for killing him. There have been many murders, and I don't have a clue how they were carried out. However, while my ears were covered, Beato exposed all of them with the red, blasting away all magic. In other words, even though I didn't understand it, was that nothing more or less than proof that magic can all be explained with humans? Beato made me cover my ears, so I myself don't know the whole truth. However, now that it's been denied in red, I can see one fact was extremely unfair for us. That it is possible to deny all magic. I was literally just about to say, now with this happening, in theory, like, now he has, in any future episode, whatever the case may be, he knows that he could work towards exposing it. Like, it is not it is not an endless goal. Like, it's always, there is a definitive ending. Like, he could be like, I can work towards it. I know that is not a fruitless effort. And that's pretty powerful, I think. So, in other words, no. I must not think of that. If I do, then the time I spent covered my ears would be made pointless. Also me, I could go back to episodes 1 and 2. If I did that, we're never finishing this game. If I was to be like, oh, you know what? I am taking on the role of Battler. I'm going to go back into episode 1 and 2. Alright. We'll just evolve this into another year-long project. And, like, I cannot... Oh, on the off time. Oh. I thought you were like... I was like, we're never fucking finishing this thing, then. We're just never. If I do, then the time I spent covered my ears would be made pointless. If I'm going to regret, I can only regret my own actions. If, at that time, I thought of some move to spin things around and counter the witch's final move, there would have been no need for Beato to sacrifice herself. It was my own worthlessness that brought about this conclusion. Is that it? Even though it was a pitch black world where nothing could be seen. Just so you know, this last line. Okay, so I was literally just about to ask, is this like a good place to stop then? Even though it's unceremoniously just whoop. I should just whoop. Unless I'm gonna get like a better one in like the next 20 minutes. Or will I get a cleaner ending of some sort in like 20 minutes, I would guess. If not, then we end here. If not, oh my god, this chapter's never fucking ending. And I'm not saying that as a bad thing. I'm just saying, Jesus Christ, this episode. This chapter, this whole shebang. All right, we'll call it a night there. I can't believe I literally sat here in this chair for 6 hours with no BRBs, no water breaks, no bathroom breaks. I feel crusty. I can't believe there were multiple times during that whole Beatrice and Beatrice and Battler and this whole thing happening. I was like, man, I really need to like get up and stretch. I need to go to the. I was like, I can hold it. I was like, I need water. I need other signs of life. I need something, and then it just kept going. You had to put headphones in. Right, it just doesn't stop. All right. Saturday night we'll come back. Saturday night, I don't think anything should be getting in my way. I can't do a day thing Saturday, but Saturday night, normal Umineko. I guess we continue. I don't know if we'll finish the chapter. Maybe, but that just seems like hopium at that point. I've been mentioning it before, but sometime, again, prepare your bodies. Sometime in the next few weeks, I'm going to do an Umineko week. And it's going to be, because at some point, I need to start hitting like, each week, I need to be hitting like, I feel like 8 to 10 hours of Umineko. And I need to split that in between like 2 or 3 days a week. I'm mentally preparing myself for that eventuality. I'm just saying it's going to happen at some point. So it's going to be one of those things where it's like, you might not be able to watch all of them live. I mean, I'm going to still record them and stream them live. But if you can't make all the streams, just know that they're going to start coming at like a pace where you just need to be like, all right, we're going Umineko. We got to chug through this shit, because this episode just doesn't the episode 4 better be shorter than this. That's all I'm saying. Heads are going to roll. We're probably another mass chapter. Ugh. How far along am I with Master Detectives? I think still has a long way to go. I've not made that much progress. Final Fantasy, it says like I'm 60% through the way with the story apparently, so that's pretty good. So Final Fantasy, good progress has been made in that. Master Detectives, sort of suffering, but it's fine. But I'll schedule wise, I'll knock it out. Or even if I do, like, it's gonna be awkward as hell, but if I did like, even on like normal weekdays where I stream, if I do like an hour and a half of Umineko like every night, and so there's just like a little tiny chunk of Umineko, you get like a micro dose of Umineko like every night that I would normally stream. And then Saturdays you do like the normal size thing. So like if I get like, you combine like three or so like hour and a halves during the week, and then like a normal chunk at the end on a Saturday maybe. I don't know. I think I was doing that a bit some months ago. Yeah. I'll think of it. I'll think of something. Let me say before I forget, but as I do that, I will again. Oh, I gotta clear page 1. We're to look at humble beginnings here. We're clearing the saves. Look at that. Our old saves. We barely knew anything was happening here. We didn't know what to expect. We didn't know anything. I'll think of something. As always, thanks so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. I know it was a long one tonight. An awkward timing because of a Monday thing, but it was mostly, Friday was a debacle and Saturday was not happening, obviously. So, like I said, Umineko back on Saturday. Other regular stuff probably throughout this week. The aforementioned Master Detective Archives and Final Fantasy most likely. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. As always, both live archived. Sleep well. Have a great rest of your night. And I will catch you guys in another stream. Bye. I gotta stretch my legs. Oof.